What is up, chat? I see we're talking about Rings of Power Season 2. I have not seen it. I am willfully uneducated on Rings of Power Season 2. And I'm going to keep it that way because I don't want to watch it. And the song's ending. Yo. What's up, chat? Gotta move you over a bit there. Alright. I need to close my door. Nah, I won't move. Do we want this light on? No, we don't. Q? Q. True. In Q we trust. Hello, Uzi. Hello, Gonzalez. Hello, Steven. Hello, Gray Jedi. Hello, Sam. Hello, everyone. How's it going? My hair looks weird today, but we're fine. Hold on. Hello, Teddy. I am going to get the game started up. Yeah, I joined Mahler's stream like once, and I saw him, just making fun of the UI, or not the UI, but, the NPC AI, because it's horrendous. And today I have controller. So we have controller. I played a little bit off stream just to get it sorted. And it should be good because keyboard and mouse has been completely terrible. And not fun. So I've switched, especially with speeder movement. Speeder movement is atrocious with keyboard and mouse. So I switched to controller yesterday, played a bit off stream, and it was okay. Movement still feels weird, like the jump isn't great. Not really anything's great. So, yeah. Not a lot great. By the way, I made new channel membership badges, so it's not the gross default ones that YouTube has. It's a little casino chip because gambling. We love gambling. Let's see. I was gonna do something, but then I forgot. What am I doing? I don't know. Alright, I guess we can... Oh, it's not recognizing... Oh, it's recognizing the game now. And my controller's working. Join general. There, I have moved you.
Oh, sweet.
And then I will stream to this Discord.
Stream.
Is it showing black for you? I think it might be.
It is, yeah.
All right.
Is that a problem with the streaming, or is this just like how bad the game is?
It's a problem with the game. I was streaming yesterday in Discord the other day, and it was just black. I don't know what happened to it. So I will just share screen or entire.
It is. it's very modest. You see, it's like I know I'm looking bad, so I don't want to be streamed to anybody anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got it.
Did you see Glenn Powell's interview today? Glenn Powell had an interview? No, I haven't.
Oh, hang on, no, I have seen that interview. Yeah, he was like, oh, given that a movie ticket costs like $15, I need to like do really well acting wise to give everyone value for money. Which is a nice sentiment, but also being like $15 for a ticket. Where?
Yeah,
it's cheap as hell.
Yeah, it's like where I live, it's like $8, but like if I go 30 minutes north, it's up to 12.
Yeah, here in the UK, I went to go see Alien Romulus. The ticket for that was about 12 quid, so about $16-ish.
I already bought that guy from him. I did play off screen a bit because I wanted to do side missions that were boring.
Oh, we're not still on the planet, are we?
We're back on the planet.
Oh no!
Yeah, don't worry. I went last stream. We went to a new planet, so we can leave now.
All right, cool.
I forgot where I am.
Have we recruited the new robot friend yet?
We did. The cool guy.
Ooh. Is he cool?
Yes. If this loading screen, please. Oh, thank God. Okay. All right.
Wait, hang on. You did a show with a little platoon. When was this?
Oh, that was like a while ago.
I was about to say, like, we're on the same page regarding this man, are we not?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
I upgraded my gun.
Ooh, nice.
What did I upgrade?
You made it more orange on the barrel.
I did. It looks cooler. It's bright
Looks like an actual
construction.
Star Wars gun now.
Oh yeah, I added more QuickTime events for
oh yay!
Reducing stuff. I think I got more.
Oh, was that like
cosmetics.
the Deadeye thing I saw the other day, where like you could like pick your targets?
Well, there's that, but also it like so when you're reloading or when it's like cooldown, quote unquote. There's that little. It's pretty much Battlefront 2, where it, while it's cooling down, there's a section where you can click to fast cooldown.
Oh,
it's just gonna make that either. I haven't used it yet, but it's either gonna make that wider or,
hey, ND5.
like another one at the bottom probably.
Alright, let's go.
We won't be able to spam Q anymore. I mean, I guess you can because this game is just Qs. This game has so many QuickTime events, dude. Yesterday when I was playing, there was like an eating minigame that was all QuickTime events. It was the most bizarre thing. Like, as soon as she was in there too, and he's like, what a thing to join to. It was just them eating food. And it was a QuickTime event.
Okay, if you've never played Shenmue 2, you'd play Shenmue 2. That is QuickTime event the game, and it's really hilarious how like bad it is. But like that just makes me think of Shenmue 2. There's there's a bit in Shenmue 2 where you have to like do a QuickTime event to stack books and then like not fall over while they're carrying them.
Oh yeah. Ugh. Where do I go?
And if you
I'm going to.
if you drop them, you have to redo the whole thing all over again from the very beginning, and it's a fucking pain in the ass.
Time to jump.
But yeah, that's just this game. Reloading, QuickTime.
Buddy.
Hacking, QuickTime.
It's amazing to me how, looking at this game, how much of it is just recycled assets from other games.
Yeah, a lot of the gameplay is just from other games. Which I guess isn't fair in terms of like, yeah, games are gonna feel like different games depending on what they're inspired from, but this game is just derivative.
Yeah, I was gonna say, this isn't like, oh, we took inspiration from this other open world game that did this thing really well, so we want to implement it. Like, you know, Horizon Zero Dawn is basically that way, where they like looked at a bunch of other games, and we're like, that's a cool feature, we should have that too. This isn't that. This is just like, oh, one of our other properties developed this mechanic, so we're just gonna lift that wholesale.
Yeah.
Rather than like take the time to make one that actually fits within the game we're trying to play.
I don't even know. I have 3 main story quests. What is going on? I guess I'll do this one because one is on Kajimi.
I'm sad the droid doesn't have a cool nickname. Like ND5 is just a serial number.
Yeah.
I want a cool nickname like BD, like Buddy.
Dude, when he showed up yesterday, like I was so bored, and then I was like, rejuvenation, the cool droid.
How's the droid's personality? Does he have one for a start?
He's very tall.
So no.
He just looks cool. All right, that's all I need in this game.
I was like, what kind of person is he? And you're like, well, he's tall. Like, oh, all right.
Chat, don't worry. You can still spam Q whenever we're hacking. That's just a glorified QuickTime event. This game is just Minecraft Story Mode, which is such an awesome insult.
Your ship was burning up atmosphere way away from that planet. Like, how big is this planet's atmosphere? Damn.
No idea. It's conveniently big enough to look cool and be a giant loading screen.
True.
It's about 12 pounds for a ticket at my local cinema. I don't feel like I got my money's worth from Romulus.
No. I have many thoughts about Romulus. I'm still typing up it's a review in the loosest possible sense. It's really more of a commentary on the way in which films weaponize nostalgia and misuse it, and like how Romulus is a kind of like it almost does it from the other direction. Like it's not doing it cynically. It is genuinely doing nostalgia because the director really does love the franchise and just wants to like pay homage to it. But unfortunately, that basically results in the same effect, right? Which is just key jangling the movie.
Yeah.
See you later.
And that,
it looks gorgeous.
It does, like, that's why I'm so hesitant on just like letting fans make things, because like I'm glad you're enthusiastic about this, but also there's like so many ways you could make this go bad. Like,
yeah. That's Romulus's problem in a nutshell, because like not only is it trying to like key jangle everything from every single bit of the franchise, it's also trying to basically do the story of every single movie all at once, even though most of those movies are bad and none of them like really fit with each other.
Yeah. That's why I just like the Tony Gilroy approach. It's like, man comes in, is not a fan, makes the best thing, leaves.
Yeah. That's the thing. Like Gilroy's thing was like, I'm not doing this because I love it, but I will respect everything that has come that I need to respect. You know, I will work within the confines of what the canon is, but I'm not going to go out of my way to like try and name drop everything because I just don't fucking care.
Yeah, and he doesn't need to.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh my god, she's got blue trousers.
She does. I'm changing my appearance because it's cold out and I need the appropriate drip. And this is the.
Can you change her hairstyle, or are you stuck with this?
You're stuck with this. Whatever.
Oh.
It almost looks like these symbiotes sometimes. It's like, what is it doing?
I thought you were gonna say it looks like Simba from The Lion King. Kind of.
Do I have
okay,
this?
I know Nyx is supposed to be cute, but like the way they've drawn its really wide, smug face means every time I see it, I'm getting a little bit more annoyed.
Oh yeah.
Like I thought it was cute the first playthrough that you did. The second one I was watching bits and pieces off, while I was working, and I was like, it's starting to grate on me now, that rat. And now I'm looking at it being like, you need a mallet.
I'm giving it a scarf because it is cold out. Oh, I also got this, which I can now distract multiple enemies, which I think is really stupid because the rat should just be able to do that by default.
Yeah, if you send a rat out to distract one enemy, the others should react to it as well. That's just, how humans work.
Yeah, it's like multiple people see rat. It's not like it's an exclusive thing.
Only one. It's got like a special biological thing. Only one person can see it at a time. It's like an amazing kind of camouflage.
Jedi Fallen Order gives me Metroid vibes. I haven't played Metroid.
Sort of. I mean, not really. I can kind of see the vibe, but it's more soul. Like, it's more scrimping from Souls, right? Like that's really it's scrimping from the Soulsborne series.
Yeah. Can I not go in this? You gave me a little question mark, and I can't go in this building?
Which I guess you could call Soulsborne sort of Metroidvania-esque, like, or like the spiritual successor style to it, but...
People on Twitter today were actually complaining that she's wearing clothes like it isn't being sexualized. Yeah, I know. And
Ah, man.
they're just like, what was the tweet? It was like, hold on, I need to find it because I just copy and pasted what they said and put a picture of Ripley from Alien. Hold on. Oh yeah, no cleavage, trucker jacket, lesbian haircut. Yes, this is woke. And I just copy and pasted that and just put a picture of Ripley.
Man. You know what really, I mean, other than like how obviously stupid like the whole I just want to see them in a bikini or it's woke thing is, the arguably the hottest, like just within the Star Wars franchise, arguably the hottest Princess Leia ever was not when she was in her fucking metal bikini. It was the shot of her on Hoth where she's like, you know, clothed up to the nines. People need to really expand their idea of what sexy is, just beyond we're showing skin.
Yeah, and also
Like, that is a kind of sexy.
yeah, and it's just like if you want that porn, I don't know.
Yeah.
It exists. Just go to the hub.
Do what I can't remember who it was, like one of the server crowd who was like has the nude mods on Fallen Order that made us all sad.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Just mod it.
Oh, mercenary in the cantina. Could ask the bartender about it.
Actually, honestly, that is just a kind of it's almost like a recent gamer thing. Like, you know, had you know, 10 years ago, if a game came out and people were like, I don't really like the way the protagonist looks, they wouldn't bitch about it online and scream about how game companies hate them. They just like buckle down and make a mod, right?
Mm-hmm.
Where's that can't get 'em attitude? Why is everyone like a sulky 2-year-old now? When did this happen?
No idea. When it became profitable just to complain about things.
Oh god, what a time! What a time to be alive.
I actually have no idea what we're doing.
That's not.
Oh, it's her.
Who's this?
This is Kira.
Yeah, Kira.
Oh no! Oh no!
What did they do to her?
Hey, Vess. Illyris
You're
told
not
me a lot
Amelia
about
Clark.
you. Sounds like you made quite an impact on the show.
She's got the eyebrows
Okay.
though. Middle pass.
Look, just get me Yank and I'm
The
out of
voice
here.
actress is doing her best to sound like Amelia Clark. It's all right.
I think the voice acting in the game is good. It's just everything
Sold out the
else.
Shiga to the Empire, and Ank's
it's just
weaponry
the
is
game
the
around
reason
it.
the deal even
Yeah,
exists.
like
Only way to
everything,
get
all the animations. Like
risk on the thread.
I don't think I've seen Kay do one expressive facial animation this entire game.
And
But
why are you-
like the
I know
voice
it's
is
probably just the low
expressive.
graphics settings, but Akira's face is horrifying.
Oh yeah, it
I'm
is
not
graphic
really
Like
settings.
when it's in
Politics.
shadow, it like becomes
Or taking down
2D.
coins.
It's really
Oh,
strange.
yeah, there's like
Definitely
weird.
don't like people
There's like
spying
light
on
rays coming out of her eyes, like and
Then
down her
give it to your
cheeks.
safe cracker.
It's like what's going on?
This will take you straight to Ankh
it's a
inside
power
the
she learned from
Ashiga
Darth
weapons
Maul.
factory. Get her out, then let's talk. What makes you think I'll stick around? I trust you'll do.
Sam,
what's
this game
best for
didn't
you,
have
okay?
the budget to hire
You
Amelia
don't hear
Clark.
no a lot,
I mean, it
do you?
did, but
You
they
say that. She's not doing a lot these days. She's
Yeah.
gonna get for cheap.
well, also $300 million budget.
Yeah, $300 million, not including marketing.
Oh, I made a clip of that. I
Insanity,
need to
absolute
show
insanity.
you later. I just took that bit and edited it down to like a minute. I need to post it on Twitter.
Well, just us losing our minds at
Yeah.
how expensive this thing was. Use mind breaking when Sam was like, "This is 11, like this is 15
Weird
prestigious."
question, maybe. Is there a mercenary around here?
We got a lot of mercenaries, kid.
How about one who likes big
Yeah, the
guns?
game cost
Yeah,
one total
that
Lord of
narrows
the
it
Rings
down.
trilogy.
But you might want to talk to
Jesus
Rooster.
Christ.
She's
Well, it's like
been
then you look at
talking
like Rings of
about
Power
all
season
the
1 cost
things
3
trouble
Lord of the
like
Rings
this.
trilogies.
Oh,
You'd be doing me a big
it
favor.
cost
I
2
watched the first
acolytes.
3 episodes of season 2.
Thanks.
Man, episode 1, Sauron spends most of it as like a goo monster. It's amazing.
Goo monster.
Like a man-shaped goo monster made out of like gooey maggots. It's
What?
really funny.
He's one of the enemies from Constantine. He's just a
Yeah,
bug
no,
man.
he quite literally is. Yeah, it surely is. A bunch of orcs stab him in the back and he explodes into frost and becomes a bug man for a little bit.
What? Hold on.
My people are
He fights orcs.
Sounds good.
Yeah, he
Thanks.
like they have a little flashback scene to when like Morgoth
Hey,
disappeared, and he's like,
I
"Well,
have a
I'm the
key
next most
card to
powerful, so
Ruby's
you're all
egg.
gonna follow me now."
Got it from some
And all the
Crimson
orcs are
Dawn
like,
leader
"No,
Chris gets
we want
working
to
with."
home," and they stab him in the back, and somehow manage to kill him. I'm not quite sure how they manage that, considering they're orcs and he's a demigod. But like,
Yeah.
yeah, they do it. And so he explodes into frost, which doesn't kill anyone, which is amazing. And then he becomes a maggot man for 1,000 years
What,
and eats
you've
rats.
met her?
It just works.
Jalen and I went to an auction she hosted.
That's insane.
It did not end well.
Rings of Power is a trip, man. They also had the, you know how the elves are ageless and beautiful?
Yeah.
One of the elves is like a 55-year-old man with a grey beard. And I'm like, I don't think you know how elves work.
He's taller.
Oh, that's the wrong button. Oh, I ran completely past it. Kajimi gets me a little lost sometimes.
Oh, it's Kajimi. Well,
Yeah.
I hope nothing bad happens to this place. Looks nice. I'm sure everyone here will be A-okay for the next 30 years plus.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it was this. This is the eating minigame. I'm not gonna do it again because it's such a waste of time.
Okay, he's like, I must have my QuickTime noodles.
QuickTime noodles, my favorite.
Neil says, Rings of Power test your patience with how tedious and stupid it is. Acolyte also sucks, but it's marginally better than Rings of Power. It's not. Like, I'm sorry, it's just not. What Rings of Power has over Acolyte is a bigger budget and a better soundtrack. That's basically it. Otherwise, they're just as broken as each other.
Yeah. I want to make a Rings of Power video, but that's...
I just don't think it's interesting enough. That's the thing. Like with Acolyte, there's
yeah.
it's the fan response was insane enough that there's something to be talked about there.
Mm-hmm.
With Rings of Power, it's like this is very expensive dross. That's really all there is to it.
Yeah. And also, I couldn't even get through the first 3 episodes of the first season.
Season 1.
It was so painful. I was like,
Andrew, do you
I'm
know?
out.
Do you know why rock sinks but a boat floats?
Because they look
Did you know
up
that
some...
if,
All they got... Why don't they look up? Are they stupid?
like, did you know that evil apparently makes flames burn cold? That is something that the famously frigid Sauron does. It makes flames cold.
Yeah. Chris told me you'd let me through.
You're expected. Chris
Evil
told us you
fire.
would be here.
It does the opposite.
Proceed.
It does the opposite. It's the anti-fire.
All right, I'm at the tunnel.
Also, that was some sterling dialogue. Chris told me that I could come through. We're expecting
Oh.
you. Chris
So
told us you'd be
thoughtful
here.
of you.
My speeder is conveniently parked here.
They fetched it for you earlier. They're very considerate.
Right.
This really is just like MMO mount systems. They didn't even like care about like, oh, where's the speeder? You need to keep track of it in order to go places. Nah.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, I wouldn't even mind if they had like some kind of bullshit, like, oh, we've put an automated tracking thing on it, so like you can press a button and it'll speed to your location.
Yeah. But it just straight up spawns places without me even doing anything.
I love lazy game design. It's my favorite thing.
What am I supposed to do here? Huh? Oh, hallway. All right.
See, that whole like shimmying through the rock thing that used to
Alright,
cover up
I'm
loading
here.
screens before the advent of like the next gen consoles, and now it's just like a gimmick. But with this game, I'm like, it's a loading screen, isn't it?
Yeah.
Key card will get you in, but you'll have to bypass the guards on your own.
I'm not even supposed to go
What
that
if
way.
blasters go off?
They're loyalists to the Queen. I have no use of them.
As long as we're on the same page.
What? Oh. Ah. Also, half the stream is going to be relearning the controls because I switched to controller.
This factory's enormous.
Jolly, what's worse, Season 2 of Rings of Power, Season 2 of House of the Dragon? Oh, Rings of Power. Like, it's not even close. I've got major problems with House of the Dragon, but it's not a bad show, quote unquote. It's just painfully worse than its first season. But it's much better than Rings of Power.
Used to build explosives for their war against the rebellion.
Can see why you would like that.
The Queen has traded our independence for profit and needless expansion. Not enough talk.
Ugh, politics.
Expecting you.
I'm not paying attention to a word of this.
Are you saying the story isn't gripping you?
Not that much. I'll be honest. Oh!
Don't find yourself glued to the screen. Oh dear.
Oh, that just... I don't even land and they shoot me. I just fall off. Okay.
To be fair, from their perspective, that must have been really funny to watch.
What was that?
Just like, how's your day? And then in the background's like, ah.
Yeah. I gotta wait for this robot. Alright.
Robot.
This factory's enormous.
It was once the pride of the Ashiga clan, where we built our blasters from the traditional schematics.
What's it used for now?
The Queen made a deal with the Empire. Now our forges are used to build explosives for their war against the rebellion.
Can see
No.
why you wouldn't like that.
The Queen has traded our independence for profit and needless expansion. But enough talk.
Why do we have to listen to this dialogue again?
Is expecting you.
Yeah. This one feels very redundant.
Yeah. You'd think there'd be, like, vital information in it. Like the
Or at
first...
very least interesting information.
Yeah, the first stream, like, when we were raiding that Imperial base that it wanted us to do, like, I was like, every time it restarted, it would play the same dialogue, and I kept listening to it, thinking that there'd be more information for me to learn about, and it didn't know. Just no information. It's just like, oh, northwest. It's like, yeah, inside. Once I get inside, go to the northwest, but how do I get inside other than that? Steel. Oh, yo.
Yo.
Friends anyway.
No, you don't.
Okay, he's like, we weren't friends anyway. The guy that's like dying is like, you don't know, we could have been great friends. You fucking shot me.
Where's this guy? Oh, so many people.
Oh my goodness.
They're not letting up.
Please. Alright.
Did I?
Oh, you're right, just right there, okay. What the? Where'd you come from?
He just teleported over.
Where are these people coming from?
Madness. Man, sausage just went to them.
That's like clusters of grenades. Alright. Is there anyone else here? This might be very oh, you. Kill that guy. How did we not get shot by the shotgun? That's crazy. Alright, I'll use the shotgun. We're going cowboy mode.
Sadly, cowboys did not have shotguns.
Nah, they did. My head cannon.
Because the Canadians invented them as war crime sticks in World War One.
Excuse me?
Oh, so basically they invented them for like clearing out trenches, and they were so brutal that the Germans actually complained in the middle of the war.
That's funny. What am I supposed to do? There's this door here.
Disable the alarm!
Oh, well, there we go. Oh, I dropped my gun. I gotta go pick it up again. Where's the gun? Oh, I'll pick up
God.
this one.
Such an annoying mechanic.
Can I shoot from all the way over here? No, I can't. Did that kill him? Oh, one shot?
Apparently.
New meta. I can just shoot someone with a shotgun from this far away. I mean, I guess that's accurate to like real life, but also games. I don't know if that's technically. I don't know if that's fair.
I guess it depends on the spread of the shotgun and what kind of cartridge you're using. Like, if you're using a slug, then sure. If you're using pellets, no, absolutely not.
All right. Hello. I want that. Where am I going? Where's
I
the
find
map?
it funny that shotgun things are called slugs because I just think of them like you're firing the actual like like not the inside the arthropod. No, not arthropod. What the fuck are they?
Slugs?
Cephalopods, right?
the
Yeah,
little...
they're the same family as like octopuses and shit, aren't they? Or am I going? No, wait, hang on, that's not right. Whatever.
Maybe.
Like, it makes me think that you're actually firing like garden slugs out of a shotgun.
Oh, yeah. Ah.
A fan.
Thank God for yellow paints.
Gamers would be lost without it, apparently. Do you think if they like just swap the color out, gamers would just lose their minds? Like, if the next
Where
game is,
do I
like, okay,
go?
Blue paint will mark the way. Yeah, like they're just like running in circles, like I don't understand.
Just neon green. Just the brightest screen
Like,
ever, and
it's-
they'd still
it's-
be confused.
Yeah, like or like it's off yellow, like it's almost yellow, but not quite, and they're still like I don't understand.
Jalen better be right about ink. Don't want to get mixed up in this for nothing.
Well, thank God everyone else in this facility didn't hear all that gunfire. That would have been very unfortunate otherwise.
Yeah. Oh, what's in here? Oh, there's a man.
Orange. This is where we keep our orange.
Yeah, yeah, the orange room. Very small. I just want to kill this
Yeah,
guy.
when we're not using all our orange, that's where we store it. Put it in there. What the hell?
That was the most overcomplicated takedown ever.
Well, the start of it was just like she taps him on the knee.
I'm going to tap him on the knee, and then I'm going to punch him in the face. Then I'm going to grab both of his knees and take him down and then punch him in the face again.
Why not just like design her to have like a kind of like hand stunner that she can use?
How do we do that? Oh, there's people down there.
McClunky.
McClunky dies. I want that to be my last words.
McClunky.
Yeah.
McClunky or McClunky dies and then you die.
My new name is McClunky, and I just die. How do I get down there?
Can you throw the rat through the window?
Oh, ha ha, rat mode. No.
Damn.
I can do that over here, probably.
Go, rat, go.
Apparently not.
Well.
Useless.
Where's that yellow
rat.
paint when you need it?
Yeah.
Can you climb onto... Yeah, up there, then like wrangle your way across?
Ah, I see. Oh, of course, it's yellow. Of course I can climb it.
How do we miss that yellow? See, even we who complain about the yellow paint are gamer brained. We're like, where's the paint?
Where is the yellow?
Where am I going? Grabbing a random post, we're like, you, yellow, where is it?
Do I shoot that? That looks shootable. No.
Sam Montgomery, I'm curious, Jolly, where do you think Romulus ranks among the other Alien films? I'd say it's probably on par with Alien. Actually, no, it's probably slightly below Alien 3. Yeah, I think it's Alien 1, Aliens, Alien 3, Romulus, Resurrection, the Scott prequels. So it's like slap bang in the middle, basically.
It's worse than 3.
Yeah, 3 is really offensively annoying because, like, you know, the opening plot. What happens to the characters in the previous movie is really fucking aggravating. But its actual main plot is more just tedious and derivative than it is like broken. Whereas Romulus is like the first half is incredible, and then the second half is just like a fucking. I've never seen a film go off the rails quite so fast, so hard.
Oh.
Like the only thing I have to compare it to is like when you first sat down to watch TLJ in cinemas and Luke started like you're waiting to see what happens, and then Luke threw the lightsaber over his shoulder and you were like, oh god.
Oh no.
It was that feeling like halfway through, a thing happens and I was like, oh fuck, we're doing this, aren't we? This is where this film is going.
Yeah. It's like, all right, seatbelt on.
Oh dear. And it's a shame because the first half of Romulus is excellent. It's absolutely excellent.
You got
And
it. Hit the
to
button, Ness.
squander that potential is very irritating.
Romulus
long
is
for a
good
good
until
alien
the aliens show up.
Unironically, yes. But, like, it's an amazing movie until the first alien is born, and then like it's a disaster.
Let me go in. Thank you. Oh, this is just a crate. What do I do now?
Not just a crate. That's goodies.
Oh, it turned off this fan. Okay.
But yeah, as far as I'm concerned, the Alien canon is still just Alien 1, Alien Isolation, and then Aliens. Nothing else happens.
Wait, Okay. Huh.
Oh yeah, Alien Isolation is fantastic. Alien Isolation is
Oh, cutscene.
a really excellent game and a really excellent story.
You must be Aang.
Tell Jolly I want to shit on this movie too. I'm not done. Oh,
Yeah?
you're cooking?
Oh, Romulus,
K-Vez.
yeah.
I'm putting together a crew.
What's the pygmy creature?
I'm
I have
working
no
with
idea.
Jalen Bratt.
It speaks English though.
Oh,
Oh, it doesn't.
No, it doesn't. You're wrong.
I haven't been paying attention to anyone speaking, so whenever someone's speaking, I'm like, oh, that's English or whatever.
I have, and this is not really relevant. Actually, I guess it is relevant for this game. I have questions about how Kira was just able to take over Crimson Dawn once Maul and Paul Bettany were out of the way.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like all the other crime underlings would not have just been like, yeah, okay, we'll take orders from you now.
Not
Oh, the word
really.
sled in Huttese is sled. Interesting.
Ah.
I guess the Hutts didn't have a concept of sled, so they had to import it from English.
Yeah. Like, sledding?
You show them like, what the fuck is this thing?
This piece of sheet metal? What is it?
You've got your coat rail the wrong way round.
Oh, there's men in here. Oh, you just stop. You're not going to come up here? Okay, thank you.
Again, they're very considerate that way.
He's just posted up. Glad that other guard on the other side of the room didn't see me. You know what I wonder? I wonder
Well,
if one of the defenses is going to be like, oh, they have helmets on, they can't see.
Oh god, please no. No, it's actually that guard has a very sad. He's got cataracts, and he's actually taken this job to save up the money to get surgery.
Ah. How are they not seeing me?
I've always wondered this when like games do this, or like you like leaping above people like this. I'm like, they don't see or hear you.
I'm
guess
right
they're
above
really
them.
They're seriously locked in. No, they're like Kay when she's on the bike. They can't look up.
Yeah. You're not gonna look at me? Whatever. If I crouch, I go invisible.
I am the captain now.
Look at me. I am above you, please.
just Loki from Avengers, like, you are all of you beneath me.
Oh, what do I do here?
Can you do like a stealth assassination? Just drop on him. Oh my god, you can. No way.
How did no one hear me? That guy is
Oh my
oblivious.
goodness. Darth Oblivious.
Oh,
The most cretinous of all the Sith Lords. No way. There's just no way they didn't see this.
oh. Oh, I heard a. Oh, nope, they didn't.
Yeah,
Oh, they saw me!
It sounded like.
Maybe we can still be
Oh,
We
they
shut the
did.
door though. We're gone.
No way. And then she just forgot about you. Must have been the wind.
Must have been the wind.
Must have been the wind.
Must have been the wind. That guy ain't gonna look at me. Goodbye. What? Return to area? What do you mean? What?
bad, eh, Nix?
You are out of the quest area. What? No.
Hello? He just did nothing.
I've got your stuff here. Some kind of good luck charm.
Wait, that's why you've been sent in here? Like, facing your death just for a keepsake.
Yeah.
What was that? So you blew it up?
Any other
This
things
thing?
I can steal?
Really?
Nope.
Question: if Kay can understand Huttese, why isn't she just speaking in Huttese back?
Because the players are stupid.
Oh.
It just feels kind of rude, right? Like
Sorry,
if
Hank.
I was talking to someone in French and they clearly understood me and could speak French, but they just insisted on speaking in English, I'd be a bit annoyed.
Oh yeah.
Oh, it's a loading screen.
There's been an explosion. Evacuate the premises. Get them out of here and send reinforcements.
Send reinforcements.
What are you doing here?
Are you blind? Deploy the garrison.
What's your bomb maker?
Did I go on that? Oh.
Well.
Oh. Now we are going to Looney Tunes evade them. This is probably like the third time it's happened. Are we gonna run into
You know
that?
what? I'll give
Oh, nope.
I'll give Star Wars this, and this game included. They have some great alarm sound effects in this franchise.
Oh, they do.
You need to make the Death Star alarm by like text alert noise.
They don't notice me. Where's that robot? I'm going to kill you. Oh. Almost got caught.
No. How? What? I'm sorry.
Oh, now they're
I
curious.
beg your pardon.
Alright, where's this? My only concern is this robot, really. Oh,
I beg your pardon, madam.
This one is gone.
what?
They're
Oh, I'm
coming
caught.
for us.
Alright, hold on.
No. Okay, well.
Oh,
Kill
I'm
this
stuck
guy.
on the wrong... I'm on the wrong... There we go. Alright, where's this guy? Oh, it does just give me more space. Ow. Can I duck here?
Not really, I don't know.
Oh, you're like made of Beskar or something. Alright, that's...
So Beskar droids do exist. Man, I have
Yep.
so many questions.
You know.
These guys don't stop.
Can I... Where's the, like... Can I... Ow. Can I blow you up?
It seems like they had the same idea.
I can't blow that guy up?
Pin down.
Man, he is a tough cookie.
He is. I'm also gonna kill you.
It does beg the question as to why they didn't just like make more droids out of the stuff.
Oh.
There we go.
A Deadeye shot can kill him.
Oh. So he had literal plot armor.
He did. Oh. There was this thing I could have blown up to kill him. Okay.
Oh.
Ooh, piece of candy.
You didn't look up.
Nope.
Hey, Kate Wamasu, Telokta, Volanaga Dukapawata.
What about your bombs?
Tiflamota trick.
Ooh, box.
Scraboput Jatutu.
Hey, hey, hey.
Aye, aye, aye.
Oh,
Totally
heal.
unrelated to this game, but I hope she finishes this boys video too soon. 'Cause I think it's driving him mad.
It is.
It's fine. Once that's done, he can go back to Attack of the Clones and all the joy of that movie.
Yellow paint. Don't mind me, sir. Just look the other way. Don't look at these hands.
Do you think when this game was like first being made back in 2019, because remember this thing took 5 years to make apparently, that when they were like first sketching out the story, there was a guy being like, you know, maybe we just don't have any main characters from the franchise in this. Like maybe we just like, you know, have this be a criminal underworld story set just with the criminal underworld people. We're not going to be linked back into the main plot. And then everyone else like, shut up, Gary, and just threw rocks at them until he cried.
They're coming our way.
I'm gonna punch that guy to death.
Oh, actually, that's a good point. Have we met Lando in this game yet?
No, not yet. We play Sabak against him, though.
Oh, okay. Oh no.
If I just dodge, we just can't get hit. We're also immune to explosions during Deadeye? That's crazy.
This is a very overpowered ability.
It is. I heard you. Where was that? I'm gonna take your shotgun. Were they up there?
Neil asks, here's a question. If there was one Star Wars project in the Disney era you could rewrite and be good, which would it be and why? I mean, other than the sequel movies, I guess there's the obvious ones. If we're just going to restrict ourselves to TV shows, though, I'd probably say Kenobi. I don't know. How about you, Andrew?
I would go Solo, but I would rewrite it as a TV show, I guess. Does that count?
Yeah, that would be neat.
I mean, I guess it's reformatting
I mean,
along
it's-
with making it better.
You can do what you want. It's
Ah.
hypothetical.
Yeah, because I've been thinking about... I keep thinking about Solo as a TV show.
Just that meme, like lying in bed with like a girlfriend, and she's like, "I bet he's thinking about other women," and you're like, "Man, if only Solo had been good."
Man, if Solo was a TV show... What am I supposed to do? I'm supposed to power something. The shields, but where would I do that? This bright beam? No. I'm glad no reinforcements are coming at this time.
Impossible. Nothing can get past our shields.
Oh, what if I need to get up? Can I get up there?
Doesn't look like it.
If I find yellow paint.
Is it not like a mission marker, or no? I guess not.
It's telling me just that way. And it's pointing to that. And I need to deactivate that. Oh. Rat mode. Hold on.
Hey,
Open that.
hold this
I guess
open.
open it. I don't know how I'm gonna get over there. I guess I'm just gonna send you in there. Oh. Thank you.
You shoot the rat.
Thank God it's dead. Wait, did that not work? Hold on. Rat, go back.
Nix, hold this for me, okay?
Rat, you fucked up. Get back there and do your job.
Oh, it's down. What?
Nope.
Is there another one?
Is there? Yeah, I was gonna say, is there another one somewhere?
Somehow. God, I keep seeing this orange thing, and it looks like an ore node to mine from a different game. I'm like,
breakable.
yeah, I'm like, oh, what ore is that?
From Minecraft, you mean?
Yeah, I'm just like, oh.
Man, if I was in charge of this game, I'd mod Jesse from Minecraft then. That'd be fun.
He's just the main character. No, he's the droid. He's the voice of the droid.
Unironically, I would much rather that. That would be funny.
I disabled you. What? I'm gonna shoot it again. Is there anything else I can send him to do? No. Go.
Think you can hold that open for me?
The rat's like, I just did.
You're gonna do it again, all right? Until it works.
Getting your steps in, rat. We need to keep you fit and healthy. You're getting fat.
Okay, that is. I just wanted to blow that up because it's fun. Press Y to select what? Oh, this is not. There. I thought it was giving me questions.
Oh no.
Anything?
No,
in this...
no. It's just
new power mode. Non-yellow paint climbables.
Staying over here. So I guess it's supposed to like go up to her somehow, but
It's just
where is
pointing
she?
it to that. She's right there. Rats.
Okay.
Can you do something? Fetch me that,
Nix,
I guess.
get that back down.
So it's just pointing to that thing. So we blew up that.
Way to go.
What if I...
This is not exactly intuitive.
No. There has to be a way to get up there, I feel. Can I jump? I don't see anything. Ooh, guns!
Ooh, delicious.
Oh, wait. Oh, those are like,
Stormtrooper guns.
Death Trooper guns. Those two, too.
Oh, the ones at the end are, yeah.
Oh, there's this place. Can I... Were we already over here? I don't know. I forgot everything.
I don't remember.
Ooh. Fetch that.
Nix, take that back down.
Do you want me to look up a guide?
Sure. I'm gonna go over here and look.
All right, what's this mission called?
Breakout. Disable the energy barrier. Let me look for more info. Breakout. Krisk is the character name that we're doing it for. Is colluding within Kirif.
Disable energy barrier.
Yeah.
All right.
It's probably gonna be like stupidly obvious, but
Separate weapons factory.
nope.
What happened there?
I fell off because apparently I wasn't allowed to go over there.
Oh.
Box.
Climb up the yellow grate by the window, then climb the grid wall on the left and across.
Window.
Secure the area.
Thank you. Oh, all the enemies spawned again. Alright. I'm just gonna kill them.
We're doing this the hard way. They won't quit.
Can I get you behind? No, I can't. Oh, I can. Cool.
Okay.
Alright. Die. Thank you. Alright.
Oh, the second part's hidden behind the boulder.
So we do shoot it?
So yeah. So there's a great. You need to command. Or you
Oh!
need to get something behind you.
Oh, so it is a mineable. Oh my. The intellect is crazy. Oh, we are smart.
There you go.
No, rat, don't move. Go back.
Think you can hold that open for me?
There we go.
How's that?
Do we get to go through
Not
this?
even moving that fast.
What?
All right, let's find a way to get
Oh,
to
some
Egg.
guy's confused over there. Oh. Oh.
Escaping. Stop the cargo lift.
No, don't stop the cargo lift. Oh.
Hank, time to return the favor. They stopped the cargo lift. Can you find the override?
Ah, they stopped the cargo lift.
Wait, what? Hank?
What? Where are these?
Dead mook noises.
Oh, that guy survived? How did you survive an explosion? Both of them survived.
Master Yoda, you survived.
Ah. Back up and running.
Oh, I know.
We just got a pile of dirt here. Oh, yeah.
Here we go, Nick.
I got jar of dirt. And guess what's inside it?
Give me the gun. Give me the gun. Thank you. Oh. Okay. You died easily.
You know, I think you'd be a good
I guess
fit
he didn't
with
have the best car
Candle
upgrade.
All I needed to do was use this fancy gun. Don't tell Mando about this. He might be scared.
That's the plan. So, are the bombs on that sled secure? I mean, there are a lot of factors going off here.
I'm just gonna run. What if I simply ignore them?
Then their feelings will be very hurt.
Oh, please, please.
This ain't good.
I'm at 0 health. Oh, I'm at full health now?
Wait, what?
Oh, wait, I forgot. It's a part of my drip. Yeah, there... Hold on. Oh, I think it's one of my... I think it's my holster.
Like special ability.
Yeah, it's just, well, I don't even know if it's special. It's just in combat. What do you mean I'm in combat? Like, just as soon as my health goes to 0, it just goes to full again.
What, every time or just once?
I haven't tested it to make sure to see that yet.
Grab the back, Nix.
But that was the first time it
So
happened.
that feels a little bit broken.
It does.
Otherwise,
That's
but
why I
yeah,
equipped
it's
it.
Immortality belt.
It's just a totem of undying, but like 10 times
Nice
more
job,
OP.
Nix.
I want my back though. Thank you. All right, can I go in this now? All right. Ooh, gun. Ooh, can I take the minigun? Of course I can't. All right, whatever.
We got dudes with guns.
I might regret this.
Out of interest, like, Kay as a character, like, is there anything to her? Because so far, we've been getting some very, like, tepid quips, and I've learned nothing about her as a person, or what her whole deal
Not
is.
really.
Or anything.
She really
Oh,
isn't a
great,
character.
Oh, that's fun.
The most character-filled moment we get is when, talk.
When she tried to renege on her deal with the rebellion, and was like, "Pay me up front." And they're
Oh
like, no,
yeah, that
obviously
was
not.
so. There was that, which was whatever kid, and then the other was like a flashback to her mom, just teaching her how to pickpocket. And it didn't even like have any like crazy theme to it. It was just like, oh, gotta make sure they're not looking. And it's like, all right,
Gotta
thanks,
make
mom.
sure we teach those players how to pickpocket.
Yeah, I don't even think it wasn't even teaching us because we knew about it before that. Oh, it popped up. Give me the thing. I can't talk to the rat. Please, please, just give me.
Just let me speak to the rat.
Let me talk to him. It's not letting me. Oh, there we go. Finally.
Your lucky charm.
Oh my god.
The pop up was just like.
I like
no.
to think that canonically happened. Vey was just running around in circles like a maniac.
What are you doing? I'm trying to talk to you. Don't worry.
What? You don't even know what's in the vault. 157 million in unmarked credits. Pay off all your debts. Easy.
What the hell is an unmarked credit?
No idea. I guess it's like cash.
Virtually impenetrable. That's why we
Sure,
need you.
but isn't credits itself just cash? Like, what's the difference
Yeah.
between a marked and an unmarked credit?
This will be the first one. Twice.
No idea.
Is it just like, unfinished credits that don't have serial numbers?
Maybe, but then why would they have value, right?
Well, I mean, like, I guess you could if you forged like fake serial numbers, but then like, wouldn't it get checked automatically when you do large like purchases?
Yeah.
Isn't the whole point of why the Empire like changed the currency a day after the war ended,
I
so they could track
don't
people?
get it.
We don't know.
Jalen?
I wonder if this
hangs
rat
out.
guy is related
She's
to
doing enough
Basil.
for Kira from Crimson Dawn?
All the rats in this galaxy get together and they plot out the incredible contrivances they're going to make happen.
So you
All
got
right,
a
and then I'm
second
gonna
option?
betray Soul for no reason.
It's gotta be Hank.
By the way, that whole like chain code thing, retro. Like, I didn't even realize this at the time, but it's actually another problem with Kenobi as a show. Is that Obi-Wan uses public transport, which apparently, according to Bad Batch, is only possible if you have a chain code, which requires your DNA.
And that's
So the second he travels on that thing, the Empire should know exactly where he is.
Trust. Show her we're a serious
So
outfit.
annoying. It requires your DNA. Wait, hold on.
So to get a chain code, you have to give the Empire your DNA. Like part of what a chain code encodes is your DNA,
Some supplies
so they
are
can
low
identify you.
close to deal.
All right. I'll take a look. Thanks.
So in
Jalen.
order to be able to travel on public transit, he must have a chain code, and to get a chain code, he had to give his DNA to the Empire at some point. Which, like, surely they would immediately know it was him.
Oh yeah. I guess he That's, I don't know. I'm not even gonna try to
I see you managed to break
think
out.
of a way that
I
works.
guess he forged one somehow, even though Bad Batch basically said that was impossible after a certain
Yeah,
point.
well, right now it seems like she'd rather work for you.
Do what's best for you, Kay.
I say this like these shows
Trust
pay attention
me,
to each other's
that's
continuities in
helping
any
Anne
way.
finish this
Oh yeah.
job.
Where's my speeder?
I'll
It was
send you the
here.
coordinates,
It was
just
in
in
this.
case.
Is that it? I guess that's
it's
it.
despawned.
It's just moved out
Oh, it's-
here. It gains sentience.
Hold on, Nick.
It's like a horse. It wandered off in search of fine grazing.
Yeah. Let me go faster. Oh, there we go. Oh!
You know, there's a comic where Kira has a duel with Darth Vader and survives.
What?
Yeah, there's a duel. There's a comic where Kira has a fight with Vader that she survives, and I'm like, okay.
That is a choice.
That is slightly mental, but you know, they explained it right. She learnt martial arts from Paul Bettany and
What?
Darth Maul apparently, so it means she can go toe to toe with Vader for a little bit. And I'm like, okay, right, if you say so, comic.
I'm gonna continue playing and not address that.
Like you run back out past those guys and like, hey, what were you just up to? It's like, oh, nothing. Don't worry
None.
about it.
Just hanging around.
Who is this? How did you
that
get on
is this
channel?
entire game.
I'm Mayu. The Queen requested you.
Alright, I'm sick of this yapping. Where am I actually supposed to go? This way.
Let us meet.
All right.
No thanks. I don't know who you are, person on the end of the phone who has my number somehow. And a lot of people want me dead, so unless you give me more to go on, I'm just not gonna say, oh, I'm doing it anyway? Oh, okay.
Where on earth am I? Hold on. Okay. I go through here. What? Climb? Ah, climb.
Ah, yellow.
How dare doors work? Can't have those. Ooh.
It's just part of their culture, right? Like the doors are just all ceremonial, but like what the actual transit system is just yellow climbing stuff.
Oh, it's like what are those the red gates in like Japan? It's like those, but they just have a giant like
Oh, yeah.
plywood barrier. It's like, oh, they're spiritual, but no one can get through them. You just go around them. It's fine.
So, but why is it a door? Like, shut up and ask. Stop asking questions.
Oh. Cutscene. You know what's so?
Okay.
Before
Made it.
I
I'm
streamed this
just here to
game,
make sure that Aang
I set up the
stays
game
alive.
just to make sure it would work.
Chama, good.
And one of the options that it gave me was like cinematic
And
mode, where it
I
just had these black
realized
bars.
I have
And I was like,
no
okay,
idea what
this
you
could be
get from
interesting.
this.
Like you,
I could tell you a story
it's
about
more
growing
cinematic,
up
and you
in
also can
Rebellia
see more on the
and seeing
ends.
same
But that's just
territory
not what it
that
was.
I
It just
did
added
before.
black bars,
But
so you
there's
could just
no
could
money
see
in
less in
story.
general.
The Queen's handed Kajimi
And it's like,
to
why would
Emperor,
anyone
okay.
say
which
yes to
means
that?
no
Why
break
would
from
you?
us.
Who
I
plays
helped
with
Chris
that?
What a
save the
choice.
tribe, and Crimson
I
didn't
will
get
pick
in
the
on
option
market.
that makes me less use
a bet.
less of my monitor.
And I like Chris's odds. Everybody wins, right?
Kucha Queen. Kava para Tinka para Horko Kagwa.
Just so we're all on the same page here. Apparently, Kira is running a giant cartel in competition with people like Jabba the Hutt. I no, I don't believe you.
I'll shut him down. Got it.
Tago Ubisa. Jigraba Huha Crispodita Takris. Shoot no Pamiki to Rigo Venta Chompa.
It'll be good practice. for
This
your little
rat
heist.
voice acting is not that great. It just sounds like an old woman.
Yeah.
Tell Jalen.
I guess I have another question about Kira being here, which is like, if Kira is the head of a cartel, why is she wandering around by herself without bodyguards, like giving random jobs to
Come on,
chumps?
Nick.
Oh yeah, I'm a nobody. I mean, the game wants me to be something, but K is nothing.
Like that'd be a bit like if you went to Tatooine and Jabba himself was like, "Hey Kay, I want to give you a, come to see me. I want to give you a job." It's like, why would Jabba ever talk to you? You literally are no one.
Oh, I just hit that rat, I think. Oh no,
Oh,
that
no.
was
Poor rat. You should go back and apologize.
no,
This place is huge.
never.
That's the worst thing to happen to that rat all
Hold on
day.
to it,
You've
Nick.
ruined his day.
I just broke one of its ribs. It's gonna bleed internally to death.
He just paid off a huge medical bill for like cancer, and his family had barely scraped by. He's like, well, at least I paid off that last bill, and then he come down and break his leg.
A lot of the delivery sounds like it was done in one take. Yeah. Oh, they're just bone
5
room.
years development.
This is the bone room. We keep our bones here.
That's where we keep our bones. Yeah. We have the orange room and we have our bone room. Do you not also have an orange room and a bone room in your house?
Alright. Anything I can get this rat to do? Do I shoot something? Oh, wrong button. Do I shoot something? Wait, did it? Oh, those did do something. Okay. Alright, that turned off. That's now flickering. Do I approach this, like, from this angle? Alright, this is now smoking. Do I shoot this? No. That is still flickering. Now that's off. Wait, one light's still on. Alright. Do I have to shoot these multiple times? I'm just gonna jump and see if I can see anything. Alright. Rip Space Remy. We now get loading screen of death. Oh, they're back online. Okay.
I like to imagine that like somewhere else out in the town, like everyone's lights are going off.
Yeah. They're just like, what's going on? I'm turning off the...
It's freezing outside.
Yeah, I'm turning off the generators to like a hospital.
Town, yeah. It's minus 23 degrees outside. If without this heating, we'll die like in a couple of minutes tops. And like they're just like, oh no, all the radiators are turning off. What's going on?
Woo, mini game.
Meanwhile, kids back there being like, the door will open eventually.
All right, that's both. Do I shoot? No, I don't shoot that. Okay, I turned that one off down there. There's one across the way, right? Wait, what?
I think so, yeah.
What? Oh, we see it from this side. Yes.
Something away.
Man, these like it just goes on and then off. Not any like fancy explosion animation. Yeah. It's just off. What if I blast these boulders? Nope.
Well, you see, those boulders aren't orange, so
true.
Am I gonna have to look up another guide?
Maybe. Oh wait, blue.
Oh.
Possibly look up another guide.
Alright then, what's this mission called?
Break into the stronghold. The Hive is what it's called. Break into the stronghold.
The Hive.
I'm going to go pee.
Alright, I will look up the guide and then I will keep chatting to Dane while you're away.
Alright, I will turn on the eating cat eating chips.
Nom nom nom.
Alright, I'll be back.
Alrighty then. Large generators. Oh, okay. It's nothing to do with the generators. Just find a climbable. Oh, excuse me. Find a climbable cliff wall and go up it. How very intuitive. I love when things are well designed so players know where to go. Anyway, chat. What's going on? Oh, Neil's gone. We only have 3 people watching. Sadness. Who's around? Nope, 4 people watching. Alright, people in chat, how are we all doing? All 4 of us. Andrew is just trying to get through this wonderful game that is in no way a terrifying slog through the depths of bad game design. Or I don't know if I'd even stoop to call it bad, just like poor, mediocre, tepid game design. Yeah, $70 for this game feels not really worth it. You'd be better off spending that $70 on basically anything. Oh, hi, Sheev. I'm covering for Andrew while he goes to the bathroom because I am the voice in everyone's heads. That's my role in life. I narrate people's innermost thoughts and YouTube streams. We've just been talking about how Kira fights Darth Vader canonically in the comics and how that's very funny. How about you, Sheev? How's your video going? Well, that's a fascinating response from Sheev. Oh, there we go. Trundling through editing the video. Yeah. We were saying earlier to get everyone in chat, well, we still had some people in chat, that you were losing your mind slowly but surely going through the editing of that video and that you couldn't wait for it to be over. Which, yeah, I mean, absolutely. That show is not exactly something that inflames the passions. It's a very...
I'm back.
soul-destroying... Oh, yeah, hi, man. We got Sheev in chat.
Oh, I see. He's editing.
He is indeed. And questioning my presence.
On the deep
I told him that I
section.
wasn't actually really here. I'm just the voice in your head.
I am schizophrenic, and it has manifested itself onto a stream.
Yeah, the voices in your head have escaped. Anyway, so yeah, the guy just says you're not even supposed to be shooting those generators. They're nothing. You're supposed to be climbing a wall.
What? They don't do anything?
Nope, apparently not.
They just turn on and off. Okay.
Yeah, so apparently there's a climbable wall somewhere.
Oh, I see.
ND5? You think Chris
There you
is
go.
Okay,
wrong
that's
to work with Crimson Dawn?
As opposed to the Queen making deals with the Empire.
Are these like leftover assets from
Doesn't seem like
another
she
level?
got free in
Are we
either
gonna see
case.
these guys again?
And I don't think Chris realizes she's
No,
not the one in
probably
control.
not.
That's insane. They just turn off. Oh my. It's just a redundant mini game. That's so
So like,
funny.
don't you want to interact with the world? And you're like, not want to distract me from doing what I'm supposed to be doing.
Yeah, not when it misleads
Still
me.
making my way through this cave.
How's the story stacking up in the game? Oz Hossman's Lounge? Andrew, what is the story of this game?
I have no idea.
Right. No
I'm gonna be
pressure.
frank.
Oh, as you can see,
We stole a
the
ship.
It's incredibly riveting, and
We worked with the rebellion.
How does it
We
work?
stole a ship.
Of Melito culture.
Uh,
No one obeys the Queen.
We're getting chased by the people who we stole the ship from, and there's a cool droid now.
Did you think the Queen
That's
controls
it.
them telepathically?
cool looking. That's about it. Nothing else about it is very cool.
Yeah. Please, controls. I've noticed that if you... It's just like... some of the reasons... Please, thank you. some of the reasons why the controls and the movement feels clunky is because you can't, like, if you climb a wall, you have to stop clicking every button. What is going on with my controller? Hello. Okay.
The controllers are McClunky.
Yeah. And like if you go to hit get up on a wall, you cannot continue like hitting forward while you climb the wall to go up. You have to stop hitting forward, hit the button to climb, wait like half a second, and then start climbing for it to like feel fluid.
Oh, I see. So there's no like sense of fluid transition between different sets of controls. It's just like you stop what you're doing now so that you can do the next thing.
Yeah. Can I jump this?
Oh, that's okay.
I can't jump this. Because the jump, also the jump is just ludicrously long. Am I not supposed to go up here?
Kay used to be an Olympic long jump champion. I don't know if you know this.
It also looks so bad.
Right above, just a bit further.
Like we'll get another flashback with her mum, where she's like training you to do long jump through the galaxy.
It's just Mario. Boing. Anyway, back to the editing mines. Alright, goodbye.
Get back down those editing mines and get me some video.
Oh, I forgot. What?
Like, where do you think you're
I'm
going?
getting
Oh.
thrown around.
Whoa.
Alright, that turned off. Thank you.
Go, 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 go. Spront.
R? Yes. Have you seen anything about Ubisoft's Skull and Bones pirate game?
Not for a very long time. I remember them announcing it. It's like back in the dark ages of, I don't know, was it like the year before last?
Yeah.
But I've not heard anything since.
No, it's not good.
Did it come out?
Yeah, it came out. Well, I guess it came out in beta. I remember it coming out in beta in February, and it was just like they were like, oh, it's the they said this stuff that they say with this game, like, oh, the first truly open world pirate game. But it's just not. It's the same thing that happens in this game, where you can barely do anything illegal in a game called Star Wars Outlaws.
Like, do you want to do some piracy?
So we're at 0 right now. Oh, they're going back up.
Oh, no.
Okay.
Yeah, the stream, I think, is...
Stream crashed
is
temporarily. It didn't full crash, which is good.
Oh, cool.
Okay, my
Stream is
stream's
alive.
We are back. Okay. I need to plug in my phone.
The stream you're reviewing currently has reduced video or audio quality.
Uh-oh. Oh, my kilobits are jumping everywhere. Hello, David, if you can hear me. I am doing well. I'm playing this game, so it's a bit but we're getting
I was about to say, is that well?
Am I really supposed to jump all the way over there?
I don't know, man. I can't see Jack.
Oh, wait. I'm resetting it. Huh.
Let's
Okay,
get
there.
back. Let's go. Yeah, there we go. We're alive.
Alright, do that again. I want to see what's in there. Okay, that is blown up. There's 3 red buttons that look like they're supposed to be hit, but they're not, of course. Does it really want me to jump all the way over here? Oh, I can just make that.
This should be the wall. Time to
There have been so many times when I'm like, there's no way I can jump that, right? And it's like, oh no, you're supposed to do that. And it's like,
detonators
okay.
in place.
Yeah, if it's 2 foot off the ground, you're done. But if it's like 20 feet across, you're fine.
You went down a YouTube rabbit hole and ended up listening to old VeggieTales songs? We did that like 2 months ago.
Only to you,
Me and
eh?
George just like went down a rabbit trail of conversation and just ended up watching VeggieTales, Larry Boy.
Go shut down those turrets, Kay.
And it's
Confession, I have no idea what VeggieTales is.
oh, it's so there's a bunch of vegetables and they believe in God.
Alright.
I'm not,
Walk that one past me once more time.
I'm not gonna elaborate anymore. Sometime I just want to show you like an episode of VeggieTales.
Yes, you were like there are vegetables. I was like, okay, so it's like a kid's story. Like it's gonna be about like talking vegetables and like yeah, and they worship God. There's a God of this universe. It's a cult. Like, ooh.
Snatch that.
Oh, yep. Water Buffalo. I remember that one. There's You Are My Cheeseburger. That's a one, too.
This sounds buck wild. I need to look this up.
That's insane that you don't know what VeggieTales is.
Okay, I'll tell you what. You introduce me to VeggieTales. I'll introduce you to the Clangers.
The
Because I presume you don't know
Clangers?
what the Clangers is. Oh my god! Oh my! So the Clangers is like a 1970s British TV children's thing where it's like I almost call it low budget Muppet, but like it's much better almost because it's basically just a bunch of pink mice that live on the moon and communicate only in like whistling noises. And there's like a narrator, and they go on little adventures. And like there's a thing called the Soup Dragon and the Baby Soup Dragon. It is like having an acid trip. It's amazing.
Candy.
Like there was an episode just before Margaret Thatcher was re-elected where the fucking narrator tried to explain to the Clangers and therefore small children how democracy worked, and so the Clangers held like a mock democratic election where the Soup Dragon got into power.
What?
It's just one of those things where, like, you know, British TV in the 70s just didn't have a lot of budget, so they just come up with increasingly insane ideas that are like executed by one man and a puppet on a set in a quarry.
All right, Nix. Nice and quiet now.
Ah, the good old reliable quarry. Oh, oops.
Yeah, literally, you joke, but every single Doctor Who alien planet for like 10 years was just a quarry,
We're
basically.
approaching the courtyard. When those turrets go down, we'll seize the throne.
Oh,
David says,
oops.
look up Everybody's Got a Water Buffalo, Jolly. Well, I will, but that's a lie, because I don't own a water buffalo, and now I feel left out.
Oh. You need to get yourself one.
Man, you gotta get on that. They're really cool. It's like, I know. I'm sorry.
It's the new trend. Everyone's getting one.
Yeah, it was fidget spinners for a while, now it's water buffaloes.
Nice and
Fidget spinners, pop sockets.
quiet. Raise any alarms.
What is it now?
Like, because obviously, yeah, I was like you say, you're a little bit younger than me. So like, what was the kind of fad when you were at school?
Oh, fidget
We had like,
fidget spinners, definitely. That was one.
When those turrets go down,
because like the ones we had were like Pokemon cards, Beyblades, Yu-Gi-Oh cards for a bit.
Pokemon
Crazy
was big.
Bones.
Pokemon and Beyblades were like 3rd grade.
Yeah,
for me.
Beyblade I remember.
That was very early.
I remember people used to sharpen, like disassemble them, and like you'd always have the Cyclo Kid who like sharpen the metal ring,
Oh yeah.
and then reassemble it and make it into like a lethal weapon.
I had one of them. I just bought a super big one, and then I brought it to school, and then I got banned from playing because mine was too powerful. I was just like, and then I
have,
also
like, a bunch
bought
of,
like
like,
one of the fastest ones like ever. I don't even think it was like marketed as that. It was just like this orange one that just never stopped.
It was just made of adamantium and spun like the devil. I still have a couple of my my like extra rare Yu-Gi-Oh cards from when I was like 11 or 12 that I've kept for like well over a decade now, almost 2 decades, just in the hope that one day they might be worth something.
I think
It's like Beanie Babies, like, you know, when you were a small kid and your parents were like, yeah, Beanie Babies will be worth something someday. You should collect those.
Oh yeah. No, don't notice me. Is that robot just gonna stand there? Hello? Are you gonna
Nice,
get in?
you know. Oh, he's coming up.
And we evade. Oh, I got.
Moving, Nix. They're
Whoops.
headed for us.
He turned around at exactly the wrong moment.
I'm
I
actually
shall
gonna.
summon help.
I'm gonna run in here and just kill whoever tries to alarm. Oh, I see him. I'm simply going to ignore all of you and run past you.
Sam says FNAF was a thing when he was.
Oh, FNAF was
way too late.
huge.
Hit, Nix.
It was way too late. I was long out of school when FNAF became a thing.
It was FNAF. Yeah, FNAF was like the last big thing I remember.
We had mini-clip games.
Minecraft was big, but that just was big by nature. That wasn't even like a fad thing. That's just a thing now.
I remember Minecraft at school.
Oh,
The one that really depressed me was I went to a museum like London. In London, there was an exhibit of like modern design stuff.
Yeah.
And they had like one of those like coloured back Apple Macs. And it was in like the retro section. And they're like, wow, this thing is like an ancient piece of tech. And I was like, oh man, I remember when those came into my school. How excited we all were. Thanks for making me feel old, museum.
Oh, I triggered the alarm from the camera? I mean, I guess that's how that works. I feel like there was another one.
There's what, as in crazes?
Nice
Yeah.
Tamagotchis?
Not raise any alarms.
No. There was like... The other ones I'm remembering are just like spin-offs of the fidget spinner. Like fidget cubes.
The hell is a fidget cube?
It's just like a cube that has different things on it.
It's a cube which you can fidget with. I'm gonna punch.
Yeah, I mean, I guess.
Like when you see Jolly, it's a cube and you fidget with it. It's like, oh, okay, thanks.
Oh, photo mode. Hello, settings open.
No, I refuse.
Double checking something. I remember I saw in a video that film grain was on as a default. I think I might have turned it
Being
off.
graphics?
Fast talk. Oh, that's already on by default? Oh my god, it's still so slow.
Well, I was say, what does slow talk look like?
What is normal talk?
They could get down here any moment.
Oh, where'd this guy go? I want to kill
Not
you.
not like a toy craze. I do remember there was like a kind of a really sad fashion craze, like of people hanging their keys from a chain in their pockets. That was really tacky.
Yeah. Or like lanyards.
Yeah.
I think I had one, but it was like a souvenir from a robotics competition. It was like it was
Oh, nice.
it was so weird how I got it. Like, the year's like theme was Star Wars. Like I don't know how they got the licensing to just make the entire event Star Wars themes, but they did. And I just had a lightsaber, and I would do Obi Annies. And then I did one, and then some guy was like, "Hey, here, that was cool," and they just gave me a lanyard. And I was like, "Okay." It's like a video game achievement.
Yeah, you get the Xbox achievement, just pops up, it's like, lanyard.
Lanyard. Congratulations.
I still think you could do a great little short horror movie about like someone's getting like achievements in real life, like, you know, like you bought a coffee 10 XP, and they're like, oh, okay. And then as they're walking along, it's like cheat death for 24 hours, 100 XP. And you're like, what?
Get ready, Nix.
Avoid the assassin for 100 hours.
Please drop the weapon, thank you.
David says, does anyone remember Care Bears or Silly Bears?
Yep, I remember
know
Care
of
Bears.
but they weren't a thing at school.
That was like my mom's era. She loved Care Bears.
Well, my mum was at school, like, just after the moon landing happened.
How do I get... Where do I sabotage? Am I supposed to just distract the camera?
All right.
Distract. See what that does.
I always found that slightly mental. Like, my mother was, because my mother was 8 years old when the moon landing happened, and when I asked her about it, she's like, yeah, it was really boring. I'm like, really? Man, landing on the moon was really boring?
That's...
Go put on a show next.
That's crazy.
That's the take.
Oh, where's
Oh no. Are you kidding me? Where am I supposed to deactivate this?
Oh. Can you not just shoot the camera?
No, I don't think so.
Boo. It is one of those things, actually, where, like, you know, because my mum's not especially old. And I'm not actually, despite my constant groaning and moaning, I'm not actually that old either. I'm not even in my 30s yet. Give it another 2 weeks. But, like,
Now I just need
it
to
is
find
kind of
a
weird,
job.
like, listening to the world as it was when my mother grew up compared to the world that we grew up in. Just, like, the rate of change over the last, like, 40 years
Yeah.
has been, like, absolutely mental when you stop and think about it.
There's... Those are explosions. I can just dodge them. Hey man, I'm not over there.
Nick, get to cover.
Shoot you in the leg. Oh, did I see another guy? Oh no, that was just a pipe. Alright.
Jolly, have you seen Elizabeth R. or Six Wives of Henry VIII? I presume you mean some kind of TV show, because I know I'm old, but I was not alive during the reign of Henry VIII, no. That was a while ago.
How on earth?
Were you around in the 16th century? Like, no, not really. I was actually born in the 3rd century BC, but I just wasn't in England, you see. I was busy following Alexander the Great on his campaigns through the Persian Empire.
Ah. I turned it off. Easy.
I was working on my mission to herald the coming of the Antichrist. I mean, I was getting drunk.
Alright.
Oh, okay, so it is a TV show. No, I've not seen those, David. I do like my classic TV because in much the same way that, like, actually, did you see this? Like, Winona Ryder had an interview recently where she was sort of bemoaning how a lot of younger actors, like Gen Z actors, just have absolutely zero interest in watching films,
Energy barrier.
Yeah.
Way to shut that down.
which is kind of crazy. Like, I know there is a kind of meme of Gen Z has no attention span and just doesn't read anything or listen to anything, which I know is kind of true.
Mm-hmm.
But it is just strange to me that people go like, "Oh, why would I watch TV from 30 years ago? It's so old." And I'm like, because it's good. There's good stuff there.
Yeah, why
it's like,
would I-
you know, like there's good. It's like, why would I watch like, you know, I don't know, Casablanca? That came out in the 50s. And you're like, it's really good though. It's a really
Yeah.
good movie. 12 Angry Men, absolutely excellent.
Did you see the thing where Gen Z was watching 12 Angry Men through TikTok?
No, do I want to know about this? Is this going to hurt me, Andrew?
I mean, it could or it couldn't. So, someone on Reddit, someone on
A
TikTok,
Reddit post.
someone on TikTok was just like took, pretty much just uploaded sections of 12 Angry Men, into like, I don't know how long a TikTok is, like 30 seconds to a minute, just releasing these small portions of it, and editing it so that like each part felt like cohesive. And so many kids were like, "Oh my god, what happens next?" and they're like so enthralled in this old TV, or not TV show, but movie. And they were just like so enthralled with it just because it was put into the format of TikTok.
Oh god. Okay, in a way, I'm glad that they watched that movie, but that is a horrifying thing, and I wonder how long it's going to be before some megacorp cottons onto that as a strategy for releasing movies.
Oh, releases vertical movies. They're
Well, no, but like releases movies in like 2 minute, like in 1 minute segments, like on
Ooh.
TikTok.
Oh. Alright, so I think I need to deactivate this with 3 things. Yeah, well, there was that streaming service that one of its marketing things was like, oh, you can watch our movies in portrait mode on your phone. And everyone was like, why the hell would we do that?
I still can't get over that book talk of that girl being like, oh, how am I supposed to read this book? It's got so many words on each page. And I was just like, we're doomed. We're finished as a species.
We're doomed. Pack it up.
There's no hope now.
Oh.
Just wonder if there's like ancient Roman equivalents of like ancient Roman teenagers being like, how am I supposed to read anything that's not on a scroll?
It's over. Can I punch this? Nope.
Actually, cool thing if you want some. It almost reaffirms your faith in humanity as like a thing that's like never really changed. It's like if you ever get the chance to like read some of the graffiti that was left in like Roman cities, like in Pompeii and stuff, and like look at the translations of it, it's exactly the same shit you find on like urinal doors now, like temple doors now.
Just someone said
It's all like, oh,
PP.
I fucked Max. Yeah, there's like I fucked Maximus's mum, Maxentius as a whore, like it's just like it's exactly the same shit. People leaving reviews like on the sides of like buildings, like restaurants and brothels, because obviously like that was the closest equivalent to just like leaving a review online. Was just like you just write on the wall like, yeah, this restaurant's good.
Good place, 10 out of 10. Just graffiti on the side of them.
Yeah, no, like it is. Yeah, it's amazing. There's also the quite funny thing of like the way they marked out the directions to brothels was the street arrows were penis shaped that pointed in the direction of the brothels.
Ah.
Gotta love those Romans, man. Speaking of, Sheev and I watched the first episode of Those About to Die, which is like the new ancient Rome like TV show directed by Roland Emmerich of all people.
Oh,
It is not good.
Ooh.
It is not a good show. Anthony Hopkins is in that, and I'm like, man, you deserve better.
I'm Anthony Hopkins. I was in Transformers 5.
I won an Oscar that everyone thought Chadwick Boseman was going to win, and everyone hated me for some reason.
Oh, was that for Black Panther? Runner-up, I guess?
Yeah, Chadwick was like nominated. Was it for Black Panther? Obviously it was the year he died, and he was nominated for something, like Best Actor for something, and it went to Anthony Hopkins instead for The Father. And I'm like, fair play, Anthony Hopkins deserved that win, but also like loads of people got really angry at him because like it ruined the meta of like, oh, it's Chadwick Boseman's Oscars.
God.
It'd be a bit like if the year Heath Ledger died, when everyone was like, he's definitely going to win the Oscar posthumously. If they're just giving it to somebody else, it's like, oh,
Oh, yeah.
okay.
I mean, if it's Black Panther, if it was that role, it's like,
Well,
the father wins, I'm sorry.
Well, regardless, like Anthony Hopkins is like The Father was incredible. I've
Yeah.
rarely seen a performance that good. We're soon going to live in a world that has no Anthony Hopkins or Ian McKellen. They're both in their late 80s now.
No.
Ugh. Refuse.
I will simply pass away with them.
It's like when someone was like, Viggo Mortensen is the same age now as Ian McKellen was when he started the role
Oh
of
my
Gandalf.
god. I saw that.
Like, why would you tell me this?
Ooh, hacking.
The slow
Wordle.
creeping of time. Wordle.
Except Wordle, but no words, and it's just gibberish.
Oh, also, Andrew, I want your opinion. So every year, my sister decides as a joke to make my birthday cake Pokemon themed, just as a LARP. So like every year, it's a different Pokemon shape, and like I try to find a Pokemon that's technically round and therefore like appropriate for a cake, but it's also going to be as challenging as possible to fuck with her. And I'm also at the moment I'm like Jigglypuff is my go-to, but if you have a better suggestion, I'm all ears.
A better one that's more difficult.
Well, as in like something that is a round Pokemon that would be funny to eat as a cake, but also like that is going to be potentially tricky to make even though it's round.
Diglett could be funny.
I've got Poliwhirl. Oh yeah, there's Diglett. I've got Poliwhirl and Jigglypuff are my go-tos. I was tempted by Porygon just because obviously like he's very geometric, so you could just make a cake shaped like him quite easily. It would be kind of funny.
I think Diglett could be funny. You could accidentally make it look like a penis.
True. I've had so far in the last couple of years, I've had Snorlax, Squirtle, a Bulbasaur that looked like some like abomination from Alien Resurrection. Like it looked like a faulty clone that was begging for death. And I had a Squirtle like a couple of years before that as well.
Oh, it's you. I gotta run from you. Come closer, please. Oh, what is that? That's a weird... Oh, there's spiders.
Ooh, spiders. Mosquitoes.
Dumb. Bro, they can't be doing this to me.
You're not an arachnophobe.
I am an arachnophobe.
Oh, no. Well, you're in for a bad time then.
I mean, it's just little ones. I need...
I like spiders.
Ah! Ah! I hate spiders, but weirdly the oh, that didn't do anything to kill him. Cool. Like the facehugger didn't scare me, or like it didn't scare me the same way that spiders do.
Is it the movement that gets you?
Yeah,
that's the most common thing for
the
arachnophobes,
crawling.
yeah.
Like, for example, there's this resource pack in Minecraft that that makes the animations of everything fresh. I mean, it's called fresh animations, so it makes everything more dynamic. So they're not just like mobs moving that look like just NPCs. And they updated the spider one, and the spider one now freaks me out because it moves like a spider now.
It does that little jittery crawl, yeah.
Dude, I can't pick up the
I have to say,
stem.
I actually like spiders, and I'm not frightened of them at all, but I went out picking blackberries the other day because I'm a wholesome little tweeny child. No, because I wanted to make some jam, and there are wild blackberries near me, so I went out to pick some blackberries, and I was like riddling my hand in thorn bushes, and I pulled my hand out, and there was a fuck-off massive spider just sitting in my hand.
Oh!
That gave me a bit of a shock. I dropped that blackberry.
Dude, how are you not dead? Oh. Yeah, so
Friends with the spider. Oh, you meant the guy. Okay.
I remember the first time I played Fallen Order when the jump scare happens with the first spider on Kashyyyk. I threw my controller and left the room. I was just like, oh, goodbye. I'm not playing this anymore.
I used to have an ex-girlfriend who I think it wasn't spiders. It was penguins. She was
What?
she really was afraid of penguins. I think there was like some kind of trauma when she was a kid with penguins. I have no idea what it was.
What?
But, like, she really didn't like them.
I seriously want to know.
joke-
What did
Hang
the
on.
penguin
So
do?
I started to show me on the doll where the penguin touched you. As a joke and to try and like get her out of this fear, I bought her like a really cutesy, like adorable like penguin alarm clock. It was like a cuddly penguin, and like it flapped and squawked to wake you up in the morning, like when the alarm went off. But like for whatever reason she didn't charge it properly, so like she woke up in the middle of the night and like the silhouette of this like animatronic penguin was like half dancing in creepy slow motion like in the corner.
Oh
And
no!
just, like, rippled her fear of penguins.
Oh, that's so funny. No, what do you mean? I did you a favor. You don't know. You don't understand. What the? It turned it invisible. What are you doing?
Oh my goodness. It's a night sister, get it. Yeah, we were not together long after the penguin incident.
I'm breaking up with you. Why?
All right.
Penguin.
You've tortured me long enough.
The only thing I think I've ever been like phobic of was I used to have this thing about needles, like in the like getting like an injection or a vaccine. Just because as a kid I had a blood test once and like the nurse really messed up putting the needle in my arm and just like basically stabbed me multiple times in the arm trying to find a vein.
Oh yeah.
So I had a bit of a thing about that. Like as long as I don't look at it, I'm fine. Like it's not the pain or anything; it's just the sight of it. I was like, oh no.
Yeah, that's what my friend. Whenever there's a needle, he has to look away from the screen. It's like, oh, needle, goodbye.
Again, on screens it's fine. It's just going into my arm where I'm like, oh nope.
Someone had a weird fear of frogs. That one, I guess they're.
Oh, the frogs are adorable.
Yeah, I guess it's just because they're gross, like they're slimy. They're little slimy gobbies.
Oh.
But they're just scared. They don't like them.
That's heathenous, and they should be punished.
And when I was
Frogs are
talking
adorable.
to her, I was like, why frogs? I was like, I don't even care if they're cute. They're just like they're nothing. They're just like a blob. You could step on it and crush it. Like are there poisonous frogs?
Oh yeah, there absolutely are. Like, there are poison dart frogs where if you touch them, they'll fucking kill you in seconds.
Oh, that's cool.
They're quite rare, and unless you're in the Amazon rainforest, you're unlikely to find any. Also, like they're little guys. They've got no interest in being near you. They'll just run away.
Yeah.
Right now I'm holding it.
There was once a frog in my.
I mean,
There was once a frog in my house, and it entered my room, and I was just like, "Hey," and then like 6 to 8 months later, just a dead frog shows up like in the corner of my dad's off, and he's like, "Why is this here?" And then like the family was all talking, and I was like, "Oh, I saw that guy." Like I was talking to it as if he's like a guy that I came across the street, and I was just like, "Oh, I saw him the other like a couple days ago," and then they're like, "Why didn't you tell any of us?" And I was like, "It's just a frog."
just a little frog boy.
I was just like, "It's just a dude."
It's just a little guy.
Oh, let me in. Do I climb something here? Ooh, you look climbable. Yeah.
I've never had a frog come in my house. I have had like, I don't know what it was. Last year I had like this epidemic of crows flying into my house through my window. Like,
You're
I don't
dying
know why
soon.
they all decided to do this. Well, like it was like the new, like the young crows, the ones that like were hatched that year, and they just kept on like flying into my like through my open window and like getting stuck in my bathroom, and I had to like keep on like, trying to like pick them up with oven mitts and chuck them back out.
So you're in?
Like the first or second time, like they would like just terrify, and the third time or fourth time they were doing it, and they just looked sheepish, like sorry man, I seem to have done it again.
Hey mate, I'm sorry. I'll be back later. I don't know why I made the crow Australian, but it is now.
All crows are Australian deep down.
Right, mate. I'm a crow.
My favorite fact about crows is like they can hold grudges and they can teach their children to hate you if they hold a grudge against you.
Hey, that guy. You see that guy over there? We hate him.
Yeah, so like if you like throw a rock at a crow, they'll remember and they'll teach their children to hate you. That guy's a dick.
They just... It's like they can't help themselves.
Something happened to this place. I don't know. I think we're about to like completely like make a criminal clan just go extinct here.
The Ashiga clan are bad, apparently.
I think.
And your droid was like, by the way, Kira might betray you. He was like, yeah, she does that.
There it is.
You hold the design.
I guess these guys are completely fine with it. I know they made a deal with the Empire, so I guess whether or not this sister is gonna leave with a fat bag,
Finally have a future.
but
Mother.
You insolent child. Crimson Dawn has turned you against your own. They will tear our clan apart and leave you the scraps. Our future will end with me.
No. You did this. You started us down this path. chaining our future to the Empire.
Yeah, he's just standing there being like, man, I'm not a part of this family.
Yeah,
Just want
just
my
like,
money.
man, I just want my money.
No choice. The origin strand.
Oh man, what am I gonna?
David was like, when I was really young, we had a TV downstairs, and that's where the Wii was. And I was like, man, if you were really young when the Wii came out, that makes me feel ancient. Because with me, I was like, when I was really young, we had a Nintendo 64, and like my friend's older brother would play Age of Empires 1 on the PC, like the really ye olde PCs.
You don't speak for the
I think the Wii was my first console. Yeah.
I think it's
Other than the
Sega Genesis
DS.
was my first console.
Oh,
Oh no!
they just killed someone. I feel like I should
a
be
coup.
interesting. Ah, she is the queen now.
I am queen now. Look at me. Look at me. I am queen now.
Stick for the hive.
Let's go next.
Oh, we're just gonna leave? They don't want
She was like,
to.
cool. I'm not part of this.
All right.
Don't worry, David. You're not boring us. We're very interested in basically everything that isn't this game, to be honest.
Yeah. Man,
I mean, we're
this
talking
loading
about frogs,
screen.
for God's sake.
Oh yeah. One of the reasons I'm scared of spiders so much is because I went to my aunt and uncle's and I was left in the living room, and what was on was this documentary about the scariest, or not the scariest, but the deadliest spiders imaginable. And like the editing was so surreal, like some guy put his foot in his shoe, and then next he's in an ambulance. I was like, oh my god.
It doesn't matter, does it? It was all about
So then I was like,
It's
yep,
one of
no
the reassuring
spiders.
statistics.
setting them
It's-
against each other.
More people are killed every
Galaxy
year by
isn't a
champagne
playground,
corks than by
okay?
venomous spiders.
It's a prison,
What?
and if we want
Oh, because
freedom,
like
More
the
people are
have to
killed
be
by
prepared to
yeah.
make some tough
When you pop the
choices.
cork and it goes
And
off in your
that's what
face, like more people are
tiers
killed by
for
that
people
than
like
by
me,
than die from being
or
bitten
just
by
hand you the
spiders.
keys.
wow, that can kill someone.
I used to be like you,
Oh yeah.
but my eyes were open to the truth of who pulls the strings of the galaxy. You might think today didn't matter, but when the war is truly
Man, the
over,
face
you'll
animation is
realize the
not doing
cages are
anything.
broken,
Oh.
and you'll
no.
finally see what real
It doesn't look like
freedom
it looks like she's wearing a toupee. Like she's actually bald.
It does.
You're valuable to the fight, Kay. You
The-
just don't
hold
see
on.
that. Take care out there. And good luck.
But why?
So what?
Why
Her
is
guard,
Kira
her
able to
guard
fight?
just said the rebellion is ready for you. Is Kira working with the rebellion?
I guess so, yeah.
Also, I like how people are. I've seen people on Twitter shipping Kay with Kira, and it's like, guys, they do nothing. They have no character. What are you doing?
Yeah, I was about to say Kira's a character portrays that she portrays everyone that she's in a romantic relationship with, and as far as I can tell, Kay doesn't have a character.
No, she just does erratic decisions.
Can we just stop shipping any two characters who spend more than a minute on screen together?
Yeah, I don't like it. It's like, oh, these two characters?
Can we go back to the days where people shipped people because they had meaningful relationships?
Yeah.
It's like, well, you see, Shin stabbed Sabine once, and they death stared each other across a hangar a couple of times, and the actresses are friends. There you go. There we go. That's all you need. Oh, but also, if you say that that's a bad ship, then you're also anti-gay, apparently.
Yeah.
that was the lesson we all learned.
Even though I feel like I can name double the amount of straight relationships that people ship that are like double more toxic than that one.
Yeah, I mean, Raylo for a start.
Raylo, Bo and Mando. That one's just weird.
Well, about people got annoyed because people were like, "Oh, Bo's actually lesbian." It's like, is she? Where's that?
Yeah.
Where was that established?
The only example they can give is when she sexually assaulted a minor, and it's like, okay. Well, do we want to keep going with this conversation? Because you might not like where it ends up, buddy.
Like she slapped the 14-year-old on the arse once. There you go.
She's here with geek knowledge. In the comics,
Yeah.
Kira tentatively had a relationship with the rebellion, so long as it suits her. But she also doesn't care at all if they win or lose. Okay. Is Outlaws more entertaining than the Acolyte? The Acolyte is entertaining because of how bad it is and just seeing where it goes. This game, there's no characters. There's cool robot. That's it.
Eve says like she's also out to destroy the Sith. Which, like, why?
What?
Why does Kira give a shit about the Sith?
Why does she care? What did she do?
Yeah. Like, well, she worked for Darth Maul once, and I don't know, maybe she just doesn't like evil space wizards. I'm not quite sure what the logic is there. Also, Sheev, aren't you supposed to be down in the video game mines? Sorry, the editing mines.
Yeah. Get back in the mines, child. Rat.
Here's your canary. Get back down there and get me some content.
The only reason this game is fun is because it's funny to watch the AI just be profoundly stupid.
And to watch Andrew's mind slowly collapse.
It was breaking yesterday. Dude, I think Claus clipped it and he put it in
He said, I'm
Among Us
taking a break to
Discord.
make food.
It was like, so I came across this these pirates raiding a village, and I believe it was in, I don't know where it was on the planet, but I was like, oh, if these are the pikes, then I want to help them because I want to up my pike rep, because it's like terrible right now. So I go up to shoot a civilian, and it doesn't let me. So I have to shoot the pirates. And I just broke. It was...
I love being railroaded, it's fun. Also, Sheev says that the reason she apparently cares about killing the Sith is because that's what Maul wanted and she's finishing what Maul started.
What?
My next question is like, but why does she care what Maul wanted? Didn't she leave him to die? Isn't that how she
Yeah.
took over Crimson Dawn?
Could have played it better.
You're not the first to be misled by
Man.
Crimson Dawn. Kira's been shaking up the
Kira is
whole
a
world.
tangled
We
bunch of Christmas
just have to
lights.
keep moving forward.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Also, I feel like a game like this would be way more interesting if it was set between Revenge and New Hope.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just to see
think,
how
like-
the Empire changed the criminal underworld.
Well, also because that's the time when like the criminal underworld has the most like expansion, right? Like that's when the Empire's working with some of them, and when it suits their interests, and others they're pitting against each other. There's a scrabble for resources in the wake of the collapse of the Confederacy in the Outer Rim. There's all sorts of the rebellion is fledgling and getting started, so there's a potential new like client base in the rebellion to sell weapons and shit to.
Mm-hmm.
There's just all sorts of interesting possibilities there. But okay, yeah, Empire. Post the Imperial crackdown of Empire Strikes Back, when the Empire are at their most heavy-handed, doesn't really seem like the best time to be doing this game. Unless you're doing like a smuggling game, but this isn't a smuggling game from what I can tell.
No.
Heading out.
Okay then.
It is in the side quests. Speaking of which, I'm gonna do some here because I want to try to up my pike rank.
Sheev says the comics don't make it clear how her relationship with Maul went, at least as far as I read before I gave up. But seemingly she cared about her mission for some reason. It's also not clear if she abandoned Maul to die or if he ended up stranded on Malachor some other way. I mean, either way, I think it's like if he wasn't stranded there, then like him ending up being stranded there by accident is just Maul being an idiot. And I mean, we've already done a lot of damage to Maul, so maybe.
Yeah. Maul has to be like my most conflicted character. No, he's one of them. Like his existence in the canon, like he should be dead, but what they do with him, like the idea of what they do with him is really cool.
Yeah, not so much in Clone Wars where he doesn't really seem to have a plan beyond just like, I hate Obi-Wan.
Yeah.
And then eventually like, what if I made myself the head of a criminal empire that went nowhere? But the Rebel stuff was great. Like, I really liked his arc in Rebels.
Yeah, well, the stuff they can do with Obi-Wan, like, you can use him to build Obi-Wan, but you could, honestly, you could just do... Maul doesn't even need to exist. You could just have Savage take the place of Maul, and have Savage, like, know... I don't know how you would make him know about what Maul did to Qui-Gon and what everything went down that day. I mean, he could know vague things and then just, like, assume... And like he plays into the worst of Obi-Wan, like he makes it seem worse than it actually was. And you could just have Savage just be the embodiment of everything that Maul was, but like 10 times worse, and then have Obi-Wan have to go against that and have to like as well as that, like go up against his own anger about what happened. And so like
True,
Maul
but then
doesn't.
you wouldn't get the cool ending with Maul on Tatooine, which I think was like really resonant.
Yeah.
You know, the death,
Mhm.
which was excellent.
Yeah, it's a good
until they
scene.
decide to re-resurrect him again.
Yeah. Just gonna dig him up. I am back. The mother has
Sheev, I
gotten
agree
me.
with you.
Oh yeah,
Also,
like
Sheev, less eating, more editing. Get back down
True.
those mines. You've overstepped. No Christmas for you.
yeah, like I remember I rewatched while I rewatched the Clone Wars. It's been a couple years since I rewatched it, but I remember being like, wow, they're speeding through a bunch of things that could be really cool. Like the Maul arc should have been an entire season.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
Do I
Well, I mean,
have
like
any new
ditto with the
droid-
Mandalorian Civil War. Like the Mandalorian Civil War should have just been like an
dude.
entire, like you know, and the Siege of Mandalore. Like all these things just needed a lot more time than they were given.
Yeah, but the problem is nobody knows how to. If you try to expand it, they don't know where to go.
You
Yeah,
there.
that's right. It's written by Dave Filoni and friends. Well, you know, at least we got the Temple of Doom Jar Jar episode. That was peak.
Actually,
That's worse than
quite
Temple of
the
Doom.
opposite of mine.
She says, if I have to spend another minute
got
looking at
a
the deep
little
space, I'm going to
side
lose it.
piece
Well, man,
to
if you want to take a break, I'm sure Andrew would like to have
Yeah.
you on stream as well. It'd be fun.
Yeah? What's that?
Next time you're in trouble with the Empire.
You can enlighten us as to Kira's deep
come see
and
me
complex
and I'll
motivations that
save
I'm
from the
sure she
winter
definitely has, that the comics absolutely fleshed out.
I'm
Wow.
gonna have to watch a video. Oh, I
What's in
I
your
see the
form?
rat playing in the snow. That's
Galaxy
fun. I
really
mean, I'll
has to
shoot
say
it
it
anyway,
every day.
but
All right. That could come
But
in
you've
handy.
momentarily entertained me, Rat.
yeah, I looked over and it was smiling while playing in the snow. I was like, aw, and then I was like, oh wait. And then I paid attention to what was going on. And I was like, what? The Empire? Like, I don't know. Ah, Squid Man.
Hey.
It's a bit
know
cold
where
for
I can
you.
Find a good cantina. You know, the ones the locals go to.
I might. A couple of credits would jog my memory.
I mean, I've got a gun. I could just point it at your head and actually tell me.
I guess I can't. I'll give him credits. Oh, only 10?
Here.
Man.
Oh,
God forbid that
suddenly
Kay
remembered.
have a choice to do something evil.
Mac Refectory. It's in the thieves' quarter. You can get all sorts of things.
Oh, your audio will suck?
there.
Ah,
She
it's
says,
fine.
Less than official.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Just join General again, and then I'll pull you in.
He thought he was out, but we're
That's
pulling him in for
exactly
one last
what
job.
I'm looking for. Thanks.
I know this will never happen, but I wonder if... Nah, Kay's gonna survive at the end. If they kill Kay.
Oh yeah, no,
They can't.
they're not going to kill Kay. Well, they're not because they're like, oh, if this game does well, maybe we can make a second one. So they're just not going to kill off Kay. It's like, I'm not even that convinced that they're going to kill off Cal at the end of the third Jedi game, even though
Dude,
he absolutely should die.
If Jedi 3 is just Logan but with Cal, I will adore it. But I don't feel like it's
Yeah.
gonna be that. Like if it's just him, because
I think-
there's a line in Survivor. I haven't played the game, but I saw this clip of oh, what's the four-armed guy?
Grease.
Yeah, Grease talking to him, and he's like, you know, if you keep like, I know you want to do good, but if you keep doing it, you're gonna lose everything. And I'm like, oh my god, please, please do something with this line.
Well, I was like, I think the third game should be the darkest installment in the saga, by quite a long way for those games. It should be like everyone dies, like Merrin dies, Grease dies, everyone dies that Cal cares about. Like Tanalor is lost. And like he finally goes down in a blaze of glory to save. I can't even remember her name, but like the girl, the little girl.
Bode's daughter, right?
Yeah, like just to get her out. Like, you know, Cal should go down to like Vader, basically at the end of that game. Even though I don't really want Vader back for a third installment, like it would be fitting to have him die at the hands of Vader.
It'd be nice if instead of him showing up in Survivor, they just, you know, they had his appearance in Fallen Order, and then he showed up again for the third game as like the final boss that kills Kalia.
Yeah, and it
Also,
would
yeah,
be
then it could have been Seer versus Bode instead, and Bode could have killed Seer.
Yeah, it would have been a much more like naturally even fight if it was between her and Bode. And because he's like
yeah.
the main villain of the game, that would have made a lot more sense.
Would have been a great way to reveal he was a former Jedi as well, instead of just that he randomly pulls out a lightsaber mid-chase.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, actually, the Seer versus Vader fight I really dislike because it massively underpowers Vader to give Seer a fighting chance. In terms of in order to make the game mechanics function, it does a lot of damage to Vader's prowess.
Yeah, I saw it.
There's just no way. There's no way Seer should be standing up in that fight.
Yeah, I saw a picture of it, and I saw like Vader all beaten up, and I'm like, are you kidding me? What?
Yeah, nah.
She nearly wins that fight.
That's so stupid.
Maybe if it was Seer and Cal and Enor Cordova, and maybe Marin helping out, like then maybe. But like otherwise,
Even then, I'm like, because it was Seer and Kel versus like Vader in the last game, and he absolutely trounced them both. It wasn't even a competition.
Okay, well, to be fair, Marin's a Night Sister, and the Night Sisters are canonically gods, so might as well.
That is, yeah, true.
That. Like seriously, if they had Darth Vader go up against like Mother Talzin and they try to tell me Vader won that, I'd be like, you're just pretending that she doesn't have the ability to just make a bubble around herself that makes her impenetrable to any and all advances.
All right, well,
you're lying
to
to me.
I think we've had this conversation before several times. Where like, yeah, my opinion on Vader is that like no one other than the Emperor should be able to stand up to Vader in this universe. Like it just shouldn't be possible. Like surviving a fight with him is one thing, but like nearly defeating him should be like, no, this is the most powerful Sith Lord who's ever lived when he's at his peak rage.
Well, I think you know how Boba Fett took on a life of his own in terms of fan favoritism. And so the EU took that and just made him like this, the best bounty hunter in the world, and he's so badass and cool. I think the peak of that, over exaggeration of his abilities is when he fought Vader in a 1v1, and technically won. Like it was like officially it was a draw, but only because Boba had him in his sights and was like, I'd rather not kill Vader and be chased by every single member of the Empire for the rest of my life, so I'm going to not kill him.
Yeah, no.
I think I was talking to Daigen earlier. I was just speaking of Boba.
I know.
Because we were just talking about like the Boba Fett show and just making fun of it. And we like the Boba Fett show just should have been a video game and just been Bounty Hunter 2.
Stay hidden, okay?
Oh shit.
With a completely different plot, hopefully.
Oh yeah, it would just be him going around reclaiming his honor because like play into the fact that he got beat by a blind guy with a stick. Like yeah, that happened. So everyone just laughs him off now. And then you just have the boss fights. You just have the boss fights centered around that. Like he just has to fight people.
Yeah, like imagine how much his reputation probably would have tanked, like post Starlack. It's like, oh, I hear Han Solo beat you while he was sickly and blind, like with a stick,
Yeah.
I still think the Boba Fett show should have essentially been like the Breaking Bad of Star Wars. It should have been like or not even the Breaking Bad, because the Sopranos. Maybe just like it should have been a mafia show where like Boba Fett was like ruthlessly moving between he's really like I'm now getting too old, realistically, to be a bounty hunter. Like I'm slowing down. The Sarlacc was a huge wake up call, and it's left me quite badly injured. And like I'm still probably the best in the galaxy, but like for how long? And so he's like looking to move into like a different phase of his life. And like honestly, he should have been nowhere near like real power until like at least the end of season 2. Like the entire like first 2 seasons of that show should just be like him working his way up to like being trusted with like managing one planet by the Hutts.
Mm-hmm.
Well, again, like in Breaking Bad, where you have Walt and Jesse working out of a fucking RV and like slowly working their way up the cartel and like getting in good with Tuco, and then that was a bust, and then they have to like move over to Gus Fring, and then they're working for him. And it's not until like season 5, the final season of the show, where they're like, yeah, we actually like run this empire now.
Boba Fett's like, you're looking at the 2 best bounty hunters in the galaxy.
I mean, timeline-wise, by Book of Boba Fett, he's like either the same age as his father when he died, or like almost as old as him. You know, so like imagine
He's
what
not
that
that
might
old.
mean for Boba Fett.
Oh yeah, so like in terms of emotionally, it's going to mean a lot. But in terms of like his physical fitness, he's what, his 40s?
Yeah, 41. Yeah, I mean, I guess the argument is like the Sarlacc really like amped up his age or whatever.
I mean, I wouldn't buy that. I think the Sarlacc should definitely have left him like in severely diminished capacity. It should almost have been like Daredevil season 3, right? Where like he's spending the entire first season like having to battle against the injuries left on him by the Sarlacc and having to adjust to like the fact that his body can't do the things he used to ask about.
Yeah, like one of the things that people were annoyed about with Book of Boba Fett was that, you know, he was losing fights to like, you know, individual sand people and stuff. And I'm like, that's actually good. Like, it'd be weird if he was just immediately like back on his feet, able to do the same things he used to after such an ordeal.
Yeah, obviously you need to give him an arc of like getting back to that point, right? But like, yeah, losing his first fight against a trained Tusken warrior when he's been like put through a Sarlacc and dragged through the desert for miles with no water. Like, it'd be amazing if he did win that fight.
Yeah, I would actually call bullshit if he did win that fight. I'd be like, no.
But you know, he did grow up surrounded by water.
That is true. He did do that.
Grew up surrounded by
Also,
casinos.
you missed you missed some hilarity where Andrew got sidetracked trying to like shoot out these like lights on these giant generators, because that is very clearly where the game was like pointing him, and he was like, I don't know what we're supposed to be doing. And I looked up the guide, and the guide was like, yeah, the generators, just ignore them. You climb up a wall and go. And Andrew was like, what?
I think I jumped in right at the end of that exchange because I saw the Andrew's reaction and him climbing the wall. Weird.
Bro was flabbergasted. I agree, actually. Like, it was nonsensical level design. I don't know what I mean,
yeah.
I guess.
What do you
just the running
mean?
theme,
This
right?
game and nonsensical level design? I don't believe you.
It's like with
You're lying, Johnny.
with Jedi, like with Fallen Order, it's very clear what is a climbable surface. It's not like distracting and completely like ruins the environment, but it's very obvious that something is climbable. In this, it was just a wall.
Hey there.
Yeah.
What can I buy from you? I have no idea.
That's fine.
Or it's like in when I was playing through Star Wars Bounty Hunter, there were a lot of parts where I was frustrated because not only was I not given any indicator like where I'm supposed to go, but what I'm supposed to do. But oftentimes, like things you're supposed to interact with just blend in with the rest of the stuff, so you have no idea. Like, oh, that's a thing that I can manipulate, and then change the course of the level. And, like that was back in the early 2000s. The kind of game design that we had for Star Wars. And now, I'm saying that like we still have shit like that in 2024.
Excluding DVDs and what I'm not keeping, I have 70 movies I own that I've never watched before. Bro, watch them.
Yeah, I was just about to read that out. I'm like, that's simultaneously impressive, and like I'm not quite sure how. Like I wouldn't buy a DVD for a movie I hadn't seen before.
I mean, that's how he watched Andor, or how he's going to watch Andor, and I was like, yes. And Arcane,
In that
I
case,
think.
Andor and Arcane. Arcane has DVD.
Hey.
Yeah, it came out for a Blu-ray release. I'm pretty sure it came out on DVD too.
This has been one of my busiest days.
Oh, sweet. Like, Netflix don't normally allow that shit to go. I guess it's because they're technically just the distributor, right? It's got its own company.
They Blu-ray and a vinyl that I obviously bought and will temporarily replace the Andor one behind me when Season 2 comes out.
I need to get the Andor and Arcane Blu-rays then.
Yes.
Maybe. What's in it for me?
I thought this was like I guess this is just a mission now. I thought this was the contract dealer.
Done deal.
Skipping
It's
this.
a side quest.
It says connected. Excellent connection.
Will it be a different stream or the same one?
We'll find out.
Yeah, it's the same stream.
What? It's working?
It's just back. Yeah, I'm seeing it on YouTube right now.
Oh, that's
Yeah, crashed down Crash Counter is updated.
All right. Well, chat, we're back.
I don't know how that happened.
We are back, David. Somehow. I don't know how much.
Somehow Andrew returned.
I don't know how much you heard of me talking, but it crashed the entire PC when I sat on a bench. So we won't be sitting on benches anymore. Put that on the list.
Bench. Oh, this game is awesome. It's excellent stuff. It really is.
Oh yeah, it's masterfully designed. I wish every game was like this game.
I can't wait
Like
to
all
write.
games be Star Wars Outlaw.
I can't wait to write my review of it, and just be like, by the way, I don't review games. This isn't what I do. I'm not familiar with how this is done, but I'm pretty sure this game is bad.
But I'm pretty sure when I sit on a bench and it crashes my entire PC, that's indicative of its quality.
Yeah. Another thing, Shiny pointed out, he's like, it's because we were playing Sabak, and there was a ×2 option to like double the speed of the game, and he was like, if you need to double the speed of a game to make it more engaging, I think you might have a problem.
Maybe just set that as like the normal speed then. If that's the engaging speed.
Yeah.
Like, why isn't that just the default?
Counterpoint, no.
Counterpoint, no. Yeah, that's true. I hadn't considered that.
I mean, like, Star Wars Bounty Hunter crashed for me a couple times. You know, I caught those moments on stream, but they never crashed my PC. And never for something so menial as sitting down on a bench.
Yeah.
Maybe you just sat down on it in the right way.
I've been worried about playing Survivor because I know it's not optimized for PC that much still, but I've heard that like this game is much more unoptimized for PC, and this is how it's treating me. So I'm like, you know what? Maybe Survivor will go well. Oh, I need my Ubisoft
At least with
password.
Survivor, like, you know, when it crashes, you'll be annoyed because like it's a game that you actually want to be playing.
Yeah. Another thing. Oh wait, am I sharing my screen? Oh no, thank God. I almost doxed myself with my email. Another thing about Ubisoft that I hate was when I created my account, I just wanted my username to be actually Andrew, and it was like, no, it's not unique. And I was like, what? What do you mean a unique password? So I then just put casually Andrew, and it worked. It's like, okay.
So there's someone out there impersonating actually Andrew is what we're hearing.
Yeah.
Was like, I don't know if you've seen my my current like nickname in your server.
Oh.
I was tempted to change it to the real Andrews with the friends we met along the way. Don't know if that would fit. Maybe Discord wouldn't allow me. It'd be like too many letters. Go back and try again.
Hey, we got the thing. I made a little thing. I don't know if you guys didn't hear it, but David became a member. Thank you. And also, I made a new alert thing that's fancy. When someone becomes a member, there's a peepo that shows up and spins around with a jukebox. My bitrate crashed. Oh, we're back.
What again?
No, we're good now. And it
Peepo crashed the stream.
Anyway, that distracted me. Anyway, the peepo is spinning with a juice box. My camera just froze. God, this stream is in shambles. Hold on. And it just has the yippee sound on it, which sounds fun. But
Delightful.
And I also made a new a custom members badge, which is a casino chip. Because
Ooh,
gambling.
Nice. So it's not a letter Q then.
No. Although no, that's an emote. God. It's actually kind of crazy how much this game is like Minecraft story mode in its gameplay. Like obviously this game is more, I'd say it's more engaging just because it's not you're sitting there for 40 minutes watching a cutscene. But all of the like actions that you do are QuickTime events. Like half of the gameplay is just that. There's an eating QuickTime event which Sheev was there for.
Yeah, Andrew was telling me about this, like the QuickTime for food. I struggle to understand the minds of a company that think this is an acceptable kind of game to just chuck out and charge $70 for, like, and then to complain bitterly about how we're never going to own games again, and we have to get used to like paying $100 for games, because apparently they're not making any money, and like keep on like firing half their teams. There's like no one with any kind of like, no one of any kind of skill level sticks around long in an industry, and they have to keep on training new people from scratch. And then they're like, oh, why are our games bad? Why aren't people buying our games?
Yeah. If they charged like 40 for this, I think 40 is like more reasonable for the game. But 70, like no one should be paying $70 for this quality of a game. Like even
No,
normal
absolutely
games, like
not.
even a brilliantly made game, $70 is crazy. Like you have to be like breaking boundaries in the industry in order to charge $70.
Yeah, I was about to say like RDR2 I think was $79.99, but like that is, I just about forgive that for RDR2. Even so, I'm still like, it's quite expensive though, isn't it?
Yeah, but it's like you can do anything really, from what I've seen, and there also like there's like each like little gameplay mechanic in the game has so much depth. Like I don't know if I said it on stream or anything, but when you skin something, like a deer or something, you actually skin it, and you watch the animation of them skinning it, and that just looks cool. It makes you feel like a cowboy.
Man, again, like the detail in that game, like when you're hunting animals, if you're downwind and you're not covering your scent, they'll smell you and they'll just run away.
Yeah.
Enemies can see sunlight glinting off your scope if it's pointed in the wrong direction. You can talk to literally to anyone in the whole game. Even like really like quite gnarly details, like if you shoot someone in the throat, they'll like bleed out a lot faster than if you just shot them in like the chest or the leg, for example, and they'll actually react like they've been shot properly in that area. Yeah, it's a very cool game in terms of the amount of detail, and also like forgetting just the details and the gameplay. Like the character work is amazing. Like some of the best storytelling I've ever seen in a video game is in RDR2.
Yeah, and like people act like this stuff that they do in the game is like hard to do, like to program, and it really isn't, because there's a survival game called Valheim that's pretty cool. It's like it was made by an indie company, and it's like less than 4 gigabytes, and my camera keeps crashing. I might just go to cat eating chip as the face cam for now. Yeah, that's just what it's gonna be. And like they had that, the downstream or downwind mechanic in that game for hunting deer. And it's just like these mechanics are not that hard to program. You just have to be creative enough to come up with them in the first place and like want to do it. Really.
Yeah. Okay, so the thing with a lot of games right now is also like the strange lack of compulsion that you feel when you're playing them. Like, because you don't need a lot to make a game compelling to play. Like, I mean, Amnesia, The Dark Descent, and Soma are like my go-tos for this, because like in terms of the gameplay, there's not a lot to them. Especially with Soma. Like Soma, like you're just walking from room to room, finding out what happened in this place that you're in, basically. But like the story is so well told, and the characterization so well done, that you're not bored for a second. Like that's a very compelling game to play. And it's it's a small game, appropriately priced. I think it was like £10 when I bought it on PlayStation Network. It is exactly Journey is another one where like basically nothing happens in Journey except like you're a weird soccer creature moving through the desert, and occasionally you meet another soccer creature and like you make music at each other. And yet that had like a really compelling story to it. It's aesthetically just gorgeous. It's appropriately priced. Like that's a piece of art. I will go back and like die on the hill of things like Journey being like infinitely superior to these gigantic, nearly 100 gig games that cost $79.99 that just do fuck all and are broken on release.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, yeah. That's why I'm excited, but I'm very hesitant for the new Dune game, the MMO, just because it's also an MMO and there's so many things you can do wrong with an MMO on launch that will multiply how bad it is in the future. Like you can screw up an entire economy within one day of release.
Yeah. Oh my god, at some point there's two videos I really want to make, or at least two topics I want to have in videos at some point, which is the corrupted blood plague incident on World of Warcraft, and the Neopets economy crash, because those are two like really fascinating insights into like how game design can reveal shit about the real world, and like how bad, how like something going wrong in a game can almost like create this immensely interesting and intricate like emergent gameplay.
Oh yeah, like that. The plague in WoW was just I almost sat on the bench again out of compulsion. Yeah, wasn't it like more than half the player base just like died or something?
Yeah, it was just a glitch. A glitch carried a deadly magic effect out of an area it was supposed to be contained to, because they'd overlooked the idea. Like basically, the idea was like it would kill you so quickly, you wouldn't have time to leave and infect anyone outside this like enclosed boss level, basically. But what they didn't count on is that like pets that players brought in could catch the disease, but they couldn't like die of it. So the second you'd won the boss fight and like left the cave, your pet would spread this disease everywhere, and it was like incredibly virulent. It just like wiped out entire servers. Like the people were like it was really interesting. Like the WHO, like actually like asked WoW, Blizzard for like the data, because like it was. All this stuff was happening that was like really telling about how people respond to epidemics. Like people were like looting empty dead villages, or like it was just filled with player corpses to get their loot, high level loot. You had like people deliberately spreading the plague to like create new looting opportunities, or just for shits and giggles. Like you had like plague tourists like breaking quarantine just to see the spectacle of it.
Really?
Yeah, and it just kept on spreading and spreading, man. And like they had to like shut down like seven or eight servers to stop it.
Jolly makes videos. He will, eventually.
I will.
Eventually.
They're happening. I'm a very busy man.
Who will make a video first, Jolly or Noach?
Probably Noach. To be honest.
Go get started.
The thing is, again, like Shiva's seen huge excerpts of scripts I've written. Like I have at least 12 either completed or very nearly completed scripts on my computer, and I have like a whole bunch of recorded lines and shit. The problem is just like I'm a newly minted postdoc. My workload is fucking ginormous.
Planning is not a major at this university.
Well, as in like we're building up to the start of term again, or the start of the semester, and like other than spooky season, which I'm going to get some time off in, my workload in the next couple of weeks is going to be like 18, 19-hour days, just to get like teaching plans sorted and my own research on track, and like writing papers for conference, and making travel plans and putting aside money to go to conferences abroad and shit like that. Like there's just I have so much shit to do that these videos go quite slowly. I do apologize. Like they are coming. That's all I can say. Like they are on their way, and I'm trying to put other stuff out to fill the gap, right? Like, so I've got a Substack that I'm starting to put stuff on again. So I'm doing my Alien Romulus sort of review. I'm putting a sort of much more detailed House of the Dragon 2 review as well, building off the stream that Shiv and I did with Odrin.
Shameless
I'm also good. And I'm also, go check out that stream. It's really good. Shiv's got a great channel. You should check that out. And I'm also gonna do some of the more abstract stuff. So like there was a whole thing in the Olympics this year with like people trying to transvestigate Iman Khalif, who is an Algerian boxer. So I'm gonna do a little article about like the kind of weird pseudo Platonic philosophy that goes into people making these kind of absolute pronouncements about what a woman is.
Oh, wasn't that about someone who was just a woman who people were saying was trans?
She's just a cis woman. Yeah.
That was crazy. And wasn't she from a country where it was illegal to be trans or something like that too?
Yeah, like she's from Algeria, which is a very conservative Islamic country, and so like, even like being a boxer, right? Like her dad tried to stop her from boxing as a kid because it was considered unfeminine, and she only did it because like she was trying to defend her mum from her dad. I think that was like trying to defend her mum from her dad. And like small Algerian village, it's really hard to like be a man pretending to be a girl and no one notice, and for your dad not to beat that shit out of you. Like basically impossible for her to actually be trans, but people were still trying to like call her trans. Yeah, and again in a country where like if people had genuinely believed that about her in her country, she might well have been murdered in the streets. So just hugely irresponsible as well.
Yeah.
On top of that,
And also, they would absolutely not let her be in the Olympics to represent them if
Oh,
she
yeah,
was
no.
trans. There's just like it's such a
Sheikah clan.
like. It's so stupid. Please.
and
Stop.
the only evidence that she was like had anything like suspect was like the World Boxing Organization that was stripped of its authority to regulate boxing by the International Olympic Commission because they're incredibly corrupt and owned by Russia. Basically tried to disqualify her from a world boxing final because they were upset that she'd beaten a Russian athlete earlier in the tournament and didn't want a brown athlete to win, basically. And then, like, during the Olympics, they're like, oh, we're going to hold our own conference where we're going to prove that she's a man. And then the entire conference was a fucking joke where they presented no evidence. And, like, their different officers presented completely wildly different stories about the tests that they supposedly ran on her.
There was a
it was just
conference about
nuts.
this?
Oh, yeah, it was incredibly nuts.
Government
Like,
ran?
Well, no, not government run, but like run by the World Boxing Organization.
Oh.
World Boxing Organization. Like, so the
mean,
president of that and the vice president of that, and the conference started like an hour late. One of them was like apparently drunk during it. I think the Russian guy, and like their stories just wildly were at odds with each other about what tests they had run on Aman Khalif to disqualify her.
That's so stupid.
Imagine having the time to do something like that.
Why is it even a part of the discussion? Like, you're wasting your time.
Also, like, Aman Khalif competed at like the Tokyo Olympics in 2020, and no one had a problem with her then. She didn't win. Like, this is like this year, and bear in mind now, like, she's 26, right? So this is like her prime. She's now in her peak. Only now has she become good enough to start winning shit. Like, her entire career statistics up until now are not particularly incredible. Like, she's had 9 losses out of like 45 fights, which is it's not an exemplary record.
I'm sorry. I'm back on the whole
Alright,
like conference
should work.
committee like fart thing. Like, all you need to do is produce her like birth certificate, right? Because surely it would say female on there.
Well, so the argument I think originally was the president of the World Boxing Organization, who's Russian, was like, oh, we did a chromosome test and she's got male chromosomes. And then the vice president of the same organization in the same press conference was like, no, that wasn't it. It was that she had too high a testosterone count. She's got a difference of sex disorder, which is basically like she is biologically has double X chromosomes, but she has a genetic condition where she produces more testosterone than would be typical for a woman. But there's no evidence. Neither of them provided any evidence. Obviously, those two accounts wildly conflict with each other. So, you know,
Seriously,
bullshit.
I thought that one was good.
But also, like, even if she has a DSD, like, she's still a double X chromosome
at the track today?
female. And if the argument then is like, well, she has a genetic advantage over her competitors, I'm like, I'm sorry, did you see Michael Phelps? Like, this is the Olympics. Everyone has a genetic advantage over people.
Yeah.
Like, you think
Yeah,
anyone
that's
can
why
just go to the
they're
Olympics?
Yeah, isn't the whole thing about the Olympics that it's like peak human physique?
Yes.
Like, these are the best in the world?
Yeah.
Who's
it's
the
like,
best guy around?
Crash counter is
about
too
the
low?
people she-
Well, listen. The crash counter may be low, but one of them crashed my entire PC. Because I sat on a bench. Alright.
You should be counting these up from like every stream.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's the 2 from... I've only had 2 so far.
Across all the streams?
Yeah.
I don't believe you.
I believe myself. And that's all I need.
Okay. Well,
I believe in myself, and that's really all that I need.
Come on, pay out. I
Yeah,
feel like this one.
I just get tired of the whole like transvestite. I mean, just the whole trans discussion. Obviously, because it's been sucked into the culture wars thing. Like, even like 5 or 6 years ago, no one gave a fuck.
Dude,
Right.
so example of this. Back when Acolyte was being announced and the people that were going to be in it, a trans actress was in it. Like in
Yeah,
one of the
I know.
announcements. And people were like, oh. Show came out, not a word spoken about him. You know why? Because they were a background actor. It didn't matter.
Yeah. And she's also in. She was in House of the Dragon as well. She's at the end
Was,
of House of the
yeah.
Dragon as the
the Tyroshi captain.
yeah, Loha. I think that's her name. I can't remember. Anyway, like she's got a YouTube channel. She does philosophy on YouTube.
Yeah,
You should check her out.
philosophy
She's good.
I think recently Alt Shift X and Glidus interviewed her about her role in House of the Dragon. I still haven't checked that out.
Oh, I should have a look at that. But
I'm not feeling
Streamers sponsored
Yeah,
by
just-
Ubisoft confirmed.
But yeah, just the whole trans thing is so stupid. And again, it comes down to like, speaking as a philosopher, like there is just no coherent definition biologically of sex. There's no coherent definition philosophically of gender or sociologically of gender. They're entirely constructed ideas. Like most concepts, they are entirely constructed, or all concepts, they're entirely constructed by us. I just don't understand why people give a shit. I mean, to be fair, this is the same thing where like when people get uppity about gay people existing and they're like, oh, I don't like that a man has sex with a man. I'm like, but why do you care? Like, it's not happening in your room. Like, why do you give a shit what people do in their own spare time?
But it's perverse.
Is okay, and wearing
Not allowed.
clothes is entirely normal and natural.
Yes,
Has anyone
because
ever,
God
like,
said so.
Has anyone ever like, for just for the memes, right? Like, has anyone ever transvestigated J.K. Rowling? Because that'd be really funny.
Someone has, I'm pretty sure.
I'm sure she loved that.
I mean, Jeb transvestigated me. That was funny.
Oh yeah.
What?
So Jeb was like, because basically in a tweet where this was like when, I don't know if you remember, like Southpaw tried to talk around this transphobic guy on a server called Herfurfer, like just tried to like talk around, like, to make him not crazy basically. And he pulled me into the discussion because I know a fair amount about the topic, and I actually managed to convince Herfurfer when we were on VC together. And then of course the second he was off VC, he went back into the EFAP servers and became a nutcase again. But at least the attempt was made. But then, when tweeting about this in defense of Southpaw, because people were like trying to use that to paint Southpaw as like sympathetic to transphobes somehow, I used the word transgenderism when talking about my experiences of talking to Herfurfer, and people were like, "Oh well, bigots use the word transgenderism to try and say that being transgender is like an ideology. So you're a bigot too, Jolly. You're anti-trans." And I was like, well, first of all, I'm not going to concede linguistic space to bigots. The second you're doing that, you're admitting that there's something right about what they're saying, and you can go fuck yourself with that idea. But secondly, like, I'm non-binary, so I am technically trans under like the broadest definition of the word. So like, actually, fuck right off. And then Jeb tried to be like, no, you're not non-binary. You don't sound girly enough.
He said
Excuse
that?
what?
I didn't know about that.
Joe said this.
So I was like, oh, okay. No, Jeb.
Jeb, okay.
No, I
You,
don't.
the British
like
guy.
Joe wouldn't
Joe
say that.
wouldn't do that.
That's insane that
Like,
Jeb said that.
I have
That-
my issues with Joe, but they would never do that.
That's Jeb is one goober,
Is
isn't he?
A special breed, yeah.
I didn't know he said that. So that's funny. That's great.
That's your voice doesn't sound feminine enough. Wow.
Can't be non-binary because I guess the argument there is like because I was born male and I'm mostly male presenting, but I consider myself non-binary for two reasons. One, I just think gender as a construct is fucking stupid and I don't subscribe to it at all philosophically. But also just because like I do occasionally wear like non-masculine coded clothing. Like I've told Chief this, without giving away which university I did my master's degree at because it's the one I'm still at. When I first went to that university, like I first started my masters, we all went for like I was living in halls. We all went for like a pub crawl. A bar crawl, and as a joke, one of the girls in the group gave me, because I was like, "Oh, I love your choker. Your choker's really beautiful." And she was like, "Well, you should wear it." So I was wearing her choker for like half the night, and we rocked up to this bar, and the bouncer wouldn't let me in, and I was like, "Why not?" He was like, "'Cause you're drunk," and I was like, "I'm not drunk. I've had half a pint so far," because it was right at the start of the crawl. And he was like, "You're just not allowed in." I was like, "But why?" He's like, "'Cause we don't like fags in." I was like, "Oh, it's the choker."
That's
Okay.
crazy.
So yeah. Like,
well, also you wore a
just the
dress
idea-
in Among Us, so
That's true. I did wear a beautiful dress in Among Us, and I wear
It was
pink.
an overrated
But like,
dress.
the point is like I am trans in the most technical sense because non-binary, but I would shy away from like being overtly like, yeah, I'm trans and you should call me trans, because like I am so much on the male presenting end of that spectrum that like it kind of feels disingenuous to try and present myself in the same kind of light as someone like Abigail Thorne, for example. But I am still technically trans. I am very much subscribed to the idea that everyone on Earth is trans to some degree because gender roles are completely fucking stupid and don't make any sense, and therefore I get very annoyed when people don't try to transvestigate me and go like, well, you don't sound girly enough to have the beliefs that you hold about gender, apparently. So you're not really non-binary. You're just a liar. Like, oh, okay.
are you going to be trying
you.
Assassin's Creed Shadows? Probably not, because I haven't played any Assassin's Creed games.
And also because Ghost of Tsushima exists and it's just a better version of that.
You know, Jolly, I also was considering doing a House of the Dragon video, like a proper video. But then I decided to do The Boys instead.
And aren't you glad you made that decision?
Wait, how am I back
You know, if
here?
what-
Hold on. Did I click the
You know,
wrong
if you'd
one?
wanted
I
to,
did.
Chief, I could have just made you a lovely House of the Dragon title screen as well. It would have been fine. I wouldn't have minded.
Well, no, it was more like I need to do at least one more video before I go on to the Attack of the Clones thing. It was between House of the Dragon and The Boys, and technically I was having more fun rewatching The Boys and taking notes because as bad as that show is, it's at least entertainingly bad. Where like, you know, House of the Dragon is just kind of a slog to get through. We brought all this up on stream, so there was that factor, and then I was also just like, and we're also going to cover it anyway, you know, pretty in depth. So if I'm going to devote time to one of the two, I might as well do it to the one that I won't be covering anywhere else in any way, you know.
Yeah. No, that makes total sense. Just be glad you're not watching Rings of Power Season 2.
I haven't even fucking watched season 1 beyond the first episode we watched together.
The one that made you seriously ill.
The one that made me physically ill for like weeks.
I'm probably gonna. I was gonna do Rings of Power, but then I skipped it because I want to do this game because I hate this game.
I can't earnestly say you made the right choice.
I mean, I can, because Rings of Power Season 2, I was telling Andrew this, opens with Sauron the Maggot Man. The Maggot Goo Man.
I saw a video covering it, like going over what happened. And I was just like, that's a real thing. So, sorry, hang on. Like, all I was watching was like a plot summary, but if I'm understanding correctly, Sauron is like leading, you know, a bunch of orcs, you know, in like a big moment, and he's like, hey, we're gonna take over the world together, just you wait. And then one of the orcs like comes up and tries to kill him, and then he like quells that betrayal, kills the orc. So like naturally you'd think Sauron is like, okay, there's like betrayal in the air, right? Like there's, you know, surely this orc wasn't acting alone. Like surely there might be other orcs in the crowd, or just anyone in this room that shares this sentiment, and maybe I'm in danger right now. But instead of like, you know, getting the fuck out of there, or even just like dealing with like, hey, who else would stand against me in this moment, he just decides to let himself be crowned with like a really sharp crown, and then the guy who's going to crown him obviously uses the sharp crown to stab him with it. And I'm like, what did you think was gonna happen?
So, I mean,
just tried to assassinate you.
See, here's the thing, like, Sauron presents himself like he's not really in any danger, even from, like, this crowd of people with swords. And I'm like, yeah, I agree with you, Sauron, honestly. You really shouldn't be. Because, like, you know, Sauron is a fucking angel. Like, he's, like, the most powerful angel around. Like, he's basically a god, a pseudo-god. The idea that, like, he could just be stabbed to death by a bunch of orcs is kind of nonsense.
Yeah.
All the orcs are like, for the watch.
You joke, but yes, basically that is what happens. They're all like, oh, we don't trust the Sauron guy. He hasn't got our best interests at heart, so we're gonna kill him.
Pretty much, yeah.
And I was like, I just don't believe that Sauron is susceptible to knives. Like, I'm just sorry, he isn't.
Apparently he is, so I mean, take that.
He's a spirit being. He's not even like, it's not even like Gandalf, like, because Gandalf's encased in a flesh body that he can't leave. He's purposely been sent there in a limited form, so that he can't wage a direct contest of wills with Sauron. A, because he'd lose, but also B, because the whole point is they're trying to get the people of Middle-earth to save themselves and stand up to tyranny. But Sauron is just like an actual, just angelic being with all his power intact. There's just no way that any of these fuckers should pose a threat to him. You're like, yeah, but counterpoint, knife.
The only thing I can say about Rings of Power, which I never watched, is that the Sauron actor is hot. I have nothing else to share. Okay.
I agree. He is a good-looking bloke. Also, the Galadriel actress is hot as well. It's just she's a terrible actress, and well, actually, I can't even say that. It's just the character's really bad and cringe.
Galadriel.
Yeah, I had a friend who watched her in something else. I can't remember what it was, but he said that she was pretty good in that. So
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me that it's just the writing and the directing.
Yeah, because no one is a
thanks.
good actor
That
on that
helps.
show, so I just assume it's
Oh.
direction. That's terrible.
So there's something really funny happens. So in season 1, there's a character. There's like one of the subplots is a romance between an elf called Arondir and a Sutherland woman, human woman.
Yeah.
But that actress just yeeted out of the show between seasons, even though like her character survives in season 1. Like she's an integral part of the end of that season. But she just left. She was like, I don't want to do this anymore. I'm just peaced out. And so like the first time you see Arondir in season 2 is like episode 3.
Is he?
He just pops up to kill a few orcs, and Isildur's like, "What are you doing here?" And he's like, "I have my own business." And they just cut straight to like a cremation funeral of like his body in a shroud, and then they do like a really badly placed like kind of slow-mo flashback. It's almost like Zack Snyder 300-esque of like her from season 1 to be like, "This is who their body is." And I'm like, what? Okay, I guess she's dead then. Fuck it.
That's so funny.
But like, aren't there like,
Just
you know,
ignore the
contracts that prevent actors from just doing that?
I guess she didn't sign more than one season.
Let's take a breather.
That was really dumb of them to not make her sign at
Gambling.
least a few seasons.
New
I agree.
gambling game.
Oh my god.
Because like I
We're
thought
on
this
different planets.
like this. Oh, we are, yeah.
Oh my god.
I thought the standard contract for like any actor coming into a show was like 6 seasons. Like we can write you off before 6 seasons if we want, or if you need us to let you go. But like, if we need you for 6 seasons, you're here for 6 seasons, or you're breaking the contract, and you know you'll be fined significantly or whatever.
Well, I don't know what to tell you, man. She pieced out. I guess they didn't do that for her.
Well, they trusted her, and then she realized what show she was in. She was like, "I'm out. I don't know."
Also, Sheev, if I say to you, because you've seen the Lord of the Rings movies, right? Which, again, like, different continuity, but, like, a lot of the things are shared between the continuities. So, for example, if I say to you, describe to me the one sort of, like, feature of the elves that separates them from humans, what would you say?
Immortality, gracefulness. Yeah.
Immortality and eternal youth. They're
Yeah.
all young and hot. So we meet Kurdan the Shipwright, who is the oldest elf in Middle-earth. He is a 61-year-old man with a grey beard.
How?
Good question. I don't know.
I mean, is it a matter of like they age eventually? Like if you know if there was an elf that was around for like 20,000 years, eventually that's going to start to show.
Well, no, because Galadriel's like about 7,000 or 8,000 years old even when the show begins.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Is like, you know, 7,000 for an elf is still relatively young, but say he's like, I don't know, 30,000, 40,000.
No. So you misunderstand me. So like, she is one of the oldest elves in Middle-earth. Like, Kurdan is older than her, but not by much.
Oh, maybe that's the form he chose. I know that they
not how
can't
that
choose.
works.
I'm kidding.
I just won 300 credits and a 10 credit buy-in. I am rich.
We up.
God, I love
Immediately
gambling.
losing all the casino.
Look, maybe
The
he's just
household.
really stressed out.
You're here for the
Building
survival
ships?
You're too late.
Yeah,
I guess, maybe.
That's a stressful
Good
job.
to see your boss.
Go ahead.
Oh, God.
Find Surat in the back.
Thanks. Is this place big on Sabak?
Some high rollers in town.
Also, I do like how people, when you bring up the
Make
fact that,
their
like,
shot.
Good to know.
Rings of Power is doing things differently from the movies, which, like, again, that's not necessarily a
Hey,
bad
Jalen,
thing.
you there?
But when you point
I'm
out,
about
like,
to
oh,
leave
this doesn't
for
match up
Rock,
with what we saw in the
but
films or
I need some
whatever, and
leverage
people are like,
here.
well, it's not trying to be like that. It's like, but it is, though. Like, did you not see the Balrog in season 1? It's exactly the same Balrog designs
Yeah.
from the film.
Yeah, that could work.
So the Rings of Power doesn't take place in the same continuity as the films. Does it take place in the same continuity as the books?
No.
No,
So
it's,
it's
Its own anomalous thing.
yeah.
it legally has to be its own thing because they didn't buy they only bought the rights to
Yeah.
like one paragraph of the Silmarillion,
Yeah.
right?
Well, no, they bought the right to like some of the appendices and
Hey,
I
just
think
need to see
the Fellowship of the Ring. I think that was what they bought the rights to.
And okay, so
Oh,
okay,
Griff. Who
so
is
they
he?
want the show to lead into Fellowship.
Betrayed me.
Well, no, as in like the point is like they wanted to be a Second Age
Wait,
story,
I've got something that
but
can
they
make
they
you
can
very
only
rich.
use whatever's
I
mentioned
just
about
need
the
some
Second Age in
information.
Fellowship of the Ring or the appendices that they bought.
What kind of information?
That's interesting.
I'm looking for a Rhodian named Gadik.
Thank
So, like,
God
we had
this
a
is not the
She-Hulk,
same
we had-
continuity.
Also, we had a Shelob cameo in the latest episode of Lord of the Rings, of Rings of Power.
That's true. I saw it in the
And,
trailers.
It's yours if you
Yeah,
can tell me
and
where
they were like,
Kadik
we're not going to
is.
name this thing because we're not allowed to say what we're not allowed to say its name because we don't own the right to its name.
You'll find yourself again at an Imperial
It's
research
just big
station.
spider. Don't worry about it.
Unless the
Just
Hutt
chunky
cartel has
spider
already
gal
killed
and
him.
her babies.
What? Why?
Damn, Shelob's
What did he
old.
do?
You can
Yeah,
ask
she is ancient.
He only has himself to blame.
They also
my
like
brother.
the Sauron design they had in season 1. So,
What?
like in season 1, you see like a flashback of Sauron as the Dark Lord, and he is literally wearing exactly the same armor that he was wearing at the start of the Lord of the Rings movies. So they're very consciously like scrimping from the aesthetic of the Peter Jackson films.
The iconography, yeah. Why wouldn't you? Honestly, you're trying to get as many people like in on this as you want.
Agreed, but then the problem is like when they then separate, like when they do things like continuity-wise, just break with those films, it creates a very jarring sensation. So I'm watching things that look like they should be in the movies break film continuity.
What's kind of like again when you're watching House of the Dragon and you're like, this is supposed to be in the same canon as the Game of Thrones show. So why are they saying Andals and Rhoynar are in the First Men? You know, why do Tyroshi suddenly color their hair? Why does the Iron Throne look like that?
It was prison or enlist.
I guess they lost all those swords in between.
They just got rid of
time
them,
period.
I guess. Which I mean, you know, fair enough. I'm sure they're a safety hazard.
I'll take care of it.
But then again, so is a chair made of swords, and you're still letting your boy King sit on it. So
Yeah, although to be honest, they're probably hoping he dies on that thing.
I meant Tommen, but yeah, Joffrey too. Sorry, I've been reading A Feast for Crows, so in my mind, the king of, you know, the king who sits on the Iron Throne is Tommen right now.
Oh,
I'm
music.
still,
What kind of music do these guys have?
Druid
This is
Sandstorm.
a good one, Nick.
Apparently nothing.
Oh, I like
So is the whole show $1 billion, or was that how much they spent for the rights? No, the actual show's budget was $1 billion
Jesus Christ, that's insane.
for season 1. I don't think that includes marketing, by the way. I think that's just the budget.
No, that's just the budget.
How do you like?
More credits.
How do
I'm
you spend
sorry.
that
I know,
much?
I know. Lord of the Rings is one of the most popular, you know, works of fiction ever, right? But like, how does anyone that's running a business ever say, I'm gonna give $1 billion to one TV show?
I like
Like
that
that's
one.
insane.
We got
So here's the thing. If they'd actually spent all the money on that show well, and the show had been like this amazing, like, you know, if it had been genuinely brilliantly written, it had been this incredible work of art that was it matched the movies in terms of scope and size and grandeur and quality, I think that would have been money well spent, because that would basically have sustained every TV project they ever wanted to make for the next 10 years in terms of like acclaim. Amazon Prime would have had this massive uptick of users, and like the soft power you can buy in terms of like Amazon as a company overall to recoup that money, I think would have been just about worth it.
Oh,
The
we
problem
won.
is,
Sorry,
Oh, sweet.
I'm gambling.
gambling.
That's why we take
The problem is that like it's somehow, despite having spent $1 billion, the show looks incredibly cheap in a lot of ways. So the
Yeah.
most notable example is like the Numenorians' armor looks like it's made of tissue paper.
The
like paper
Numenorians in
mache.
general, it just looks like a
Yeah.
high school play. They just like raided a high school and stole all of their like robes and stuff. Like,
Yeah,
or like, you know, like people would like do plays of like the Easter story. So they'll just steal that Roman armor and they just like kind of hit it with a hammer, and then there you go, you have Numenorian armor.
yeah, very much so. Like there's the, you know, the difference between that and say, like, the movies where they had like the entirety of Weta Workshops, like craftsmen following them around on set, and like they had like 10 dedicated blacksmiths on set to actually make the fucking armor out of actual
Yeah.
metal.
Right?
The chainmail had 2 guys.
You make a splash of red.
His
My
only job
favorite
was to like do links and chains.
my favorite Prime show might unironically be Hasbin. Hasbin's alright.
Yeah.
There-
Has been. I
there's
really like
Invincible.
Jack Reacher season 1.
Oh, I haven't watched
I'll
Reacher
take a
yet.
look. No problem,
Reacher season
sis.
1 is good. Reacher season 2 I have slight issues with.
I've got some work for you.
But like, meanwhile, House of the Dragon season 1 had a budget of $20 million an episode. You know, rounding out a total of about $100 million for this, or $200 million rather for the season.
I mean, Andor had like 250, and that's relatively expensive, and it also looks its budget.
Well,
Looks
I just
gorgeous,
think
yeah.
I just think it's worth comparing like House of the Dragon and Rings of Power because they came out around the same time and were competing with each other and have like the same sort of aesthetic, you know, this medieval sort of fantasy world. And like with literally a fifth of the budget of Rings of Power, House of the Dragon season 1 looked excellent. Like the most visually like jarring thing about season 1 is that whole episode where they filmed like basically everything in the day, but it was supposed to take place at night, so they just put like really bad filters over it, and
the
you could
bad
just
day
tell.
for no filter.
Yeah, that was like the worst thing about season 1 in terms of visuals. The rest of it looks stunning, and it had a fifth of Rings of Power's budget. It's just crazy.
I'm gonna go buy some
I will
drip.
say, Rings of Power season 2, they seem to have at least like the special effects look better, like the actual CGI looks better.
Yeah.
Season 1 was appalling.
What's
Galadriel
season
looks
two's
better.
budget?
Like her
I'm-
armor looks
I'm-
better.
There's no way they give season 2 $1 billion.
Welp, our
pretty
first
sure it
season dropped. Hey Bezos, give us
That would
another
be
billion day.
Like, I'm pretty sure season 2 is the same budget.
I'm not seeing anything that tells me.
I think
so I'll
when
take your word for it. But that is insane that they would give it another $1 billion. Like, what are you guys doing?
Okay, so the budget per episode for season 2 was between $60 and $100 million.
Jesus fucking Christ, guys, what are we doing?
How? That's insane.
That's 3 times as much as House of the Dragon season 1.
I don't even know how you manage. Like you have to be like
much more. It's much more than that. So the average episode for HBO in House of the Dragon season 1 was between $6 and $14 million.
You might as well declare their jockey
For season 1?
now.
Yeah.
I thought it was 20 million per episode. Maybe I got my numbers wrong.
I mean, maybe the source I'm looking at here is wrong, which is entirely possible.
HBO's House of the Dragon cost under 20 million per episode to produce its 10-episode first season, which debuted August 21st, 2022. A source close to production told Variety. For comparison, Game of Thrones costs HBO around 100 million per season. That's from Variety. I trust Variety. They're usually
A lot of money.
yeah. Oodles. Like you just wouldn't believe how much money.
another movie that looks its budget. I'd say is unironically Twisters, because it's
Yeah,
it's got 150, and like all the effects in that movie are great. Like, especially when they first interact with like the fire tornado. I was like, oh my god, it's real.
I mean, look, no shade to Twisters, because I still haven't seen the film, and I don't know what kinds of stunts they had to pull in that movie, or like, you know, visually, whatever. But like, I don't know how a movie about a bunch of people in Oklahoma chasing after tornadoes needs $150 million.
Well, I mean, here's a thing for you, because like, Sheev, you've seen Alien Romulus. Visually, forget plot, just visually, how would you mark that movie?
Gorgeous.
I think it looks absolutely phenomenal. It cost $80 million to make that movie.
Oh my gosh. That's almost half of, or that's a little more than half of the Twisters budget. And you know, like, I feel like Alien Romulus needed a bigger budget than Twisters, you know?
Yeah.
To get
Romulus has a lower budget for that movie than one episode of Rings of Power has.
Oh no, go back. I need to go.
It's just insane, like, what you can do with, like, let me, hang on, what was the budget for, let's say, the Batman?
100?
That's like, again,
20?
I think about 100, yeah.
185 to 20 million is what I'm seeing.
Oh yeah, it absolutely looks that.
But that's only a little bit
it's
more than
gorgeous.
Twisters. But it is also a superhero movie, so
But it's gorgeous though. It looks incredible.
yeah, that's what I was getting at. Is like with comparatively speaking, a much smaller budget, it looks incredible, and of course it does because Greg Fraser was the cinematographer and he knows what he's fucking doing.
The goat. You know, it's going to be very jarring. Not to say that it's going to be a detriment to the show, but it's going to be very jarring to me watching The Penguin without Greg Fraser on it. It's like, man.
Yeah, Southpaw saw the like a preview for The Penguin that they played at the end of the Batman re-release in theaters. He was telling me that he thinks it looks good. I think it was Southpaw who was telling me that it's noticeable, right? Like the visuals are just different. They're just not as good.
Yeah, I mean that's gonna be how it is with a show, right? That's gonna hit especially hard with the Dune show. Like already in the trailers, they cannot cook as hard. Like, so I can just see people not watching the show because of that. It's like, oh, it doesn't look as good.
That's one of those things where I think, like, you don't, when you're making TV and you have to grapple with the reality that you do not have Hollywood film budgets for, per minute. You can't spend as much per minute as you would in a film. That you just have to, like, take account of that in the writing. Like, don't write, like, multiple gigantic CGI set pieces into your script that you can't afford to make properly. Just don't do that.
Which I hope doesn't happen a lot in the Dune show, because it's about the Bene Gesserits and literally their superpower is talking to people, so I don't see much explosions going on there unless they like
the power is yapping.
It is,
unless they tell someone to press the buttons and launch all the nukes.
Someone asked a question. Which version of the theatrical Star Wars do you have on Blu-ray? Harmy's despecialized or Project 4K? It's the despecialized ones.
Yeah, same.
I tried to talk to Harmy to get his thoughts when I was doing my script for the 4 section of my Star Wars like overview. Unfortunately, he didn't get back to me, which is a shame. But
I thought this was going to be a joke, but
no.
I was like, oh, I talked to Harmy.
I was genuinely trying to message him because I was going into Chief and I ranted about this for yonks, like the fact that George Lucas just basically like destroyed the original movies.
Yep.
Yeah.
And so I wanted to talk to Harmy, who obviously it does special effects and VFX work and like professionally, what it took to make this thing, to try and despecialize the editions, like the kind of compromises on film quality you just have to make. Well, like the digital re-editing you have to make to like make up for the loss of quality.
I'm practically giving it away for free.
Yeah. I have the despecialized versions like saved in my PC that I'll be using in videos going forward.
Yeah.
They're not the originals, obviously. Like the original version, they're the despecialized version, which are slightly different. But like,
yeah,
it is what it is.
But the despecialized are like, especially with the New Hope, I noticed it so much more. That movie is so much easier to watch. Like,
yeah, the pacing is much better in the despecialized version.
Like, I don't know how, but they made the fight between Obi-Wan and Vader not feel so clunky. It's obviously through editing. They cut a bunch of the. I think they cut a bunch of the action out, and they just kind of left the talking. And I remember
the Death Star run in the special editions is also extended, and you can just feel it every time you watch it.
Well, because we watched it after, I think it was like after one of the Halloween watch parties or one of the Ahsoka ones. We watched it in a VC, and it's like 2 a.m. and I have it on my second monitor, and I'm playing another game, and I'm still so engaged to what's going on. God, the editing in that version is so much better.
Yeah. And of course, it cuts out that really shitty Jabba scene in Mos Eisley, which is nice.
All right, I'm gonna do an eating quick time event.
Ooh, delicious.
I remember as a kid, I didn't understand like how that scene came to be, because like obviously originally it was like they had a human actor standing in for Jabba, who I guess was supposed to just be Jabba. Like Jabba was supposed to just be human. But like as a kid, I didn't know any of the behind the scenes. I just saw the scene in the special edition version. And every time Han walked on his tail, it just took me out of it. Even as a kid, because I was just like, why did he do that? You're asking this guy for another chance to like get him your money, like get him his money that you owe him, so that he doesn't fucking kill you, and you're just stepping on his tail, and Jabba's just fine with that.
Yeah, Jabba would be pissed.
Excuse me,
Jabba would not take that offense.
There's bugs in my food. This is not sanitary.
Is this another QuickTime event?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Oh my lord.
Are these like mandatory, or can you skip them?
No, I have to do them to get the food that gives a buff to Nyx.
Oh my god. By the way, I saw this earlier. Like Odrin sent this to one of the chats, but I don't know if you guys saw it. Star Wars Outlaws features a reference to the Purge of Mandalore and confirms that the events took place in 3 ABY. So
What?
Yeah, apparently it just recently happened as of when this game takes place, which is pretty shortly after Empire.
I'm sorry, the Purge of Mandalore happened before Return of the Jedi.
Yeah.
So Ahsoka was active in the galaxy before the Return of the Jedi.
She was literally training with Sabine as a Jedi, like as of Empire Strikes Back. Is what that means?
Oh my fucking Christ.
That also, of course, means that in 6 years, the planet just became habitable again. Or I guess was the implication from Season 3 that it was actually never not inhabitable, but just none of the Mandalorians bothered to check?
Yeah, that was the whole thing. They were just stupid.
That no one ever just went to see. They just trusted the Empire's word on that.
No relic collectors went to go and loot the fallen ruins of one of the most famous cultures in all of galactic history.
Nah. Well, the Empire said it's uninhabitable, so it must be true.
I mean, it should be. They fucking carpet bombed the surface with nukes.
Yeah, they fucking turned it to glass.
Yeah.
They turned the whole planet into a glass-covered radioactive hellhole.
That's fine.
It's fine. Yeah, it's cool. It's just a flesh wound. Like the capital city was not just destroyed; it was sunk like 2 miles underground. Somehow.
Yeah, somehow. I don't know how the fuck that happened. But also, you sounded surprised that the Purge apparently happened before Return of the Jedi. When did you think it happened? Because I remember in Ahsoka they mentioned that it happened. Like, Huyang says something like at the end of the war, which implies during or around Return of the Jedi.
Well, I presume because the war technically carried on beyond Return of the Jedi, right? Like, until the Battle of Jakku.
Yeah, so a year after Jedi.
Yeah, so I was like, maybe it happened just after Jedi.
Nope, apparently it happened recently as of Outlaws.
That feels like the kind of over-the-top escalation that the Empire would have done in retaliation for something like this, the loss of the second Death Star and the loss of the Emperor. Like, when no one's there to, rein it in and there's nothing to lose, and they're just trying to, desperately contain this war. That they would just go completely overboard and nuke the whole of Mandalore to be like, we can still destroy planets even without the Death Star, get back in line.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Ooh, steel.
CLS is like, why would they purge after the Emperor's dead? Well, CLS, I don't know if you know about this, but the Emperor left standing orders. Completely obliterated.
He had a little red avatar that he had.
Yeah, he had a bunch of satellites set up to destroy Imperial sympathizing worlds for some fucking reason.
Because
they're...
Well, you see, they let him die, so they were unworthy. Even though he's still alive and hiding in the shadows to reclaim his empire.
Yeah, I mean, so obviously there's that, which is, it's just a funny little contradiction there. But, even ignoring the fact that Palpatine's alive, because, come on, when they wrote that into the canon, right, they weren't thinking about Palpatine being alive somewhere, because obviously not. But it's still just dumb, because it's like, so Palpatine decided to have the Empire destroy itself because they don't deserve to continue existing if he's not there to rule over them. Like, I just don't believe that's what Palpatine would do.
No. I mean, I don't believe that because the entire rule of the Sith thing is that the Sith apprentice is supposed to kill the Master. So, part of Palpatine's frustration with Vader as an apprentice is that he just wasn't doing that.
Wonder why.
So,
he wasn't even trying to, yeah.
Yeah, so in the event that Vader actually does get his act together and kills the Emperor and becomes the most powerful Sith Lord ever to walk all of creation, shouldn't Palpatine want that and want him to rule over the Empire?
That really doesn't
No.
sound like the deal.
Okay, well, there we go then. I guess that settles that.
But Palpatine wanted to live forever.
Well, don't worry, because Disney will ensure that he does.
Till he's 90. Wait, no, he's older than that as of Rise of
Way
Skywalker.
older,
Till 900 years up.
Until Ian McDiarmid is 90.
How old is Ian McDermott?
80, I think? He was very young when he did the Emperor Palpatine in Return of the Jedi. He was only in his early 30s.
He's 80, exactly, yeah.
Yeah, he's younger than Harrison Ford, I'm pretty sure.
As of last month. Yeah, it's always crazy to me thinking about how Palpatine is younger than Han, technically. even weirder, Mace Windu, you know, like Samuel L. Jackson is older than Mark Hamill, and you're like, yeah, but you're from the prequel movies, so you're supposed to be younger than the original trilogy characters. That's how that works.
Ewan McGregor's uncle is in the originals. He's a Wedge.
Nice flying, Lando.
I still love this is one of my favorite Star Wars trivia things. Ewan McGregor's brother was in the RAF, so like the Air Force, and his call sign was Obi-2 Kenobi. Which I think that's adorable. That's fun.
You know what's a funny thing about Wedge Antilles? This is a thing from the books, so it like obviously doesn't matter for the movies, but like it's still just a thing that makes me snicker every time I think about it. In the books, he is married to a woman who is like the mother of Snap Wexley, the guy played by Greg Grunberg in The Force Awakens. You know who that is?
Yeah.
Yeah, that character is like canonically the stepson of Wedge Antilles. They're very close. They get on pretty well. In The Rise of Skywalker, Snap just fucking dies like in the battle on Exegol, like off screen. And like that was like a very recent thing that happened right before Lando and Wedge and all of them show up. And like Wedge would like presumably know that his stepson that he loves and cares about deeply is dead, and he doesn't give a fuck. He just trucks on. Just like, yeah,
to be honest, he never really cared for Wedge. For Snap, innocent or otherwise.
And I just think that's very funny because like obviously the people who wrote this movie didn't know about their relationship. The actors didn't know about their relationship because they never had one. But like if you're a book reader who somehow thinks that like Disney cares about you at all, you're just watching that and you're like, oh, his stepson just died and he doesn't care at all. That's just
still think that if I was J.J. Abrams, I would have just gone the whole hog with that. Like, you know, when the Resistance fleet turns up at the end and there's like millions of the fuckers and anyone is there. I would literally have just done everything like completely mad. Like, you know, you're panning between all the different arrivals and it's like, look, it's the Ghost and it's Hera. Like, look, it's Wedge. Look, Darth Maul is back. Look, it's Chewbacca's family from the Christmas, you know, from the special. Like,
look, it's the Klingons.
Yes, the Klingons. It's Captain Picard, played by Patrick Stewart.
Species, featured in Star Wars Episode 1, The Phantom Menace.
It's William Shatner. It's the Iron Giant. It's like everyone is here.
Oh my god, it's like Michael Myers.
It would have been like the final battle of Ready Player One, where just like Godzilla, it's like Mecha Godzilla is there.
You just said the Iron Giant, and I'm just imagining the Iron Giant, like with Hogarth in hand, right? Like running up to the tower that they're trying to destroy and just like punching it.
No, he just flies into Brian's ship, and he's going Superman.
No, like they're riding on the ship with horses, you know, and they're being like picked off by stormtroopers, and all hope seems lost. But then all of a sudden, Kratos drops down.
Oh no! The funnier thing to do is like, you know, they're all being swarmed, and like suddenly it just cuts to like Bruce Banner being swarmed. And he's like, "There's too many of them!" And then the Bifrost arrives, and Thor parachutes in with like Groot and Rocket.
Where is Sidious?
Like the final battle is just like Thor reflects the lightning back up Sidious with Mjolnir, and Rey isn't even involved.
And the 3 Spider-Men come swinging by.
Yeah. Doctor Strange is there. Like Rey is like out for the count. She's almost beaten, and she looks over, and like Doctor Strange is just holding up one finger to
her. And I'm Cal Kestis.
No, he's been like, and I am all of the Jedi, and I am all the Cal Kestis, and then Anakin comes, and this is pod racing. Like the xenomorphs from Alien, just like fucking everyone should have been there. I mean, you might as well, because like by that point you're just you're fully aware as a director, like this is just a piss take, like just go nuts.
What if after Kylo threw his lightsaber into the ocean, he turned around and said, "Darth Vader, what a joke," and wore Leia's face in her honor?
The giant alien ships from Independence Day turn up as well.
Palpatine's just like, I don't fucking know. They're just here.
Wonder Woman, played by Gal Gadot's. Hey, Skywalker, no.
Kylo, no.
Hello, no.
Hans Force Ghost is just watching. Hans Force Ghost is just watching Rey beat Palpatine with the 2 lightsabers, and he's just like, "Not bad, kid."
No, he just pops back in and goes, "Great kid, don't get cocky," and then just disappears again.
And then he pops in again, like right after the kiss, and he's just like, "Never tell me the odds."
And then, like, after the kiss, Palpatine, like, crawls back out of the hole because he's not quite dead. And then, like, all the Force ghosts of the children that Anakin killed in Revenge of the Sith but sterilize in and just swarm Palpatine. He gets killed by the Velociraptors from Jurassic World.
Oh my god, in like that really violent manner.
Yeah, like, Palpatine gets picked up by the pterodactyl.
And then the fucking Demogorgon finishes him off.
Just, man. Like, the TARDIS arrives mid-battle, you know, just like the Daleks are there, just everything. Everything and everyone has to be there.
And in-game...
the Rhino people.
Cap with Mjolnir. Just an in-game Portal scene, but even more egregious. Which is
let's be honest.
What it already was in the movie, but like...
Yeah. The fleet was the Portal scene.
It was trying to be, for sure.
Poe from Kung Fu Panda arrives.
Say what you will about Endgame, because like obviously it's not a very good movie. It's shit, but like at least the Portal scene had some like, you know, it had a setup in the sense that like this is 10 years in the making. With the ships, like the fleet showing up in Rise of Skywalker, it's like, who's that? Who are they? What is that? Why are all these people here? Not only is it not even set up in the fucking previous movies, but the previous movies go out of their way to tell us that the galaxy at large apparently are just not invested in helping the rebellion, like at all. But suddenly now, in the darkest hour, they all somehow manage to get through the space cancer outside of Exegol to help out. It's like, what?
Back to work.
What?
It's all very strange.
Mm-hmm. The thing is, like, thematically, I'm like, that's a neat idea, right? Like, it's what Star Wars has kind of always been, like, in terms of just common people banding together to overthrow tyranny. Like, that's neat. The movies doesn't bother to set that up at all, and none of it makes any sense. But, you know, there's a neat little theme there if you just close your eyes and pretend that it works.
Yeah, also because, like, you know, if we're going to do that, the whole ending of The Last Jedi was that Luke's sacrifice had re-inspired the galaxy.
Somehow that happened.
I don't know how that happened, but apparently it did. But like that should have been the thing. Like Rey should have been there to be like, I am the legacy of Luke, right? Like she should have been the rallying point. There should have been like, I remember someone telling me about like Colin Trevorrow's Duel of the Fates script, and like most of it sounds absolute wank.
Bad. It's very bad.
Yeah. But the one idea I did like was like Finn and Poe trying to like lead a rebellion on Coruscant from the lower levels, like, you know, taking the disenfranchised like poor people and like trying to lead them up from below.
See, I still would have preferred for what happens with Finn to just be that he helps like he causes like a stormtrooper uprising. Like that would have been way more fitting.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, I think
that's what I thought they were doing.
He should have died at the end of TLJ.
Well, yeah, but like if we're saying he's alive for Rise of Skywalker, you might as well make use of that like aspect of his character.
Oh, sure, but like I think that the way I'd rather have done it is like he dies because his natural arc is fulfilled, but in TLJ, and then Poe, who has now learned that stormtroopers are also people and can be saved and aren't just like mooks to be killed like he thought they were in TFA, takes Finn's sacrifice to heart and you know he uses Finn's example to inspire a stormtrooper rebellion.
Man,
like, that should have been what they did with that, but no.
Yeah, going from the brash hotshot pilot who just mows down his enemies unquestioningly to like, I'm going to try to reason with these people, and if I die in the process, then I die in the process.
Yeah,
like I'd rather actually help them.
Yeah, you could even have an interesting line, like when one of the stormtroopers he's trying to convince is like, well, why would you want to help us? And like he's just like, because it's what Finn would have done.
Just ignore the part in The Force Awakens where he just mindlessly gunned them all down. Just pretend that didn't happen.
Murders his fellow child soldiers on his way out the door while
And
giggling.
This is why when people talk about rewriting the sequels, it always eventually defaults to, we just need to tear it all up and restart. You know, take these scraps of good ideas and just like restructure everything.
I will die on this hill. TFA is worse than TLJ. I will absolutely die on this hill.
No, I agree, and I've been telling people that, and they're like, "Sheev, I think you've lost it." But I'm like, we had that conversation, and it really did convince me that like, if it's not worse than TLJ, then it's at least just as bad, which is more than I would have ever admitted before.
Yeah. Don't worry though, Andrew. None of the people in this room are going to notice he just punched out their colleague. Nope.
Nobody cares at all.
This guy's confused because of the rat. Now he's looking at what it destroyed.
But don't worry, because no one else will notice the rat, because apparently that's how that works. The rat is selectively camouflaged.
Oh, I can't kill him. Uh-oh.
We should check. You can't be here.
Imagine if there was any like semblance of stakes in this game. Like, not only is your life on the line and you actually have to be careful, but like, what if the rat could be killed? And like, if it dies, it doesn't even respawn. You just lost Nyx.
I'll tell you what. To be fair to this game, its Stormtrooper AI is canonically in line with that of Kenobi's.
It is entirely Kenobi's. Because I can just punch him.
Literally on cue, he just saw a person crouching behind that desk. He's now looking over at the wall.
He's going toward the door. Where are you going, buddy?
No, you're not calling it reinforcements. Just went back to full health because this holster I have is OP.
And none of them just noticed you did that.
Now they know.
Now they know, yeah. They're still not shooting at you for some reason. Oh, there we go. Do you remember when Stormtroopers were like held to be were meant to be like the crack troops?
Yeah.
They were like the big guys you called in when it wasn't just a normal operation.
Again, Andor, man, it does everything right. I like how it treats them that way. Like even when the Stormtroopers are around, it's bad.
Even
that
in
means
this,
like you're fucked now, yeah.
Yeah, they're like on every planet in this game. Like the coolest thing they've done is like beat a guy to death in an alleyway, and that's really it.
Well, we joked that those were the two guys from the two scout troopers later on. Yeah, like, that was their origin.
I was watching Zanny's video on this game, and there was like a part where he threw a grenade, and he was like, "Don't worry though, there's a silencer on this. Watch." He threw the grenade. There was this big, loud explosion, and then these stormtroopers who were like maybe 10 feet away didn't notice it at all. He was like, "See."
I love Zanny's videos.
I'm even going to give this to Rogue One. Rogue One mostly handles the stormtroopers all right as well.
I'd say so.
Wait, fuck, I can't have that there.
In Solo, they're just random. Like, it makes sense that they're stationed on Corellia because, like, you know, Corellia is the shipyard. It's the shipyard. It's like where most of the ships in the galaxy are manufactured. At least the ones that are mass produced for, like, the big guys like the Empire. So it makes sense that they're there. Doesn't make sense that like they somehow didn't find Han when he was making a big fucking like ruckus when the door got shut between him and Kira. I don't know how the fuck he got lost in the crowd. It's kind of insane. And then other than that, I don't know if there are any real like any kind of stormtrooper presence that they have to deal with in that movie.
Yeah.
Which is to say that Solo handles the stormtroopers. Solo is one of the best in terms of handling stormtroopers just by default if they are barely in them in the movie.
Yeah. Because, I mean, you compare it to Mando, right? Which is like, obviously, because this is off the Empire. So the only stormtroopers left who are still active stormtroopers should have been like the die-hard fanatics. They should have been like the absolute dyed-in-the-wool Imperial loyalists and like the crack, the most hardy of the hardy, basically. The last one standing. And instead, they just played off like a joke who can't aim for shit.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, like, it's one thing to enlist in the Empire when you have a cushy job and a 401k and the armor is very pristine and there's like respect to it and like you have the ultimate authority in any given situation when you're like dealing with common people. But now it's like the Empire is this sort of like beaten like disarrayed former elite faction that's like hanging on by a thread, and all the stormtrooper armor in the early episodes of The Mandalorian is really dirty, which symbolizes, obviously like they are worse for wear. So if you're still with the Empire at this point, it's because you are a true believer in the cause.
Can I even go through this door? Wait, am I streaming in Discord still? Oh no, I'm not.
You are not.
Okay.
You haven't been for a while. I've just been watching your YouTube stream.
Share. Oh, is Outlaws now? Oh, Outlaws is now working when I stream it. Is it? Oh yeah, it is. Okay, whatever. Ubisoft, be quirky like that.
You be hard. I also love how this game makes sure to let you know like where the cameras are pointing. Like there's like a light extending from the camera. I'm just like, surely there's a better way to implement that mechanic without just having there be lights like pointing to where the camera is facing.
Or at the very least, like say that she's got like goggles that like reveal to her the camera lights or the camera sight lines.
Something like that.
You know, because she's a smuggler and an infiltrator. That could be like equipment she would get or buy.
Mm-hmm.
I'm in the same room. Where am I supposed to go?
Honestly, like, I'm sure the rat is very helpful, but like
it just ran into the view of the camera. And okay,
I rescind my comment. It is neither helpful nor good.
This rat is oblivious.
What if that was like
her job is to be?
Oh, sorry, I was just
given her job is to be a smuggler or like an infiltrator, why does she not have like a droid that can actually like slice into terminals?
Well, that's what I was kind of just about to say. Like, what if this QT animal that she has with her on every single mission wasn't just along for the ride, as like a merchandise piece? What if there was actually like a function to it? Like, it can see certain wavelengths of light that like help her on her jobs. Like it can tell you the camera is pointing or like facing that way.
Ooh, yeah.
And, I don't know. I don't know how you'd implement that in the gameplay, but you could workshop that surely.
Oh no, it could work.
Yeah, well, like I mean, obviously, like from a gameplay perspective, you could just, as a player, you can just see the camera light. But the in-universe explanation is like, no, the animal's warning her when the cameras are pointed at certain places.
Yeah. You have rat mode. You could just have it to where like you see a camera, you activate rat mode, and you see where the camera is.
Yeah, so something like that. Like that'd be interesting.
I want it to be officially called rat mode.
Rat mode.
Going rat mode, sir.
Going full
Operation
rat.
Going rat. All right, back to
you never go full rat.
Ratatouille vision. David says, I do find it cute, to be honest. I was saying this to Andrew when we first started the stream before Sheev turned up. I found it cute the first playthrough he did. Then the second playthrough, I was like, it's starting to irritate me now. And now by the third, I'm like, it's got this really weird, smug little face that just reminds me of pugs. That, like, the more I see it, the more I want to stamp on it.
There. Yeah. Oh, oh, hold on. Do I have the little picture of it? I think I took a picture of it because I was watching gambling videos, and
put it in the scarf.
When it, I'll put it in the VC chat. When it looks over someone's shoulder, it looks so smug. Like it's so funny.
Oh, I remember seeing that on the stream. Yeah.
Yeah, it just looks
CLS
like.
asks, Sheev talks, how should Ahsoka die versus Thrawn or someone else? At this point, I don't fucking care how she dies. I just want her gone.
Kill her.
She died long ago. This thing walking around might call itself Ahsoka, but it's not.
Hammer.
Hammer, yes.
Yeah, Thrawn just turns up behind her and kills her with a hammer.
Bonk.
The thing is, like, if I were to try to, like, seriously answer that question, I don't know how I would, because I've always maintained it should have just been on Malachor, and that would have been the perfect send-off. But now that that's no longer an option, it's like, I don't fucking know. Like, how should they kill her off?
I guess the only way to do that would be like fully commit to the idea that the world between worlds can be used to change the timeline, and like maybe for whatever, like you engineer some reason like she has to go back to that moment and actually like commit to dying in that moment to prepare the timeline or something.
You have Dr.
At least then you can make it an interesting choice.
I'd rather not do something like that because that just opens up such a can of worms in terms of world building mechanics. But like, I'm just trying to think like how else you would make it narratively impactful.
But you're right, it does break the world building, but the world building is already broken. At least this way we have a world building mechanic to reset the world building.
What if Doctor Who showed up and said, "Hey"?
What are you talking about? He's literally her companion throughout the entire show.
That's true. Hu Yang, like, he combusts and then just the Doctor comes out of him. He's like, hello.
He regenerates into Matt Smith.
Yeah.
I'm not ready to go.
He's just like, hey guys, sorry for the little inconvenience. Sorry that Hu Yang's dead now, but I need you to die real quick.
Well, isn't Hu Yang's existence like confirmation that Doctor Who exists in the Star Wars universe because he was dropped off by a traveler in a blue box?
Mm-hmm. To the Jedi Temple.
That's so weird.
God.
Why would they do that?
It's funny because the Aragon books, the Aragon fantasy books also confirm that the Doctor is canon to those books, which means that Aragon is now canon to Star Wars, I guess.
The dragon?
Turns out we're using Doctor Who to bridge all sorts of different fantasy worlds.
Yeah, he is the TVA.
Oh, I don't like that.
No, I don't either.
I don't like that at all. Yeah.
But I like it so little that even within the Doctor Who universe, the most powerful beings, the Time Lords, deliberately stopped that kind of multiverse from existing. They're like, nope, we're not having this.
We're gonna
Not
close
happening.
no.
If Russell T Davies wrote Ahsoka, then yeah, Hu Yang would spontaneously combust, and human David Tennant would show up and be like, "Hey."
Actually, I can tell you exactly what would happen. What would be a good a fitting send-off for Ahsoka is that she goes back to her ship and it turns out that Sutek has been on top of it the whole time. He was in the world between worlds, and he came out with her when she escaped.
Somehow.
I say that Abeloth is basically the Sutek of Star Wars.
God.
I don't know. Like, in terms of like super powerful god entity, sure, but like,
oh, I'm just outside.
At the very least with Abeloth, like, she's been like, if we're going by EU lore, she's just been trapped for thousands of years. It's not like she's just been around the whole time, but for some reason hasn't ever done anything but sit and wait, like Sutek.
What even is the lore behind Abeloth? Is she was one of the people in the Force Land?
I thought you were going to ask me about the lore about Sutek. I was like,
with Abeloth, she was a human woman who I don't even remember, but like somehow she ended up on Mortis.
Yeah, she was a caretaker, right?
She was a caretaker, but like also the mother, quote unquote. Like she and the father were like an item, I guess. And she drank from like a magic pool that gave her entity powers, but it also turned her evil, and they all had to band together to trap her in order to save the galaxy from her.
Wait, hang on. There seems to be some confusion in the chat. No, I meant Aragon the Dragon books. The Aragon Dragon books canonically have Doctor Who in them. That's just a thing that exists.
How though? I haven't read the book, so I don't know how that really connect.
There isn't really a connection beyond one of the main characters writes out a poem that basically explicitly refers to the Doctor from Doctor Who, and then when she's asked about it, she's like, "Oh, I don't know, it's just some old poem I heard." But it confirms that the Doctor exists in that universe, which is quite funny. And again, like the writer, I think, like Christopher Paolini, went on record to be like, "Yeah, that was a reference to the Doctor from Doctor Who."
We hack. Oh, this one's easy.
I don't think I mentioned this when we watched the. Sorry, go ahead.
That would have been another great addition to the immense party of people who turn up to fight Palpatine. It's like just Timothy Dalton leading the Time Lords against Palpatine.
Homelander shows up.
Gallifrey appears in the sky above Exegol. David Tennant walks in to be like, not just bringing back the species, it's Gallifrey.
I don't think I mentioned this when we watched the season 5 finale, or if I did, it was something that I like briefly touched on, but then we moved on because we were still watching the episode. But like, the whole all those aliens gathered to trap the Doctor in this like inescapable box, and the only way he was able to get out of it is because his future self came back and had Rory do a thing that would then cause him to be released from the box so that he could go back in time. And I don't really like that.
The bootstrap paradox, yeah.
Yeah, it's paradoxical. By its very existence, it like breaks cause and effect. And me no likey.
So, I guess this is where it becomes a bit like strange because it depends on how you interpret a lot of Doctor Who's lore. Bootstrap paradoxes are explicitly a thing that Doctor Who is like by name has referred to before as being things that can exist in the Doctor Who universe, and like how exactly that functions has never really been spelled out because by definition it breaks logic slightly. I mean, not even slightly, just it breaks logic.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, like, so for example, later on, there's an episode, this is the Capaldi era, there's an episode called, a two-parter called Under the Lake and Before the Flood, where the resolution is a bootstrap paradox, again, but the Doctor explicitly, the entire point of those two episodes is to be like a kind of meta-analysis of the concept of bootstrap paradoxes. I agree with you that from a storytelling perspective, I do not like them unless you're being very clever with how you use them, and you are actually taking the time to talk about them. I do not like them being used to resolve problems like that. I think that is cheap. And I would agree that I think that it's cheap in that episode.
It is pretty, especially because, like, the consequence of the Doctor, like, all of the Doctor's enemies have banded together to defeat him and trapped him in a box that he cannot escape. Like, that's a very poignant, consequence to all of his escapades and adventures. So to just have it be like, well, a paradox helped him out of that. It's like, oh. Or you could have had, like, I don't know, you could have had somehow, like, Rory figures out how to get him out of there. And then, like, the Doctor's like, shit, dude, like, I underestimated you.
Yeah. There's a number of things they could have done, but Stephen Moffat likes to huff on his own cleverness.
Yes, he does.
It's a shame, because, again, when he's reined in by other writers, like, he produces excellent stuff. It's just when he's given his own power to do shit, it turns into drivel eventually.
Canonically, like in terms of how time travel works mechanically in Doctor Who, I don't know how bootstrap paradoxes can exist because of the influx nature of how time works. The Doctor, we're already told this like plenty of times. The Doctor has a future. He has a future version of himself who's done all these things and has met all these characters that he in the present and like in his present has already met, and they've already had those experiences with future him. But like that can change like the snap of a finger if he were to die or whatever, right? So like from that perspective, if something happens that prevents the Doctor from continuing to exist, that should stop his future self from ever being able to do anything, such as come back and tell Rory, hey, do this thing so I can get out of the box. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I guess the best you can do for that episode is to hand wave it and be like, well, all of reality was collapsing, so maybe like the rules of time are a bit looser, but I don't like that. I think that's, again, very cheap as a writing device, and it's not in any way that the episode itself doesn't say that.
Yeah, like, not only is that cheap, but like you have to at least explain it that way if that's what you're going for.
The closest we get for that is that Amy's past self disappears, but her future self remains where it is. And when they draw attention to that, the Doctor's like, well, we're at the eye of the storm, but everything is breaking down.
Or as George put it in the chat, wibbly wobbly, timey wimey stuff.
Yeah.
Yep.
I hope Kadeek's close.
I do love Doctor Who.
This
like,
might not be my best idea.
Like Matt Smith.
Matt
Smith is definitely my favorite Doctor so far because I don't know that I've been this into it, I guess, in like since we first started, like over a year ago. It's been more like I want to watch this, but I also like, I don't know, like in the moment I'm like, yeah, we're watching an episode, this is fine, whatever. With like season 6 specifically, I've just been like, I'm just really having a good time here. Like I would love to just watch this until my eyes bleed out.
Yeah, I think what it is with Eccleston's era and David Tennant's era, there's a lot of really good episodes in those eras. I'd argue say that the quality is overall higher than the Smith era because of Moffat's degradation later on. But the Doctor himself, whilst always a fun character to watch, is less like enjoyable in a kind of like shallow sense in those seasons. He's very angsty and angst-ridden. And that means that if an episode is poorly written, it becomes not a chore, but it becomes very samey because the Doctor's just like, oh, you're just watching, you know, David Tennant get increasingly like moody basically through an episode of not very good television. Whereas with Matt Smith's era, even if the episode itself is not very good, the Doctor himself is just fucking hilarious to watch on screen and a lot of fun.
He's always doing shit, saying shit.
Like,
You're like, come on.
I guess that's the thing, right? It's like all of those Doctor Who episodes with David Tennant are good character work. Like they're excellent character work, but they're not necessarily fun to watch. That's a slightly different thing. You know, in the same way that like I don't have that joke we had of I don't have a fun time when I watch Schindler's List, even though I think it's excellent.
Yeah.
Like that is not a movie that lends to itself to you having like an enjoyable experience. Or like Logan. I don't watch the end of Logan and go like, man, I'm so entertained. I watch that and go like, man, my heart is broken. What an excellent piece of storytelling.
Yeah, you watch that movie and you're like, yeah, I'm not gonna say anything during dinner.
Yeah.
A lot of David Tennant's era of Doctor Who has that kind of like not quite as ramped up, but has that feeling, right? Like where like an episode will end with him doing something terrible, like Family of Blood, which I love as a story. Ends with him doing something really, really bad, really immoral. And the story doesn't hide from that. It's like, no, he just did something really terrible.
It was really.
You finish watching that.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you finish watching that and go like, I don't feel good about this. Like, I really enjoy the story, but I'm not having a quote-unquote good time with this. Like, I feel bad.
I mean, you're not having a good time when the Doctor just like condemns an entire family to eternal like hell, basically.
Damnation,
Yeah.
When he loses his rag, yeah.
I think another thing is that like I just have fun picking apart convoluted plots, you know, good or bad, whatever. So like, you know, Moffat, as we've already kind of touched on, like really likes to just overcomplicate everything. So like specifically with the opening two-parter of season 6, there was so much to break down about that like afterward we stopped and just talked about it for like what 30 minutes at least. We don't usually do that when we watch Doctor Who together because I'm usually just like, yeah, that was very good. You know, if it's like an episode with like good characterization or whatever, I'd be like, man, the Doctor really showed like a darkness in him there, blah 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 blah, and we'll go on for maybe 5 to 10 minutes and then we'll move on. But with that, it was like, well, there's a lot to talk about plot-wise at the very least, and this is fun.
Actually, again, in terms of the enjoyability thing, it's really interesting as a comparison as well, that two-parter, because obviously the Doctor does something very heinous at the end of that two-parter. Like, arguably just as bad, if not worse, than what Tennant did in Family of Blood.
Which kind of gets brushed over.
Well, that's the thing. Like again, like later in the season, it doesn't. You know, they bring this back and it gets talked about, like the fact that the Doctor is becoming like this. So it isn't just forgotten. But because Matt Smith is a much more like jovial Doctor on the surface and like quipping and is funny, you don't really notice how bad what he's just done actually is. You're still like having a good time. You're like, oh, it's a fun fairy tale adventure. And then later in the season, you're like, you know, he just caused a genocide. By the way, like. He just arbitrarily decided to wipe. Actually, even the Christmas special does this. Where like, I love that Christmas Carol.
Yeah,
is excellent. I fucking love that.
Yeah, but what he did was like pretty unethical, all things considered.
Oh yeah, like his solution to the problem at hand is I'm going to go into this man's life because he's angered me, and rewrite his entire history, causing him immense suffering and heartbreak, just so that he'll be a slightly different person who'll do what I want.
But it's Matt Smith, and he's very fun. So you don't even really think about it. You're just like, yeah, I'm having a good time. He's goofy.
Although I will say I fucking love the moment in the Christmas Carol where they kind of subvert the whole, like, you know, Ghost of Christmas Past.
Yeah.
Sorry, Ghost of Christmas Future,
yeah, because you think that he's going to take him to the future and show him, like, you know, what his life will be. But instead he's showing his past self, his present self, and just being like, this is what you're becoming, and you need to fucking change.
And the kid self is horrified.
Yeah. Halfway out of the
dark. Yeah, also that exchange at the beginning, because the one of the through lines for because it's basically just like Charles Dickens' A Christmas Carol, but with like, you know, space people basically. Michael Gambon playing Kazran Sardek, who is basically Scrooge. And at the beginning, he's like throwing a poor family out to starve because he's like, "Fuck you, I don't have to help you." And the kid in the family like throws a piece of coal at him, and so he runs up to like hit the child, and like just before he's about to do it, he like can't bring himself to do it, and throws them out, and storms off. And the doctor's like looking at him curiously, and there's this wonderful line he has about like how the doctor kind of figures out that Kazran's like terrified of his own father, and the line he says is like, "You're scared of him and you're scared of being like him, but you're not like him, not really, and good for you." You're scared of him and you're scared of being like him, and good for you because you're not like him, not really. Do you want to know why? And Kazran's like, "Why?" And he's like, "You didn't hit the boy." And it's just excellent stuff.
Oh, the rat could have just done that the whole time?
Oh yeah, I was looking around. I keep
Just like
forgetting.
as we're having this Doctor Who discussion, I'm watching Andrew struggle to figure out like what the fuck to do next, and
Well,
the rat just goes in and...
I was looking around. I just was gandering.
It was Basil. He figured it out.
Yeah, Doctor Who's neat. I like it.
Got some. That show has much better character work than any show of its budget and like genre has a right to. Basically.
Where's this going?
Like do you remember the Donna episode where like she lives through the changed timeline, like the horror timeline?
Of course,
and, like,
of course I remember that.
Yeah, like by the end of the episode, they're like, "Oh yeah, concentration camps are being set up," and like it's really horrifying. And like you're like, you have to be like, "I'm watching Doctor Who." Like Jesus Christ, what the hell is happening?
And you know, because you have Wilf, that's his name, right?
Yeah.
I can't believe I'm forgetting his name.
Yeah,
you know,
who lived through it the first time.
Yeah, he's like having to remember the first time that all happened, and like he's seeing the signs before anyone else is, and he's like, "Oh my god, it's happening again," and you just feel so bad. You're like, man, not Wilf.
Oh wow, that just goes in that room. Okay.
All those little moments as well that Wilf gets to be a part of character-wise, like the conversation he has with David Tennant in the end of time finale when they're on the ship together.
Yeah.
And he's like, the Masters, this prophecy you heard about you dying, it's the Master, isn't it? The Master's going to kill you, so kill him first. And the Doctor goes, and that's how the Master started.
Mm-hmm.
All these little moments, little hints, that are just great.
You guys are very interesting to listen to. Well, we have to because this game is boring.
Yeah, this game's not interesting to watch someone play, so we have to like provide commentary. Also, someone asked.
In the show, in this game, we will comment on them. I promise.
David asked, should I start from the very beginning with Doctor Who? You can.
Did it.
Jolly started me with New Who, the show that started in 2005, which is what most people recommend. I have watched the first episodes from 1963, like most of the first season. It's really not worth it. You don't need to.
Yeah, the thing I'll say about classic Who, which is basically like a whole, it's like 50 years of Doctor Who almost before, no, like it's like 39 years before the New Who started. It's very budget. It's made in the 60s. A lot of the original footage has been lost because the BBC was a budget organization that didn't keep track of it.
Yep.
Come on, Nix. We want
You
that
get
turbo lift.
told all the lore anyway that you need to know in New Who in bits and pieces as it happens. I would start with New Who. I'd start with Christopher Eccleston in 2004 and just work your way through chronologically.
Yeah, like at least
if you
start with New Who. If you wanna watch classic Who, you probably want at least a solid foundation of like understanding of the character and the lore first.
Yeah. And I recommend, like, there are some, like, if you want to dip in and out of classic Who, I'd recommend starting with Tom Baker's era, the Fourth Doctor. It's a lot easier to get into because that's when the show, quote unquote, got really excellent. Like, you had incredible writers like Douglas Adams. He who wrote the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy books was like the writer of the show. Tom Baker's Doctor is still the best Doctor. Even though it's very budget, it's incredibly charming to watch. It's just good stuff.
That's probably what I should have done when I wanted to get into the classic show.
I did recommend that to you. You didn't listen.
Well, yeah, but you know I'm a completionist, so I at least
True.
gave it a try.
I'll tell
Season
you
one,
what,
that is.
At some point, I want to watch Face of Evil with you, which is like one of my favorite Tom Baker episodes. It's really, really fun.
Evil
Is
C3PO.
the... Oh my god, is that 000 from the comics?
I don't
Long time
know.
no see.
I just saw C3PO, but black with a gun.
Is that Kay Vest?
He's called Gadik.
Could it be?
Oh, this guy is.
Apparently.
Oh, this guy actually has a mohawk.
Got a job.
Creationists would be
Kind of
very
used to
upset.
dream about back on Kanto.
Well, I'm done.
Well, what I was
dreaming,
gonna ask
Kay.
Jolly is,
Look where the last one got me.
is the Tom Baker era like something you
I
could
know
just
you got
just
enemies.
jump into,
Oh yeah.
like without seeing the first
absolutely.
3 Doctors runs?
I
Okay.
had a problem with a gatekeeper.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, like again, as a child, that's how I started.
Let's make
What
it
I'll probably
easy.
do is just jump to that, and when we get to the episode you want to watch with me, I'll let you know that I'm on that, and we
I
can
got
watch
a
it
ship.
together.
You say that,
Be a
man, but if you watch Tom
commando.
Baker era, I'm just gonna want to watch it with you, just because I fucking love that era.
Yeah, well, we're already going through
How would I
Nuhu
know?
together. I can't.
Ask him
We
yourself.
can't do that.
Okay. Okay, I'm in.
But yeah, like there are some. I mean, like
It's like the
with the
old
Tom
days,
Baker era,
right?
like Ark in Space.
How did you survive that?
Talons of Wen Chiang, Face of Evil, Logopolis. Like there's some really, really excellent
Yeah.
stuff in there.
Let's do that.
And Sutek is from that era.
Yeah.
So.
Oh my god. Okay, so Pyramids of Mars. What is it? Pyramids of Mars, which is the
You're
Sutek
not
story,
coming with me?
is
I can
really
still
good.
use my credentials to get out.
It's really
Well,
excellent.
there's just one little.
It's-
Well, when I got into Classic Who, it was because I wanted to continue watching Doctor Who, but I didn't want to be beholden to Jolly's schedule because Jolly is a busy man. We can't always get together to watch Doctor Who, and that's fine. I understand.
Garrison is gonna
But I want to
do
watch
some
Doctor Who, goddammit, so I'm going to watch, the old show. So if I were to jump to Tom Baker, I apologize, my friend, but I will do so without
No
you.
worries. No worries. Yeah, Tom Baker is great. I love the Seventh Doctor as well. Sixth
you're-
Doctor's audiobooks are great.
If you're around for like certain episodes that you think are good, or like really, really good, then like maybe we could watch those together,
Yeah. Are there any Tom Baker episodes that are missing? The only one I can think of is Sharda, which was an episode they half filmed and then they abandoned. They didn't actually ever finish. Like it was never aired. They just didn't finish that episode. I can't remember the reasons. But it now does exist in full because they went back and they got Tom Baker to like they filled in the missing parts with animation.
The
They
game
got Tom Baker
crashed.
back to like.
Oh no!
But this time it didn't crash fully, so like my entire PC. So
Update the counter.
yep,
Oh, you weren't sitting on a bench, so that's why.
true. All right.
But yeah, they filled in with the rest of the show by getting Tom Baker back to record. So like he obviously noticeably sounds older in the animation bits because he is like 80 when he recorded them. But at least the episode is completed now, and you can get it.
Well, with anything that's unfinished, like I learned this with watching season 1. If there are any like missing episodes, I'm just gonna skip them. If I care enough, I'll read the plot synopsis on the wiki, and that's it.
I'm gonna get some water. I will be back in a second.
You're abandoning us.
Some water.
Heartlessly.
I cannot believe the fucking game crashed again.
Yeah.
I mean, I can believe it, and in fact, I'm not surprised, but still.
Bro, why won't you play this game on stream? It's such an engaging game.
I'm glad that you got it first because I was on the fence, and then I'm seeing you play it, and I'm like, this looks like a fucking nightmare, and I don't want any part of it.
It is.
Suffer for content in places that I will not.
Mm-hmm.
I still got to get back to Republic Heroes. I'm just waiting to finish my boys' videos first.
How far
I
are you into
cannot-
it? Are you recording or are you editing now?
I finished recording. I might actually write up another segment and record that as well. I'm on the fence about if I want to just if I even care enough to like expend the effort. There's like something I wanted to talk about in the video that I wasn't ever able to fit in organically. So I'm thinking I might just shove it on at the end and just be like, I didn't know how to segue into this, but I want to talk about it, and then talk about it. And I might do that.
The
But,
music in
like-
this game almost makes me give it a 10 out of 10. It's so good.
Oh, you got the game started back up.
Oh, I need to stream it.
Yes, you do.
But anyway.
If you streaming it to us causes it to crash, that'd be really funny. Yeah, what I was saying was like I might end up writing up and recording an extra bit, and if I do, then it'll take even longer to get out. But as it is right now, I have recorded everything, and I've edited almost half of what I have recorded. So
Nice.
yeah, it's gonna be around like 45-ish minutes, assuming I don't add that segment.
All right.
But
Well,
yeah.
what's the segment going to be about that you're on the fence about again?
I want to talk about how they character assassinated Huey in season 3, but like I couldn't find anywhere to shove that in organically with the way I structured the video. But I still want that to be have that be said in the video.
Do you?
So I might literally just tack it on inorganically and be like, whatever. I'm gonna say my piece.
Do you have a section on Huey in season 4? Talking
The
about
only part I talk about Huey really in season 4 is when I talk about, you know, that episode. The Jolly knows what I'm talking about. And I can't really transition into it from there, the way I have it written and recorded. So I'm literally thinking I'm just gonna randomly shove it into the script inorganically and just pretend it works.
Oh, you know what would be funny?
I'd literally just make it a joke. I'd literally, like, you know, you pause the video and you're like, right, I was trying to find a natural place to put this section, but there isn't one. So buckle up, kiddies. We're going to talk about Huey's character.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah, either that.
That's kind of what I was thinking. So like the idea I had was like when I talk about the Starlight assassination scene, I'm gonna be like, I'm gonna say something to the effect of like, yeah, Starlight's been assassinated, but don't worry, she's not alone. You know, Huey's up there in character assassinated land with her. I didn't have any way to segue into this naturally, but fuck it, I want to talk about it, and then just go into it that way.
Like, just pop up like, there was a character I wanted to talk about, and what's this I just found under my pillow, and then just go straight into the section.
Or just be like, you should be, or just make a joke about the segues, like the vehicle, and then just be like, anyway, you know what else is a segue? This into Huey's character.
No, because people are gonna think I'm about to do a sponsorship.
Yeah, no, that's gonna be
actually,
really
that works-
funny.
that works
That'd be
really well,
really
though.
funny.
That works really well because you can pop in that clip from the first Donna episode of Doctor Who where they find segways in the tunnel.
Oh yeah.
Have you
Yeah,
seen
it's,
live action One Piece? Yes. Good. To answer that question.
Yeah, the live action One Piece is pretty good. I enjoyed it.
I'm excited for what they do later in season 2.
David says the game looks mildly interesting, so I presume David has brain damage, and I'm very sorry for you, David.
That was mean.
Like,
wow.
If you think the game is mildly interesting, you're a much more charitable human being than I think we are. We've had to sit through quite a lot of this now.
I thought it was
Before I
mildly
actually
interested
watched any
when
of the gameplay. I was like, that looks mildly interesting.
Yeah. I was semi excited for it when it was announced. I was like, "Ooh, cowboy game."
False advertising.
Yeah, it's more like law-abiding citizen. The game. I love the fact that the game uses the Stormtrooper slash Death Star motif. Yeah. This game has good music.
Is that the
a good logo.
I think so, yeah.
That theme, yeah.
This
sound
video
like
is
one,
sponsored
which
by
was
the
really fun.
assassination of Huey.
How do you spell it like that?
Huey? No, it's Hugh and then E, aka
Yes.
Y.
The thing is, like, yeah, I want the Huey is assassinated section because, like, that's one of the biggest problems I have with the show. Huey was my favorite character, and they fucking ruined him in season 3.
I put my own take on the name.
Star Wars in-laws.
Huey.
Huey.
Hiawatha?
There are a few times in my video, like I'm listening back over to it, and it sounds like I'm saying Huey just because of the way I'm like quickly saying the lines. And I can't be fucked to like re-record those lines and like so like I'm almost afraid that like the comment section is gonna be filled with people making fun of the way I pronounce Huey.
Kiwi coming.
You just call him Kiwi.
Yeah, he's my favorite character in season 1.
Yeah.
Even in season 2, but you know, season 2 is not very good, and there's not very many good characters in it. Actually, I can't even say that. Season 2 is bad, but there's some good character work in that season as well.
Yeah.
In Huey's character section, you should just make that name thing a gag and like just progressively start butchering his name more and more as the section goes on.
By the end, I start calling him Jaime.
Yeah, like it's like by the end you're calling him like Huggy or something.
Hogwash. Hogarth.
Jerry Hogarth. Meanwhile, Starlight's boyfriend, Hogwarts? I can't remember his name.
Hogwarts.
Or just put like Harry Potter and then just cut straight to Michael Gambon yelling Harry Potter as Dumbledore.
Harry Potter!
Did you put your name in the golden fire?
I was there's a part in my video where I'm talking about Homelander's powers and comparing, obviously comparing him to Superman. And I mentioned how like he can't see through zinc, whereas Superman can't see through lead. And I can't remember if there's ever like an easy visual to play for Superman being like impervious to, like, or not being able to see through lead, like in a show or a movie or whatever. I know in BVS the courthouse explosion happens because he couldn't see the bomb in the guy's wheelchair because it was coated with lead, which I don't know how the fuck Lex knew that Superman couldn't see through lead, but whatever.
I don't know how Superman wasn't alarmed by the fact there was a big void which he couldn't look into in the chair.
Yeah. But like, I want like an actual visual of like Superman trying to look through something made of lead and just unable to do so. But I can't think of anything from any of the movies or shows.
Honestly, I would just use like the extreme close-up that they do of him when he wakes up again after the Lazarus pit, and then he like slightly tilts his head or something as he's looking at the.
Oh yeah.
I would just use that one.
I mean, right now the visual I put there is just him standing in the burning courthouse after the explosion. The one where he's supposed to be like really sad, but like he kind of just looks mildly inconvenienced.
It's like, oh man, oh dang it,
dang it.
Me after gambling.
But yeah, if there's like a better visual from like a movie or show where Superman is trying to see through lead that I could use, I would appreciate if someone could let me know.
I really like, let's see that's a suggestion for you.
Yeah, Superman Brainiac Attacks has a clip. I don't know where from, though. I need something more specific than that.
Well, I guess it's just Brainiac Attacks with the name of the film, right? Maybe an animated film.
Oh.
Do the one where he's giving himself a lobotomy. You know that clip?
Oh my god, yeah.
Like he just lasers his forehead.
I don't know the clip, no.
Oh, it's pretty funny.
Your face is pretty funny.
I still like how they established that that's a weakness. Apparently that's well known, that Homelander can't see through zinc and it's never used again.
Well, it's outright contradicted. Like, I even mentioned this in the video. Like, there's a part in season 4 where Huey is like in a vent above Homelander and Newman and Sister Sage who are having a conversation. Not only can Superman not just hear him breathing with his super hearing, which is another thing I point out, or even the part where MM is talking to Huey through his earpiece, which Homelander should be able to hear because again, super hearing. But like when he actually does realize Huey's up there and starts lasering it, it's like he should be able to see Huey, right? Because he has X-ray vision. Like unless that vent is coated in zinc or something, or made of zinc.
I don't see why it would be.
Yeah, I don't know why it would be. And like the way he's able to tell that not only is someone in the vent above, but specifically that it's Huey, because like a drop of sweat falls on him and he smells it, and it smells like Huey. And I'm like, so you have such good super smell that you know what Huey specifically smells like, but you didn't smell him while he was in the vent sweating his ass off.
Fix this droid problem. Can your speeder go
Stop moving, Speeder.
Also, George said he would send me a clip of Superman trying to see through lead, so I'm just gonna wait for whatever he sends me, rather than do the work myself.
Grifter.
Yep.
Oh, that's a surprise.
Actually, you could just pronounce Huey's name like Butcher does the whole way through.
Oi, anyway.
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 Oi, Huey.
One thing I find really funny is how, like, because obviously Huey is meant to be representative of Butcher's little brother Lenny, who died. Like, he's supposed to sort of fulfill the same role for Butcher that Lenny always did. And, like, there's a part in season 2 where Butcher's aunt is, like, you know, talking about Huey, like, he's the spitting image of Lenny. But then you actually, like, see Lenny in flashbacks in season 3, and he looks nothing like Huey.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, oh, all right, well.
Just cast the same actor to play to play his little brother.
It was like these flashbacks were when they were kids, but it's also like that's also like when Lenny died, when he was a kid. So like you just want you try to cast a kid who like vaguely looks like a young version of Jack Quaid, surely. If part of the reason that Butcher is so fond of Huey and like keeps him around is because he looks so much like his little brother, then like yeah, like you know, actually like cast a child who looks like Huey. Even vaguely.
That's gonna upset you, which I found out apparently about season 5. It's coming up.
Oh no.
Which is so obviously Soldier Boy's back in season 5.
Yeah.
He's now fully signed up to Homelander's like kill all humans thing.
Why?
A good question for another writer.
First of all, why would he not immediately just try to kill Homelander, since that's the last thing he wanted to do before he went under?
Some items are waiting.
Maybe season 5 will address that. Like, if I were Homelander, and, you know, I've already basically secured ultimate power by the end of season 4 anyway, I don't know why I even need Soldier Boy. I'd just be like, he's a threat, kill him.
If you can, yeah.
If you can.
You're settling in, Hank?
I'd be like, take him into space and, like, fucking project him into the sun or something.
Well, let me know if
I still love it how the end of season 4 is just like, oh yeah, I've as President pro tempore, I have just designated Homelander as dictator of all, and no one has a problem with this.
Nobody cares.
Cast Huey's actor to play Doctor Doom.
People were unironically arguing on Twitter, being like, "Oh, wouldn't Mads Mikkelsen have been a better choice?" Like, first of all, he's already been in the MCU, but secondly, no, he wouldn't. He's not Romani.
You need a Romani actor. That's the fucking point.
Like, I love me some Mads Mikkelsen. I really do, but I would have been upset if he'd been in that role.
He was like the most popular fan cast, I believe.
That and Killian.
Oh yeah, Cillian Murphy. Wasn't that the joke? Like, Feige was like, "Get the guy from Oppenheimer," and they cast Robert Downey Jr.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like, no, the other one.
And they cast Ulrich Ehrenreich.
No, they just cast.
They cast Emily Blunt. Florence Pugh, even though she's already Black Widow too.
I forgot.
Man, the Thunderbolts movie.
I forgot she was in those movies.
Yeah, dude, she's in the hit upcoming movie, The Thunderbolts. Yeah.
Yeah.
Where she somehow manages to hold off a downward stab from U.S. agent who is a super soldier.
Is Harrison Ford even gonna be in that movie?
No.
I think he's gonna die.
The Thunderbolts, I had assumed, were formed by him or something, since they're called the Thunderbolts.
In the comic, they are. I imagine this one time it'll be posthumously named after him.
He was a brave soldier. We named the team after him.
He was a very red Hulk.
I love how none of the characters in Thunderbolts have any relation. Well, I guess maybe Bucky, but even then, like, none of them have any relationship with Ross at all. Why would they name their team after him?
I get how Captain America 4, you know, the New World Order thing is going to happen, but Rhodey is just not in it. He's just not going to be mentioned, despite the fact that he is literally like, just woken up from apparently like years of being impersonated by a Skrull, but also he is officially like a high-ranking member of the U.S. military. He has an Iron Man suit. He should absolutely be involved in anything that has any plotline that has the president in it.
Maybe the like after the Skrull incident, they were just like, we can't trust anyone that has your face.
Wouldn't it be fun to see Rhodey's actual reaction to waking up and finding out that everything since like Avengers 3 happened? Because apparently he's been out of commission since like Civil War.
That's still just so annoying because like you're fucking telling me that Rhodey wasn't even present for Tony's death. Fuck you.
No, he wasn't.
Do we even know if Bucky's gonna be in Cap 4? Like he's been in all the other
not.
Captain America movies. He's not.
No.
Because like if you
He's
had
in
him in
Thunderbolts.
there, if you had him there, then that could at least be like a tangential relation between Ross and the Thunderbolts.
Yeah, but it's not happening.
Okay, well, fuck me then. Who cares?
I mean, like, let's be honest. Are we expecting anything decent from the MCU these days? Because I'm not.
I don't even. I mean, I'm not even like. I'm not invested at all in the MCU.
No.
I pretty much haven't watched anything or will not be watching anything coming out. I am going to see Born Again because I'm A, morbidly curious, and B, going to rant about it incessantly if it's bad, and do a video praising it if it's good. So
it won't be.
I know, but like the thing is, even if it is good, right? The issue is that it exists in the same canon as She-Hulk, so you just automatically have that issue inherently, and that's just unfortunate. Because
It's gonna be an interesting conversation between him and Karen.
Well, they're not together by the end of Daredevil.
Right, but I want some dialogue on why. I want the show to address the fact that they were looking like they were patching things up at the end of Daredevil season 3.
Were they? I don't remember that ever being a thing.
I mean, their friendship.
Because like
that
that's
would
the
lead
thing
into
is
something because
their friendship, but like the thing is like they never had any romantic chemistry, and when they did
I mean,
get together
season 2. Hold on.
Well, hang on, I'm talking about that. They had no romantic chemistry, and when they did briefly get together in season 2, it almost felt like the writers had that happen just because the fans kept demanding it, but like they didn't really want to do that because there was nothing between them. And then they broke up like pretty immediately, and there was never anything after that.
Well, no, so that's not quite true. So they broke up because she found Elektra in his bed, and then that was never really addressed as far as she was concerned, and also because she felt like that she wasn't good enough for him because she'd fucking murdered someone and didn't want to tell him, which wasn't addressed until season 3. But on top of that, Punisher, which is set between 2 and 3, when she thinks Matt is dead, very explicitly confirms that she was in love with Matt.
Does it? I don't remember that.
I mean, Punisher literally has a conversation with her in the diner in Daredevil season 2 that says where he says that, yeah, you are. I know what it looks like. You're in love with Matt. And then Punisher she has like a shrine to Matt in her fucking like apartment in Punisher season 2.
I can't remember that. I gotta rewatch Punisher season 2 apparently.
I need to watch Punisher.
The thing is, it always felt to me like they didn't have any kind of romantic chemistry. And like, yeah, the reason that they ended up breaking up was because she found Elektra in his bed. But like, that almost felt like more like the breaking point of a relationship that never really had any legs to begin with. Like, because even when they were together, they barely seemed to like actually want to be together, you know?
Yeah, I feel this is a case of projecting actor chemistry onto intended writing, because I think the intention of the writing was always very clearly that they were into each other. The problem is that the actors didn't have a lot of chemistry together, at least in that sense.
It might be that, because I just never got that from them, like, ever. And then, like, and when people were complaining about the fact that Matt slept with Jen in She-Hulk, and they were like, what about Karen? I was like, what about her? They're not together.
Well, I think, so again, because I don't think that reading actor chemistry into the intended script is the right way to view that. I will need some explanation. I mean, there's plenty of good ones I can think of, like the fact that she was gone during the blip, right, and his life just moved on.
Yeah.
Like, there's all sorts of things to write there that are very easy to sort out, and then have them have that tension again and Born Again. Because obviously, from her perspective, no time has passed, and from his, it's been years. But I want that to be talked about. I don't want it just to be glossed over where she's like, oh, we're not even going to discuss this romantic tension we had for 3 seasons of the former show. Fuck it. We're just not having that conversation. So that we can carry on memeing about how he slept with Jen. Like, I don't have an issue with him sleeping with Jen. I just want the show to address that.
Sure.
I don't even necessarily want, you know, I don't even necessarily need there to be tension about it. I just want them to tell me what the state of play is between Karen and Matt.
Yeah. The thing is, I never rooted for, I never shipped any of the three main characters of Daredevil with each other. Matt, Karen, and Foggy. I never shipped any of them with each other, but like, if any of those three are gonna get together, like I would like Karen and Foggy, surely. They're way better for each other.
No.
Why? Give me an actual reason why.
Because he's already with someone he's in love with.
Okay, yeah, Marcy. Like they shoved them together, but I'm talking about like before that happened.
She showed absolutely zero interest in Foggy. The one time in season 1 is the only time they really do this right, where Foggy has an interest in her to begin with, and Mrs. Cardenas keeps on being like, "Oh, Senor Foggy is really attractive," but like, even during that, like, Karen basically like hijacks the moment when she's like trying to, you know, they're talking about Matt being blind, and she basically like projects Matt onto him to try and like see what it would be like for Matt to feel her face while blind. Like,
yeah,
no offense to like Foggy or Karen in that moment, but like that, like, sorry, Karen never had any interest in Foggy at all. It was like very blatant. I just can't see them together. That's nuts.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but my thing is like I don't. Again, it could literally just be like the actors didn't have the right chemistry, but like I never got the impression that she was that interested in Matt either, other than when they got together very briefly.
Again, Punisher, I think that's a chemistry thing, because Punisher makes it very clear that she's like absolutely broken to pieces over losing Matt.
Well, yeah, because he was her friend. She really cared about him, the same as Foggy.
Well, no, but explicitly because she was in love with him. And again, Punisher has that conversation with her in the diner in season 2 of Daredevil, where he basically not even basically, he does explicitly call her out for being in love with Matt.
Well, you don't even need to go to Punisher for that, because like season 3 of Daredevil establishes just how broken up she is over Matt. Like, she's continuing to pay rent on his apartment because she still thinks like there's a chance he's coming back. You know?
Yeah. Incidentally, in terms of great character moments, even though I'm not a huge fan of the Defenders, I really like that moment at the end after the battle's been fought and Matt's gone, and all the other Defenders are walking back into the police station, and Matt and Karen and Foggy just carry on looking at the door, and no one walks through it.
Yeah.
That's great.
When I showed my friend it, like, we both were... He was like, yeah, this is pretty rough. And I was like, oh, man, this is worse than I remember. As soon as that happened, we both were like, oh. Like, neuron activated.
The problem I have with, like, obviously, aside from the fact that the show is just bad, is, like, the problem I have is that, like, in Defenders, Matt's whole thing is predicated on his relationship with Elektra, which already is just a thing that doesn't work.
Yeah,
so I'm like, you have Matt Murdock at your disposal, and you're using it for the weakest plot line on the show.
It's a shame as well, because a few times they do something else with him, he's great. Like, his interactions with Jessica are really good.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Like, they have a very underrated relationship, Matt and Jessica, and they naturally would. I think that was a very good pairing.
Yeah, and the fact that like after he dies, Jessica goes straight back to the bar to get like just shit faced because she can't deal with it.
And Danny Rand is also present in that show. So.
God.
Yeah, Danny Rand also exists in that show. Luke Cage is present.
I've been showing my roommate Game of Thrones, and obviously Finn Jones plays Loras in that show. Every fucking time he's on screen, we just start laughing because we can't stop thinking of Danny Rand.
Yeah, like every time he like squares up to like Brienne, and he's like, "I am the immortal Iron Fist."
Because there's like a joke. I think in Defenders at one point he says something.
No more long grass.
Fuck,
okay?
I can't remember what he says now.
But
we always meme on that, where we say things like like trans, as in gender, like stuff like that.
Yeah.
He says something in Defenders that like along those lines that we just thought was fucking hilarious.
Side note, like the Hand lot, which I never found the Hand compelling as a faction. The only one of them I ever found interesting was Madame Gao.
Sigourney Weaver was their leader. Wasn't that fun?
Oh my god.
What a waste of Sigourney Weaver.
They like set up this whole thing about her having
was my thing
whatever
with, like,
cancer,
the
and
hand-
then they just
Sorry, buddy,
kill her.
not right now.
The Hand is just like this ancient, like Japanese faction. This like Eastern organization that's been around for thousands of years, and who should be their leader but some old white lady? That's just very funny to me.
Also, well, I mean, to be fair, it's the same thing that happened in Doctor Strange, right?
Yeah, and I didn't like it there either.
I guess it becomes even funnier when you realize that in retrospect that like Wenwu exists in this universe and the Mandarin was a thing for thousands of years. Like, did he never notice the hand?
I guess he didn't care.
I mean, but they cross over territory. Like they literally do the same activities and they're in the same territory, and like he doesn't brook any threats to his power.
Nope.
That's kind of what I was getting at before. Is like, even if Born Again is good, it unfortunately is
Sounds like a
pulling
chance to
the
score
Netflix
some
show
nice
into the
contraband.
continuity of the MCU, where it just doesn't fit. And that's sad, and I don't want that. Like, even if Born Again is a very well-written show, it exists along with like his portrayal in She-Hulk, and so by the extension of that, so does the Netflix show. Like, those two things have to now be congruent with each other, and they're just not.
I mean, doesn't Daredevil season 1 establish that they take place in the same universe as the Avengers?
It takes place. Well, see, they're very careful about it, right? Like, they mention things that happen in the Avengers, but like very vaguely. So you, as the audience, can just dissociate that from the rest of the MCU if you want to. With Born Again, I'm almost certain that like She-Hulk will be referenced, Spider-Man might even be referenced. You know?
Oh yeah, but like I guess the thing I'm saying there is like it was always in the MCU. Just I think the problem is the MCU got worse over time. So because it was very tenuous, the association, you could just mentally be like, nah, it's fine, it's different continuity.
Well, yeah, it was that too. It was like, because the MCU was almost pretending that the Netflix shows weren't canon, you kind of just had you were kind of just allowed to look at Netflix Daredevil as like this thing that exists in tandem with the first 3 phases of the MCU, but not with phases 4 or 5. So it's fine.
Still in one piece.
But now you can't do that.
Because yeah, I remember Jessica Jones season 1. Doesn't she get ambushed by like a bunch of people who are trying to kill her because she's got superpowers, and they lost people in the attack on New York?
Yeah. Well, I mean, Matt and Foggy are able to get their law office so cheap because it's so nearby where, quote unquote, the incident happened.
Yeah.
And again, it's like, yeah, it's very smart world building because like you're connecting it to the MCU, but keeping it just vague enough that you can just like not have seen anything from the MCU, and you'll still follow the show just fine. It's okay.
I think the most overt thing they do is that Ben Urich in his office has on the back wall you can see the Chitauri in one of his articles.
I was gonna say that's the closest thing you get. Just a picture of one chilling.
Man, Kingpin was so great in Daredevil Netflix, and then was so bad in Echo.
Oh, don't forget about Hawkeye. He was in that too.
Just shoot him in the head.
And he survived. And he's got both eyes back somehow.
Jolly. When Born Again comes out, I'm going to force myself to watch Echo, and maybe even rewatch Hawkeye, just so that I have all the relevant information. When I watch Echo, are you willing to suffer through that with me, or must I go at it alone?
Peak eye.
I will see how busy I am at the time, but tentatively yes. I will hold your hand through that and comfort you when you cry.
Okay, Andrew, you're invited too.
Yay.
As for the actual show, Born Again, Southpaw and Madvocate have already roped me into watching that with them.
Whoa.
So that'll be fun.
Village hidden in the
Okay.
jungle.
All right, Speeder, you're just gonna stop there.
Yeah, this is where the speeder's like, go on without me. This is where my journey ends.
I will run no longer.
I've seen how you handle the terrain. You're not too bad.
I'll only slow you down. Go on without me.
You up for a real
I don't like the character models in this game. They look way too rubbery.
Oh no, they're terrible.
I don't like this game.
Passing up a real opportunity.
And that rain looks fake as shit.
Oh,
Like, there's nothing about this
what?
game that works.
What happened? To bro, your hair, bro.
Oh,
What a woke character design.
I think we should just call the word woke to refer to everything now. Just like it can make it totally nonsensical. Be like, man, did you have that candy floss the other day at the fair? It was really
Oh,
woke.
it was so woke. You wouldn't believe it.
You wouldn't believe how woke my sushi was.
You work for Sarat?
I'm woker than you, Jolly.
Oh, for sure.
Pikes, is that it? Do I look
I'm French.
like? I just need a mechanic.
Oh,
Sorry, Kay.
The real woke was the French we met along the way.
dude, their eyebrows don't move.
He's probably off scratch.
What's wrong with your face?
Dude, when Amelia Clark's when Kira was on screen,
Oh my
it's so
God, yeah.
funny because it's like Amelia Clark, someone with the most expressive eyebrows like in Hollywood right now, and her eyebrows just don't move.
Will Poulter would like a word.
Oh, that's true.
I just sent a screenshot to the Mongoose chat.
All
I
right.
still love everything about the Amelia Clark model in this game because, like, with her hood up, and there's like the lighting doesn't work properly with her face, so occasionally she just looks like a weird plastic man.
God, this game.
And also, like, her fringe is just not attached properly to the rest of her head with the hood up, so it just looks like she's wearing a weird, like, front toupee.
What is the story of this game?
Good question.
We stole a ship. The people who we stole the ship from got angry, and we run.
Aren't you like 17 hours into this now, like in total?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
To be fair, I need to go back and rewatch the cutscenes and some of the dialogue because I don't remember much. We're just gonna play single like duo sabak. I'm not doing that. It needs 4 players or it's lame.
That music, by the way, was atrocious.
Oh, and here, this weird like.
The weird, like, space, like, Arabic music, yeah.
Oh yeah.
You don't fuck with the space Arabic music?
You don't.
No.
What about this one?
Good track.
You're not a real G. Warm Jungle, Cold Heart by Zaid Winstone.
Zaid Winstone, my favorite.
There's never been a more glup shitto name than Zaid Winstone.
I need to turn up the music.
Bring
It's
back
weird.
Iggy Car, please. Bring back my Hutties punk rock.
Where is Longo 2 Guns when you need him?
Longo 2 Guns.
Yeah.
Brother of Shorto 5 Guns.
The amount of guns you have is contingent on your station.
Yeah, it's
Music
like,
frequency.
it's like the thing of.
Oh.
So you know chevrons on military jackets on your shoulders to denote rank.
Mm-hmm.
So do you know that the chevron is the ancient symbol for a penis? So that basically, that's the more penises you have, the higher your rank.
Oh yeah.
That's great. That's beautiful. It's also true.
This track sucks.
This is a good one, Nick.
Andrew
You said that last time.
Wait, what is it called? The song?
Of Ice and Fire.
My speeder,
My speeder will find you by the Jungle Hopper.
Jungle Hoppers, bro.
I mean, let's be fair, Andrew. Based on how your speeder behaved in this game, the song is just true. Your speeder will find you.
Yeah,
You
press
got this
Y.
game.
Taz and Gash, Lost in Temptation.
This is a classic, Nix.
Dude,
This is a classic
Up,
mix.
up, K.
It came out in 1 ABY. Shut the fuck up.
we got a new hollow drama.
You into this one, Betty?
No, we're not into this.
How do you make a world like Star Wars that is so alive feel so dead?
Dude, I feel like I'm in the middle. I feel like I'm in the middle of WandaVision. I'm just running around that city. I feel like I'm gonna talk to one of these guys, and it's gonna be like, what is it? Like episode 3 when Vision like frees one of them. One of them's just gonna be like that guy. It's like, oh god.
Yeah, one of the women's gonna approach you like crying, being like, "Please, can you release my 17-year-old daughter? She's been locked in her room for months. I haven't seen her."
The further you get into
an old
the
lady will be
outskirts-
like, "There's an old lady will be like, yeah, if you won't release us, just let us die."
the further into the outskirts of the map you get, there's just someone like hanging clothes like very repetitively and not actually like putting any cloth on the wire.
The further out you go, the more the robots start breaking down, and like the Westworld like maintenance crew have to come out and fix them.
I gotta rewatch Westworld season 1.
Oh, it's so good. It's so excellent.
Mm-hmm.
Also, man, the acting in that is just phenomenal.
There's that trader.
Oh, traveling trader. Ah, wandering trader from Minecraft.
Also, that show actually uses Anthony Hopkins properly. Thank God.
What do you mean? He was brilliant in Transformers 5.
Those About to
He's wonderful.
Die handled him
And
excellently.
Those About to Die. Yeah.
117 systems and counting.
I must have annoyed the shit out of Sheev the whole way through that first episode, because like, I was just noting every historical inaccuracy, and I was like, and this is annoying me, really grating on me.
He was like, "No, what? That's not a thing yet. No." Like, I don't care.
I was so happy that they called it. I was so happy that they called it the Flavin Amphitheater. It's like the one thing they did right.
Remember when one of the Roman soldiers got killed by a woman defending herself, and so the Roman soldiers came in and kidnapped her and her sister, and basically just sold her into slavery without any kind of trial.
It happens 3 times in a row as well. Like this, like you know, some like one of the family will like do something, and a Roman soldier will just walk into frame and be like, "You're a slave now," and just walk out.
It's like, that's not how that happened. What?
Domitian being like portrayed as like a depraved homosexual. I'm like, that's a take that belongs in the 70s and not since. He's gay, you see, so he must be evil.
Imagine being gay.
I purchased.
Actually, you know what? In retrospect, I don't think his voice was feminine enough for him to present as non-traditionally masculine.
I kind of just forgot basically everything about Those About to Die after a couple days.
Not good.
Not very good. Well, we only watched the first episode. You know, maybe it really picked up in the next episodes.
Oh, that opening narration monologue.
We were very frustrated by all the world building that was just being established through like exposition by the narrator rather than just showing it to us. And also the weirdly edited sequence in the opening narration that looked like a fucking trailer.
Oh God, yeah.
Jungle Pants.
What do you call it?
Jungle Pants.
Jungle Pants. But Ramsey Bolton was in it, and I like Ramsey Bolton.
You're not even the actor, you just like the character. You love him, you enjoy his sadism.
Oh yeah. He's my spirit animal.
See, the thing is, like, I like how that show is like, he's a terrible human being and you should hate him. I'm like, yeah, but Sans is really fucking annoying. And like later seasons make me actively hate her, so retrospectively, I think she kind of deserves it. No, that's not true.
Whoa!
Yeah.
He got raped!
I was more specifically referring to the beatings than the rape, but yes. Whatever.
Whoa!
God, I forget how bad Santa was as a character after like season 4 until I went back and like rewatched some clips recently, and I was like, my God, she is just horrific. Actively trying to get John killed at the Battle of the Bastards, and you can't convince me otherwise.
Again, like reading A Feast for Crows, I'm like, oh yeah, they're actually like doing stuff with Sansa, and she's like being smart and like, you know, making good decisions, or like making intelligent decisions, if not good decisions. Like she is still ultimately helping Littlefinger, which is not good. But like she's at least learning how to like, you know, fend for herself more and like think for herself and like question the way things are, rather than just kind of being the helpless damsel for, you know, the first 3 books.
Rather than like going to tell Cersei what her dad is planning and getting him killed.
Yeah, you dumb bitch. I don't care that you're a child.
I mean, although I'll say this again, like I don't care that Ned Stark died. I don't like Ned Stark. I think he's a bad person.
I don't like your face. Fuck you, Jolly.
He's a bad person.
Everyone's a bad person in Game of Thrones. That's not true.
That's not true.
Hold on, Nix.
I just find it funny that Varys is arguably one of the most moral characters in Game of Thrones.
I wouldn't even say arguably. Like, he's the only one who's actually trying to, like, help everyone, or at least as many people as he can.
I mean, he also cuts the tongues out of children to make them into spies, so let's not go too overboard with the praise.
It's what murder?
Well, that's never established in the show, so I don't care.
Like John is inarguably, I think, the most moral character in the books.
You mean the same John who forced Gilly to swap out her babies so that if someone tried to use Mance Rayder's child as a political hostage, they wouldn't be able to because Mance Rayder's child is with them in Bravos, or Old Town rather.
Oh yeah, I forgot I did that. I guess the argument there is like if they tried to like take the baby hostage, all you'd have to do is be like, that's not the right baby, and they probably wouldn't do anything because like what would be the point at that moment?
Well, I mean that's assuming they believe him. Like he could just be bluffing, so they would just kill the baby. But then like ultimately he still has the advantage because the real baby is off with Gilly in Old Town, and like.
I guess the issue though is like, does it matter? Like, like a baby is a baby, right? It's not an adult. If you swapped out two babies and like you're like, oh, this and John goes, this isn't actually Mance's son, and everyone goes, well, we all think it is. Like,
yeah, that's
kind
of
matter.
That's my thing. It's like it doesn't matter. What he should have done is just had Sam and Gilly take both the babies. Like, surely.
This is almost like the Aegon Targaryen thing, right? Where like with young Griff, where people are like, is he or is he not really Aegon? I'm like, it doesn't really matter whether he is or he isn't. Like, he effectively is. Like, he thinks he is. Everyone else thinks he is. He thinks he is.
John Connington thinks he is.
Not a chance.
Yeah, which again, like, I think that counts against the he's a SWAT, he's a fake. Because how the fuck would you have fooled John Connington?
He didn't think about it.
What?
I have seen the thing. I think this is the most convincing thing, but I don't know whether this is just a writing goof or there's some like kind of cleverness at play here, which is that the whole Piss Water Prince plot doesn't necessarily make a lot of sense because like how would Varys have known that the mountain would make the baby unrecognizably like smashed?
I mean, they're babies. Like, they're really hard to tell apart unless you're literally the mother of said baby.
Well, the problem is that Aegon had the white Valyrian hair of the baby. Which, like, I guess you could have taken a baby from Lys, where obviously he's from originally, which would have had white hair. But also, like, how would you know ahead of time that you needed to do that?
I mean, I don't think the timeline or geography works, but I would have said, like, maybe Varys counseled Tywin to give the order to do that, but, like, I don't know how he could have done that. Yeah.
Because if you remember, Varys told Aerys not to open the gates.
Yeah. So I don't fucking know.
My best solution there, and I'm going to give Varys the credit of being intelligent enough to do this, once the trident is lost, like, or even before the trident, like, you can clearly see that with Tywin staying out of the war is probably not going to go your way. And even if you think it might go your way, it's good to have a backup in case. And so if he really is a Targaryen loyalist, having some kind of contingency to get Aegon out of the city before anything goes wrong. Because also, he probably would have known about the wildfire plot, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so, like, there's no guarantee
I wouldn't believe
you even if the war is won.
I would not believe you if you told me he doesn't know about the wildfire caches all over the city.
Yeah.
Like, no. His vast spy network, like, they never told him about those? No.
Yeah, and I know before the rebellion even started, there were rumors that Aerys was going to have Rhaegar disinherited or maybe even killed and put Viserys in because he didn't trust Rhaegar anymore and he was insane. So I guess the plan to swap out Aegon with a replacement could have been in motion long before the rebellion even started, and so it was just ready to go when he needed it to. It was always there as a contingency, and he just played it.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, Varys is a character who will just play all sides, and, like, you know, he has backup plans with backup plans, you know, so I can believe that to an extent. Like, you know, don't just have him pull something out of his ass where it's like, how the fuck did you possibly predict that?
Oh yeah, but like given what he knows when he knows it, he's always been acting in like the most intelligent ways possible, and there's always as many contingencies as he could possibly muster. And he's also really good at like rolling with changes.
Yeah.
Which is actually something that, like, because we were talking about this with I think another context with Varys and comparing it to like how Palpatine acted in the prequels. The difference between writing like a genuinely clever character and what a bad writer thinks is a clever character is that like a really clever character doesn't know everything and isn't like a prophet. They'll just be really, really good at adapting to whatever new situations arise and incorporating it into their all existing plans.
Yeah.
But they still have to, they still have to adapt. Whereas a bad writer's idea of a clever character is just a character who somehow can predict everything ahead of time like they're fucking God. Like they've read the script. Yeah.
Yeah, that's who we were comparing these characters to, is Sage. Because what they do in The Boys Season 4 is just have her bullshit her way through the entire season, and then by the end, everything just kind of falls into Homelander's lap, and she's like, yep, you should have trusted me this whole time. This was all the plan. And you're like, what?
Yeah,
like,
even
so
though
many...
this only happened because things happened that she couldn't possibly have predicted.
Yeah, so many things had. Well, the thing is, like, I bring this up in my video as well. Like, she clearly knew that A-Train was the mole, but didn't tell Homelander. And the reason she gives when Homelander eventually finds out about A-Train, the reason she gives for why she never told him that he was the mole, is because she wanted to keep him around to give the boys bad information.
Kadik never talked about you.
Hmm?
Yeah.
Her eyebrows moved.
But he told me
Again!
he was my speeder.
Yeah.
Wait, what planet is this?
Yeah, of course.
That's a
I've got
good
every part you
question.
can want. I mean, mag fins, aftermarket.
Is it called
sensors,
Akiva?
booster
Yeah.
coils.
That's Snap Wexley, the guy I was just talking about.
Oh.
This guy?
Oh.
Well, he's from the planet Akiva, and his real name is Timon, so I'm assuming.
I could slap the repulsor
Oh.
on there now. That's no
Alright.
problem. But without some good Durasteel struts, it'd
Well,
shake
Snap,
loose
he'll be
in a
dead
day.
soon. No worries.
And you don't have
Well,
the
in like
strength.
30
Not
years.
since Surat's guys came through.
Soon.
They took all my
Cameo.
best
Not soon enough.
Tell you what, why don't you get that repulsor hooked up now?
But yeah, like, so like there's a bit with Sage, for example, where like
Well, hang
part
on.
of her
I,
plan already- Oh,
there-
okay, go on.
there was more I was talking about, but then the cutscene interrupted me.
Sorry.
Yeah, so she wanted to keep A-Train around so that he could give the boys bad information. The problem is, all the information that A-Train gives the boys is accurate and extremely helpful to their cause. Like, every single time. So I don't know what the fuck she wanted to happen, but it clearly didn't work. But then somehow things just fall into her lap anyway. It's insane. Like, the thing is, she apparently intentionally staged it to where A-Train knew about the person hired to assassinate the president and like where to find them, which he then gave to the boys. But the thing is, him giving them that information is what made them aware of the fact that, like, you know, because then they went to visit her, like the assassin in his apartment, and found out that the assassin in question was a shapeshifter. So it's only because Sage gave A-Train the ability to give them that information that they knew the assassin was a shapeshifter. And had they not known that, the assassination would have worked. Because Huey only figures out that that's not really Starlight, because he already has it in his mind that the assassin in question can take the form of anyone. That's like in the back of his mind that he's like considering as a possibility. Otherwise, like he'd probably think, oh, Annie's acting a little strange, but I don't know. Like I have no reason to believe that's not really her.
Also, because the shapeshifter says like a special phrase that she said before when she was out of Starlight's form that he recognizes.
Yeah. So, like, the only reason that the assassination failed is because A-Train gave them the information that he did. So then you might be like, well, she didn't want the president to be assassinated. Like, she wanted the assassination to fail so that he could take the fall for Newman's assassination, which she somehow knew was going to happen. But the problem with that is that if she wanted the assassination to fail, then she got really lucky that it did, because the only reason that happened is that Starlight just happened to show up right at the exact moment she needed to save the president. And she could not have predicted that. I'm sorry. She could not have predicted that.
And also that Huey managed to figure it out just in time. Like, if he'd been like 2 minutes later, the president would be dead.
Yeah.
And so is Huey as well.
So, yeah, so it's just like, no, I'm sorry. She couldn't possibly have predicted that. I don't care how smart you tell me that she is. There are some pieces of information that you just cannot predict.
I mean, it's just a Sherlock season 4 meme, right? It was like, if you could tune yourself to every quivering strand of data, and they genuinely use that to bullshit how Sherlock knows stuff that he shouldn't. It's like, oh, he's just so smart, he can just read the universe like a book. I'm like, oh, fuck right off.
Yeah, it is kind of like that. I don't make that comparison in the video because I haven't seen Sherlock, but that is one thing that made me think of. Because I watched H Bomber Guy's video on Sherlock, and yeah, the way he described Sherlock really reminds me of the way Sister Sage is portrayed in season 4.
Mm-hmm. I'd say
Just
it's actually
events-
pretty much identical.
Like, events just happened that she couldn't possibly have accounted for, but they just happened to be exactly what she apparently wanted all along.
Everything is proceeding as I have foreseen.
So you write a character like that versus a character like Palpatine, who it's like, well, he's okay with like the assassination of Padme, for instance, because like that can ultimately work toward his plans. But if Padme's alive, he can use that for his plans as well. Like either way, he wins. He's good at just like adapting to situations, no matter what the ultimate outcome.
Yeah, he's a smart cookie.
He is indeed a smart cookie.
Actually, that feeds into like the conversation we had about like did he genuinely lose to Mace Windu? And like one of the arguments I have for why I think it works better that he genuinely did lose is that like I don't like the idea of Palpatine having like predicted everything down to the nth degree. I much prefer that, especially towards the end of the plan, he had to take risks. Like there were just moments where he had to take certain risks, and like part of what's interesting about that confrontation is I think he underestimated the risk. Like that's actually a calculation he gets wrong, and he gets bailed out by Anakin.
Yeah, which like Palpatine can also just get things wrong. And that's ultimately how he fails in the end. So like we know that that's possible for him. But that doesn't make him any less of an intelligent mastermind.
Yeah,
there are just certain things that he can't account for, and that's okay.
Like actually, the thing I like about that, one of the things I like about the acting of Ian McDiarmid in that scene, right, when he's like begging for his life, and Anakin and Windu are talking, is like it's very clearly like he's putting it on for Anakin, like the whole "I'm so weak, oh help me." But then Mace actually raises his saber to strike, and Anakin doesn't look like he's going to do anything, and Palpatine's actually afraid. That's the bit where he's like, no, actually, no, don't do this, please.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, as we kind of... I think you pointed this out when we were having the debate. It's like, it works better narratively if, had Anakin actually chosen not to intervene, Palpatine would have actually died. And that he didn't just have something else up his sleeve in case.
Yeah, it robs Anakin's character of all his thematic, all his narrative agency and all his thematic resonance. If like, like if Anakin had just stood by and Palpatine had just, I don't know, somehow pulled a force power out of his ass that killed Windu and Anakin, and the Empire rose anyway, that would have just completely undercut everything.
Yeah.
Like, you need Anakin's choice to matter in that moment to have consequences.
CLS just said, Steve, stop complimenting yourself.
Any idea where it's going?
What can I say? I'm very brilliant, and I masterminded a war, played both sides from the beginning, and secured ultimate power for myself. I'm a very smart cookie.
The other day, creationists like finally realized that the Emperor was xenophobic, and he was like, you know what? Not a bad guy.
Not a bad guy. He stopped being my enemy from that day on.
Actually, in terms of like, Palpatine adapting his plans, a really good example I like in a show that is otherwise pretty terrible, is how he adapts to the clone situation in Bad Batch. Because like Palpatine's goal in that moment is like he wants to have a law passed that will phase out the clones and bring in the stormtroopers.
Right. Yeah, I know what you're getting at.
Right, but like the clone troopers have provided evidence, like Senator Chuchi has provided evidence that like the clones that were wiped out in an Imperial attack on Kamino, the Kaminoans were genocided.
Yeah.
And then it's actually, and so like the Empire is like corrupt and there's something wrong there. And then Palpatine interrupts the debate to like pin all the blame on Admiral Rampart as like a rogue element, and he then goes, "Oh, but like the fact that the clones under his command followed his orders so blindly, committing such carnage without hesitation gives me pause. Perhaps it's time for a change." And he just uses that to like push the vote through.
Why do I keep... Oh, I get hit by this rat thing.
Is that one of the fucking Tusken dogs?
Yeah.
It is, yeah.
Why is it here?
I don't know.
Yeah, no, I agree, Jolly. That's a great example of Palpatine using something that he didn't want or expect to happen to his advantage to ultimately get what he wants anyway.
Also, Ian McDiarmid sounds fucking sinister in that.
One of the rare
And that's
Bad
it.
Batch dubs. He does sound very sinister. His very deep,
I like how,
gravelly
like-
voice echoes throughout the Senate rotunda, and it's just so fucking chilling.
It's one of those things where, like, if you're a senator and you're watching, like, the black-clad, skeletal, yellow-eyed demon thing rise up and speak in a voice of absolute evil, do you never go, like, maybe the Emperor's not on the level?
Are we the baddies?
My thanks to Senator Chuchi for exposing a rogue element in our ranks.
I think that was one of the jokes in Plinkett's Revenge of the Sith video, where he's talking about the scene where he's declaring like what happened to the Jedi and, like, you know, how they're gonna be moving into a galactic empire. He's like, do none of the senators care that he has an evil monster face?
Blood is lost.
Goes to one of Mothma's parties in Andor season 2, and he keeps the voice. Like, as he's talking, he's like, "I love these cupcakes you have presented. They are delicious."
Andor season 2, if it was good.
I'm afraid your cupcakes will have run out by the time my entourage arrives. What time is it here? Says David. It is 5:41 here.
Jesus. Why are you still up?
That's a good question. I don't actually know the answer to that.
Well, I don't rightly know the answer to that.
I actually might pop off in about 5 minutes, to be honest.
Yeah, that's fair. Well, I mean, I've spent too long on this rather than doing my boys video, but I can't just abandon Andrew if you're also leaving.
I'm finishing this quest whenever it stops, and then I'll be gone. Or done.
Yeah.
I'll give it another 4. It's like 4 or 5 minutes, and then we'll call it.
You know how people... Oh, it's this fucking rat. No, come here. You don't get to run away.
Yeah, that is one of those.
rat!
I'm just punching you to death. Come here.
I love the gibberish huddies that they're doing. They're just like...
Wait, is this a Mando? The Mando musket? Oh my god.
Yes,
Oh,
it is.
the face pulse rifle.
Cool.
Yeah, it's a very cool gun.
You know what I will say about the character design? Like, I think it's funny how people say, like, Kay is too butch.
Yeah, no problem.
Like,
I'll
and
meet
it's
you at
like,
the
that's
speeder
woke.
dock.
It's like, if anything, I don't think she's butch enough, considering what she can do in the game. Like, she can just punch stormtroopers to death.
Yeah.
If anything,
She's
she...
a fucking muscle mommy.
Yeah, she needs to be, like, built like Vi.
Yeah, she needs to be like, looks like Cara Dune, basically.
Yeah.
Well, even Vi, I wouldn't be able to accept unless she had her gauntlets.
Mm-hmm.
I'd be like, no,
More
you
like
did not
Savika.
just punch that armored stormtrooper in the face.
People in the chat are thanking me for staying awake, like it's like some immense sacrifice. Like I'm promising to hold the line against hordes of enemies while we will retreat.
Well,
Thank
it's
you
like
for the sacrifice, Johnny.
Well, someone earlier in chat was saying, like, this, you know, watching this game would put me to sleep if it weren't for Sheev and Jolly just talking about whatever random shit to keep this entertaining.
Yeah.
Which we're here to sustain Andrew.
Pretty much, yeah. Varus is a cool character.
She should be hench. I don't know why she's so slim. Well, I mean, I do know why she's so slim. It's because the game designers were concerned that people would say that she's too woke, but then they did that anyway, so who cares?
Yeah, who cares about their opinion?
They tried to appeal to people who would literally not accept him no matter what.
Give me a muscle.
No point pandering to the crazies.
Please.
Yeah, this is why you don't pander to alt-right grifters, because they're not going to be satisfied no matter what. They didn't even like Andor, and that was actually good. So, like, no, don't worry about it. Just do your thing.
Man,
Speak your truth.
Okay, what have they done to you? She looks fine in, like, specific cinematics that they use for cutscenes in the trailers, but then you get in-game and it's like, oh my god.
Oh my god.
Andrew played the Lego Star Wars game for the prequels. Y'all have a much better time.
I have played the Lego games. I love the Lego games.
Andrew, just play RDR2, you'll have a much better
I
time.
love the Lego games.
I will in November.
I will watch the hell out of that because I fucking love that game and I want to see a reaction to it.
Oh, dude, it's going to be my favorite game ever because Cowboy.
I will say, like, just it's a very story-intensive game, particularly in the opening section. So be prepared for like a lot of story. It's not going to just dump you straight into gameplay, but like now you get to shoot shit.
Oh yeah, I'd rather it be like that because in this game it's like 12 hours has passed and barely any story has happened.
I'm checking to see if that actually is Snap Wexley, because that'd be really funny.
His name is Temin.
Yeah, his name is Temin Wexley. He's on Akiva.
You're gonna run a shop like this all on your
What the fuck is Wikipedia doing?
I'm just saying.
What is Wikipedia?
You gotta watch yourself.
Well, I opened Wikipedia, and this was
You ever need anything fixed?
This is what came up. I'm sending it to one of the chats. I can't send it to the VC chat here. The restrictions. So
oh, you can't? Hold on.
I cannot.
No. We are restricted.
I'll just send it to Mongoose.
We don't have the secret source.
So you can see what I'm looking at with Wikipedia.
What? Wikipedia, what's wrong with you?
I don't know what happened. It's broken.
That's funny.
Someone needs to check in on Wikipedia.
Source code is not.
What happened to Wikipedia?
Just seeing like just the HTML code raw, just nothing on it.
It's gone. What happened?
They've deleted it. We've done it, boys. Wikipedia is no more. Well, what do I do now?
CLS says, at the Jolly Chap, actually talks play Ghost of Tsushima. I have played Ghost of Tsushima. I like it a lot. I think the only game that Shiv and I are going to be playing together in the near future is Alien Isolation around Halloween.
Yeah, boy. Is it my
which is going to be fun.
Shiv, are you going to play Phasmophobia?
Yes, he will be joining us for Phasmophobia. I'm going to be. He has no choice. I'm forcing him.
Oh well, I guess I will be.
Yep. This choice has been.
My internet's running fine. Not that. Well, too bad. Wikipedia's dead.
All right, we got to a nice stopping point. We went into town.
Hell yeah.
All right then.
So we will stop. How long has it been? Oh, only 2 hours. I feel exhausted.
This was fun.
Yes.
Thank you for having me on, Andrew.
Mm-hmm. Chat.
I feel enlivened.
Release me from my bonds.
I'll probably be live again tomorrow. Maybe not Wednesday. I have class Wednesday. What we really need is Among Us. True, I do need to stream.
We should do more Among Us.
I did some earlier with Andrew and a few people, but it was a pretty tepid game, to be honest.
Yeah, it was only like 6 people.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we need some of the OG gang who take it seriously again.
Yeah.
If I wasn't so busy, like just wait for me to finish my goddamn video, and then I'll play some Among Us with you guys.
You have 2 days, Sheev.
You have 24 hours.
This is what you have 24 hours.
Like that's just not how time works. Like, shut up.
I just hit my water bottle made a cartoon noise.
It's gonna take me 72 hours to repair this vehicle. You got 24. That's not how time works.
You got 24 hours.
Okay, Obi-Wan.
Get back here. I can't do that.
All right, chat. Thank you for the memberships during the stream. Yeah.
Thank you for the music, the songs I'm
Goodbye.
singing.
A goodbye.
Goodbye.
Yeah, George just checked Wikipedia for me. And yeah, Temin Wexley appears in